Chapter 291. The military academy students, who were finally convinced, instantly quieted down and waited obediently for the coach to continue speaking. Jiang Huai looked at the students, who finally had their brains, and stopped talking nonsense. After projecting the virtual screen of the optical brain, he found another video in the file, and clicked to play it directly. After doing this, he looked at the students and said in a particularly serious tone, "This is the explanation video released by the Military Research Institute for Awakening the Spiritual Body. You just need to learn from the video." The military academy students responded obediently, and began to watch the video seriously. Shenlili also watched it very seriously. Although she did not need to awaken the spiritual body, she was quite curious about the awakening method of the Military Research Institute. What would it be like? Of course, among all the military academy students, Tang Dongwang and his group were the most surprised. They had heard from their tribe members before that ordinary people could also awaken their spiritual bodies in the future. But they didn't know the details. But now that they had a rare opportunity, they couldn't help but follow the students and watch the video curiously. So whether they were awakened or not, they were all watching the commentator in the video seriously. The commentator who explained the awakening of Horcruxes was actually an old acquaintance of Shenlili. The old man from the Military Research Institute seemed to be the one who explained the mental healing potion lived before. If Shenlili remembered correctly, his name seemed to be Chen Feng. The old man who hadn't been seen for a long time was still energetic, and his face was full of pride for being able to explain the awakening of Horcruxes next. After coughing in a serious manner, he began to stare at the front with a sharp gaze. The fiery eyes made the military academy students, who were watching his video, feel as if they were looking at each other. "Hello, friends. I am Chen Feng, the director of the Military Research Institute. Today I will explain the Horcrux that can awaken the spiritual body." When he said this, Chen Feng was still very serious. As a result, the next second, he seemed to have changed his personality, and said with a crazy fanatic face, "Before I officially start the explanation, I can't help but want to praise the two lords who invented this great invention. Although their information cannot be made public for some reason, their greatness is no less than the 5 founding heroes of the Federation. Especially one of them is so outstanding that there is no one before and no one after." After praising for more than 10 minutes, the confused students finally couldn't hold it back and looked at the instructor with a confused face. "Are you sure this is a teaching video?" Jiang Huai reached out his hand to touch his forehead with a headache and sighed helplessly. He had protested to the Military Research Institute before, but this was passed by the Military Research Institute and voted by all. The arm can't twist the thigh. Just treat it as an advertisement popping up on TV. Just watch it. Everyone else looked embarrassed, not to mention Shenlili, the person being praised. She was shy at first, her cheeks gradually turned red, and then her whole body was covered with goosebumps. In addition, there was Shen Kaiyun, who knew the truth and smiled at her from time to time. Shenlili was even more embarrassed, and almost wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She once again learned the truth at the cost of social death. Some people really don't care about other people's life or death when they praise others. Just when Shenlili was about to give up, Chen Feng in the video was finally reminded by the photographer that this was an explanation video of awakening the Horcrux. Chen Feng, who was still a little unsatisfied, stopped regretfully and began to explain the steps of awakening the spirit body seriously. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and then began to listen carefully. First, hold the awakening Horcrux in your hand, then close your eyes, and slowly introduce the power inside into the spiritual space. Following the guidance of Chen Feng's voice, all the basic military academy students closed their eyes and immersed their consciousness in the spiritual space. Time passed by minute, and after a long while, finally one of the military academy students suddenly cheered in surprise. Then, he couldn't wait to summon his newly awakened spirit body. "I saw a cute little hamster suddenly appeared in her palm." Although it was just a little hamster, she didn't dislike it at all, but rubbed her face against it. If you ignore the hamster's expression of resistance, it is definitely a very warm picture. As time went by, more and more people awakened. Some were cats, some were leopards, and there was a pig. Shenlili was a little surprised and took her eyes off the pig, then touched her chin and came up with a pattern. It seems that the stronger the spirit body, the later it awakens. For example, the later it is, the stronger the awakened spirit body is, and they are basically beasts. "Ollie, look at my spirit body, is it cute?" Xiao Anan suddenly hugged a snow-white rabbit, and ran over to share with excitement. Shenlili looked at the cute rabbit holding a carrot in her arms, and gave a thumbs up with certainty. "Very cute." "Hee hee, I think so too." Xiao Anan touched it lovingly, then looked at Shinlili curiously and asked, Ollie, where is your spirit body? I almost forgot, it's still in my spiritual space. Shinlili saw that everyone had summoned their spirit bodies, so she asked the 3 little ones in her heart, who wanted to come out to participate in the competition later. The next second, Ahwa rushed out first, then nestled in Shinlili's arms, raised his paw towards Xiao Anan in a friendly manner, and said in a baby voice, Whoa! Seeing that it was a little white tiger with wings, Xiao Anan first enthusiastically held Ahwa's paw. Then he said in surprise, Ollie, your spiritual body is the same as your animal body. Shinlili nodded and touched Ahwa with a doting look. Time passed in the 2 people's chat, and after the last person awakened, Jiang stood up to be the referee, and at the same time asked everyone to prepare to start the game. Chapter 292. Before the game started, Shinlili thought that the order of the game would be decided by drawing lots. However, Jiang started to call out names in an unconventional way. Zhang Yuanhao, Zhou Wanfeng, Lin Cixi, Tang Dongwang, Shinlili, Shin Kaiyun, Xiao Yu, Su Liang, Yuan Xiaojin, Zhou Bingbing stand out. Except for the heirs of the 5 major families, and Shinlili, Jiang called out the names directly. The other 4 were selected by spirit bodies, and he looked at the 4 strongest military school students and called out all of them. Shinlili, who didn't know what was going on, looked at the other 9 people. Although she was a little surprised, she still stood in the first row together. Jiang glanced at the spirit bodies in their arms, and after confirming what was going on, he began to announce, You 10 people, each go to a ring to defend the ring. Yes, coach. Shinlili and the others saluted and stood on the ring as he was told. After selecting the defenders, Jiang looked at the other military academy students and said, 3 hours later, the 10 people on the stage will be the final players participating in the mecha competition. You have 3 hours to challenge them at will. As long as you win and hold on to the end, you can replace them to participate in the competition. Now I declare that the selection competition begins. After the announcement, Jiang returned to the rostrum. The other students saw the coach leave, looked at each other, and the next second, like wolves seeing sheep, they all rushed to the stage excitedly. Shinlili and the others saw this, and called their own spirit bodies to prepare for the battle. Jiang had just sat back in his seat on the rostrum when the base commander asked with some doubt, After all, we are participating in the mecha competition, but we are competing in spirit bodies. Isn't this inappropriate? Facing the doubt of the base commander, Jiang spread his hands and smiled evilly. I didn't say that I don't care about mechas. The 10 students on the stage are the strongest in mechas. The base commander suddenly realized, then shook his head and laughed. The old ones are still the best. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Jiang smiled innocently and said nothing. After putting aside his concerns, the base commander began to admire the 10 students on the stage. Then, as if he had discovered something interesting, he smiled with interest. This girl is quite surprising. I thought her spirit body was just the weakest rabbit, and there should be no hope of winning. I didn't expect her fighting power to be quite scary. Jiang and Shinkayu heard this, and also looked at the rabbit's beast-shaped spirit body. The opponent of the rabbit's spirit body was a northeast tiger that was countless times larger than the rabbit. A discerning person almost didn't need to look too much to know that this was a game that was destined to have no unexpected ending. But the result was beyond everyone's expectation, just when the northeast tiger opened its mouth and pounced. The weak-looking little rabbit, which was only the size of a palm, suddenly jumped up with a carrot in its hand, and then hit the tiger on the head with a stick. The tiger, which was originally aggressive, suddenly crashed, and then lay on the ground with stars in its eyes. Jiang looked at Xiao Anan with some surprise. Originally, with the strength of Xiao Anan's mecha, she was also one of the 10 people defending the ring, but her spirit body was a rabbit that looked too harmless. So Jiang hesitated for a moment, and then replaced another slightly weaker one to defend the ring. In the end, I didn't expect that I had misjudged him. As time went by, except for the heirs of the 5 major families, they all stood firmly on the stage. Among the other 5 stages, only Shinlili had not moved, and the other 4 stages had changed people once or twice. After watching for a long time, the base commander couldn't help but side to Shinkayu with mixed feelings. Even if ordinary people have awakened spiritual bodies, they are still not as good as your 5 major families. This is probably the difference between pheasants and phoenixes. The base commander was not looking down on others, but stating a cruel fact. Just look at the spiritual bodies of the 5 major families, and you will know. The Shin families is the sacred beast white tiger, the Tang families is the auspicious beast unicorn, The Zhan families is the nine-tailed white fox, the Lin families is the divine beast fire phoenix, and finally the Zhou families is also the divine beast Kuimping. Let's look at the ordinary military school students. Even Xiao Ainan's little white rabbit with strange strength, when he saw the spiritual bodies of the 5 major families, he directly performed what is called a second coward. Before the battle even started, he had already fallen to the ground and admitted defeat. The base commander's eyes dimmed, and he thought helplessly in his heart. With such powerful 5 families, do ordinary people in the Federation still have a chance? Shinkayu smiled gently, as if he didn't understand what he meant. If the people of the 5 families were weaker, do you think the Federation can be as stable as it is now? Some people who are protected are always pretentious, thinking that they can do it, and even angry that fate is unfair to them. But if it really happened to them, not only would they not be able to protect themselves, but it would be a disaster for ordinary people. Don't blame me, Major General Shin, I am narrow-minded. The base commander reacted, and was sweating all over. He didn't know why he had such a petty idea. Yes, if it weren't for the existence of the 5 families, how could ordinary people in the Federation live, and work in peace, and contentment like now? It's right to want to fight and make progress, but that's just the idea of some people. Compared with sleeping in the open air, being hungry and having life-threatening situations at any time. I believe that 90% of the people in this world want to have enough food and clothes now. Looking at the base commander with a regretful look on his face, Shinkayu still kept a warm smile and suggested as if for his own good, Base Commander, you have been in this small base for 3 years, and you probably haven't seen the outside world for a long time. Why don't you go to the front line to see more after this election? I understand. I will apply for transfer to the front line later. Thank you for the suggestion of Major General Shin. The base commander nodded suddenly with enlightenment and looked at Shinkayu with gratitude. After being in a small village for a long time, he really forgot that there is a world outside. Jiang Huai, who watched the whole process from the side, looked at Shinkayu with awe. He cheated him so much that he didn't even have his underwear left, but he still made him so grateful. TSK, what a terrible man. Chapter 293. Jiang Huai shook his head speechlessly, no longer paying attention to the 2 people, and continued to look at the ring. Although the 5 major families do have a lot of advantages over the spirits of ordinary people. But the spirits of ordinary people are not so useless. For example, at this moment, the rabbit spirit that immediately surrendered was kicked up by Xiao Ainan. After being threatened by its owner's eyes for a long time, the little white rabbit reluctantly raised the carrot to the white tiger in front of it. Shinkayu looked at the spirit of his new cousin with a smile. This pitiful and strong little appearance is really lovable. Cousin, why don't you admit defeat, and don't let the spirit get hurt? Shinkayu couldn't help but plead for it. Don't worry, I don't plan to win. I just want to try the spirits of the 5 major families. What's the difference between them and ordinary people? Xiao Ainan knows herself well, so she doesn't hide it. Just now, she deliberately admitted defeat and changed from the defender to the challenger. With such a good opportunity to compete, only a fool would stay on the ring. Shinkayu suddenly realized and couldn't help laughing. Then the 2 spirits began to fight. It's better to say that it's a battle between the little white rabbit and a beast, because Shinkayu's spirit ignored the rabbit. After propping up a mental barrier, he lay on the ground and continued to sleep lazily. So the 2 of them were in such a fierce and calm confrontation on the ring. The fierce part was the little rabbit's crazy knocking and the sound of the mental barrier, and the calm part was the big tiger's comfortable sleeping face. After watching Xiao Ainan's operation, Lin Sisi, who was a battle fanatic, couldn't help but be moved. She looked at her empty ring, and could only pick a lucky classmate passing by, and said with a kind smile, "Come up." Classmate? ? He just came to see the spirits of the 5 major families, not to seek death. Seeing that he was reluctant to come up, Lin Sisi hummed in a threatening manner. The military school student reluctantly went to the ring, but within 3 seconds, he and his spirit body, together with doubting life, fell to the ground. Lin Sisi pouted in disdain, and in the shocked eyes of everyone, deliberately admitted defeat and left the ring, and then ran directly to Tang Dongwang's ring. Tang Dongwang and his Qilin spirit body suddenly changed their faces, and shouted in horror, "Don't come over." Unfortunately, Lin Sisi didn't give him a chance at all. After beating both of them black and blue, she deliberately admitted defeat, and left the ring with a satisfied look. Whose turn is next? Lin Sisi's eyes lit up, and she looked at the rings of the 5 major families with ill intentions. Just when Lin Sisi challenged everywhere, and made the rings chaotic, Shin Lily began to feel sorry for her own cub. After almost 3 hours of high-intensity fighting, Even if Ahua was strong, he began to pant at this moment. Ahua, why don't you let Amu and the others come? Shinlili asked Ahua with consciousness. It's okay, Ali, I can do it. Ahua's little paws trembled, and he stared at the crocodile's spirit body in front of him with a fierce look. Shinlili knew that Ahua could still come a few more times, but this was not a critical time, so there was no need to fight so hard. If he gets hurt, it will be more trouble than it's worth. So Shinlili ignored Ahua's struggle, hugged him back to her arms, and then summoned Ah Shui. The military school student on the opposite side thought he was about to win, but before he could smile, he saw another spirit on the opposite side. You. How can you have two spirits? The military school student looked stunned and shocked, looking back and forth between Ah Shui on the ground and Ahua in Shinlili's arms. Is there a problem with two? Shinlili looked at him puzzledly. Of course there is a problem. You are fighting in a group. It's unfair. The military school student said angrily. Did the instructor say that we can't use two spirits? Shinlili blinked innocently. The military school student's throat choked, as if he didn't say that two spirits were not allowed. It seems that there is no more. Classmates, let's continue. And Ah Shui, come on. After Shinlili finished speaking, Ah Shui launched an attack. Compared with Ahua before, Ah Shui's attack was more straightforward and swift, and he was knocked off the stage in a few moves. The other military academy students and coaches who were watching all looked at Ah Shui in shock. Major General Shen, your sister is really a hidden talent. Jiang Huai looked at the two spirit bodies and couldn't help but exclaimed. Shin Kaiyu's eyes curved slightly, and he smiled proudly. My sister has always been excellent. Looking at Shin Kaiyu, who was not modest at all, Jiang Huai sighed, but didn't say anything. Compared with the coach's surprise, the military academy students who lined up to challenge Shinlili were directly upset. Then, they decisively changed the stage and prepared to challenge others. Only fools would go to a group to fight themselves after they were full. In the end, the people who stayed on Shinlili's side basically wanted to continue watching Shinlili's fight. Unfortunately, since it was revealed that she had two spirit bodies, no military academy students were willing to challenge her. So after 3 hours, Shinlili joined the national mecha team smoothly. The 10 members of the national mecha team this time are the heirs of the 5 major families, Shinlili and Xiao Anan, and Yuan Xiaojin and Zhou Bingbing. The substitutes are selected from the top 3 remaining military school students. The other 2 seem to be from the 1st military school, and only Lei Shi is from their 5th military school. Shinlili was actually a little surprised that Lei Shi was only a substitute. After all, her strength didn't seem to be much worse than hers. However, Shinlili later heard from others that Lei Shi didn't seem to have a spiritual body, which could explain why she was not a formal team member with her strength. Although it was a bit unexpected that some classmates didn't have a spiritual body, Shinlili didn't take it to heart. After all, her eldest brother didn't have a spiritual body either. Chapter 294. As soon as the list of participants in the mecha competition came out, Jiang Huai also began to officially announce the end of this special training. After agreeing on the meeting place and date, he gave all the military academy students a week's vacation. Second uncle, let's go back first. Shinlili and Shin Kaiyun came out of the special training base, sent Xiao Anan and his sister to Shin Shixiong's house on the way, and prepared to go back to their own home. Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Stay and have lunch together? Shin Shixiong smiled enthusiastically. Shinlili and Shin Kaiyun looked at each other silently, and at the same time remembered the lunch box that Shin Shixiong had brought for the brother and sister. When they thought of the smell of their grandmother, the brother and sister decisively refused. No, second uncle, we have something to go back first. After that, fearing that Shin Shixiong was too enthusiastic, Shinlili and his sister got on the hovercraft and ran away as if they were running for their lives. Seeing Shinlili and Shin Kaiyun disappear in a flash, Shin Shixiong thought that the siblings were too polite and embarrassed to stay for dinner. He shook his head and laughed. Then he looked back at his new son and daughter and said, Anan, Xiaoyu, you just came back and haven't eaten yet? Let's go, let me take you to taste Dad's cooking. Xiao Anan and Xiaoyu suddenly had an ominous premonition in their hearts, and then thought of the reactions of Shinlili and her siblings just now. The two of them knew without much guessing that the food cooked by Shin Shixiong might not be so delicious. Xiao Anan's eyes rolled around for a while, then she showed a caring smile and said, Uncle. Oh no Dad, you just came back too. Isn't it too hard for you to cook, or should we order takeout? Although he was very happy to be called Dad for the first time, Shin Shixiong still said to the brother and sister with a serious face, Eat less takeout, it's not healthy. I heard that the oil is still gutter oil. Looking at Shin Shixiong, who was only thinking about them, Xiao Anan couldn't bear to say anything. She just hoped that everything just now was her illusion. Ollie and the others must have something urgent, so they walked so fast. The brother and sister who escaped the disaster on the other side patted their chests with relief and breathed a sigh of relief. Second brother, do you want to remind Anan and the others? Shenlili asked sympathetically while patting her chest. It's okay. I reminded them when they ran just now. But whether they can run away or not is another matter. Shin Kaiyun didn't know what he thought of. He was so scared that he shivered. The food cooked by Shin Shuxiong was only divided into unpalatable and very unpalatable. It's okay if it tastes bad, you can still swallow it, but if it tastes really bad, what about pickled live pearls, pig liver mixed with raw pig blood, jade tofu soup, fried stink bugs, sashimi chicken, but, boys urine eggs, earthworm and earthworm soup. Ugh. Shin Kaiyun almost vomited again when he thought of the earthworm soup he had drunk before. Shenlili couldn't help but retching. She was the victim of jade tofu soup. It was bad to drink, but after drinking it, I realized that this green, tofu-like thing was actually peeled caterpillar protein. For 3 whole days, Shenlili saw everything turned into insects, and she couldn't even eat. She lost several pounds before she recovered a little, which shows the power of Shin Shuxiong's cooking. Looking at her sister with a blue face, Shin Kaiyun couldn't help but feel distressed, blaming herself for forgetting to remind her. That's why Shenlili almost went to see his grandmother. Sister, let's find a wife who can cook for second uncle in the future, otherwise second uncle can only eat what he cooks every day, which is quite pitiful. After Shin Kaiyun despised Shin Shuxiong, he couldn't help but sympathize with his own second uncle. Second uncle actually knew that his cooking tasted bad, but he was reluctant to throw it away, and he would always put it in the refrigerator and eat it himself. The more she thought about Shin Kaiyun, the more she began to sympathize with him. What's going on? Shenlili heard Shin Kaiyun's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Find. You must find it. If there is a suitable one in the future, introduce it to second uncle. Well, this matter is not urgent. Someone will be more urgent than us. Shin Kaiyun said with a meaningful smile. Without going into details, Shenlili also knew who it was. Except for the persecuted Xiao Anan brother and sister, there is probably no one in the world who is more anxious than them. But she could only do nothing about it, amen. Who let Shin Xiaoxiong be their father? Although his love is suffocating, it is not fatal. Shenlili tried to suppress the corners of her lips. She was definitely not gloating. The distance between the two families was not far. Soon Shenlili and her family arrived home. Strange, Mom didn't wait for you at the door this time? Shin Kaiyun looked at the empty door and raised his eyebrows in confusion. According to her mother's character, she couldn't wait at the door when her baby daughter was coming back. Shenlili glanced at Shin Kaiyun, and then turned the tables and said, What's wrong? You are so old, and you still need your mother to pick you up when you go home. Tisk, it's obviously you okay. Shin Kaiyun immediately retorted unconvinced. The brother and sister walked home together, while bickering childishly. When the two came to the hall, and didn't see Guan Yu yet, Shenlili couldn't help but wonder. It's strange, my mother doesn't like to go out normally. Master, miss, you're back. Lunch will be ready in a while. Let's have 2 bowls of dessert first. Sister Lin, the servant of the Shin family, brought 2 bowls of dessert and placed them on the table in the hall, then smiled kindly. Aunt Lin, have you seen your parents? Shenlili asked curiously. It seems that the madam went to the Empire with the Admiral. Sister Lin didn't know either, so she could only guess roughly. Empire? Why did your parents go there? Shin Kaiyun didn't know that his sister was already engaged to someone else, so he just asked casually. I don't know about that. Sister Lin shook her head. Shenlili guessed it. Bai Zhou had said before that they were discussing the date of the engagement. My parents probably went to the Empire for this. Chapter 295. As if to verify Shenlili's guess, Guan Yu's video came over the next second. Mom. Shenlili picked up the video and called sweetly. Guan Yu responded lovingly, then smiled and said, Ollie, have you just arrived home? Yes, my second brother and I just came back, and Aunt Lin is preparing lunch for us. Shenlili chuckled and chatted about family matters. Okay, let's eat first, and after eating, you and the second brother can come to the Empire. Guan Yu smiled gently. Although Shenlili was a little surprised, she didn't ask much, and nodded and agreed obediently. Okay, Mom. But Shin Kaiyun on the side was not happy, and complained, Mom, we just came back, and we haven't even rested yet. He was still thinking that after eating, he would go to the Star Network to play games, and he didn't want to go to the Empire at all. Guan Yu didn't have that much patience when it came to her second son. she said with a cold face and murderous voice. Want to rest? I let you rest in bed for half a year later. Shin Kai-yun, eh? He swallowed his saliva and changed his words. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do in the Empire. Mom, I come over after dinner. Shin Lily laughed and kindly changed the topic. She and Guan Yu cared about each other for a while. Until the mother and daughter hung up the video, Shin Kai-yun said with a face full of resentment, Mom is really full and has nothing to do. It's okay for them to go to the Empire, but why do we have to go there? The mecha competition is almost here, and we're still making such a fuss. Seeing that he really didn't want to go, Shin Lily kindly suggested, why don't I go by myself? Anyway, it's her who's getting engaged, so it doesn't matter whether the second brother goes or not. Shin Kai-yun didn't feel happy when he heard this, but looked at his sister with a puzzled look and said, why are you going to the Empire for nothing? As he spoke, Shin Kai-yun used a soup spoon to scoop up a mouthful of sweet soup and put it into his mouth. The sweet taste just rose in his mouth, but he almost choked to death the next second. Oh, nothing, just getting engaged. Shin Lily drank the sweet soup happily and answered her second brother's question casually. Puff. Shin Kai-yun coughed heartbreakingly for a long time, and when he recovered his breath, he looked at his sister with a shocked face and said, why did you just say you were going to the Empire? Engagement, me and Bai Zhou. Shin Lily continued to drink the sweet soup and answered very calmly. Shin Kai-yun suddenly fell silent, and the next second he slammed the table and stood up with murderous intent. Then he grabbed Shin Lily's arm without saying anything and started walking out. Second brother, what are you doing? I haven't finished my sweet soup yet. While being dragged away, Shin Lily looked back at the sweet soup on the table with regret. Eat, 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 what are you eating? You're almost sold out, and you still have an appetite. For the first time, Shin Kai-yun couldn't suppress his temper and got angry at his sister. Seeing Shin Kai-yun like an angry lion, Shin Lily dared not say anything. She swallowed silently and was dragged away by him obediently. Second young master and miss, aren't you going to eat? Auntie Lin just brought out a plate of food and saw the brother and sister walking out in a hurry. No, drink nutrient solution today. Anyway, our Shin family is so poor that we have to sell our daughters, so how can we eat? Shin Kai-yun finished speaking angrily and disappeared at the gate with Shin Lily. Aunt Lin looked at her young master's back and said with some confusion and surprise, this is the first time I see the second young master so angry. On the warplane, Shin Kai-yun had a stinky face, and his eyes were full of coldness. Shin Lily hesitated for a long time and still explained, second brother, did you misunderstand? My engagement with Bai Zhou is voluntary. But she dared not guarantee whether Bai Zhou was voluntary or not. Before Shin Lily could explain anything else, Shin Kai-yun interrupted directly. Whether you are voluntary or not, Shin Lily, you are only 15 years old this year. How could your parents bear to let you get engaged? You are obviously my sister who I just found. Shin Kai-yun suddenly cried while talking, and his brain was about to collapse now. He really couldn't understand why his parents would let his 15-year-old sister get married. Are interests really more important than family? Scarlet dyed Shin Kai-yun's eyes, and his mental power suddenly rioted at this moment. Ah Su, who was originally sleeping, noticed something was wrong, opened his eyes immediately, and shouted nervously, Shin Kai-yun, what are you doing? What happened? Unfortunately, no matter how he shouted, Shin Kai-yun didn't respond at all. Shin Lily, who was outside the space, also noticed that something was wrong with Shin Kai-yun at the first time. She quickly enveloped the two of them with her mental power, and then used AMU's mental power to comfort Shin Kai-yun, whose mental power was rioting. Second brother, wake up quickly, I was not forced, Bai Zhou was forced. Shin Lily shouted anxiously, while using her mental power to comfort. Shin Kai-yun, who was still in the mental turmoil, heard that Bai Zhou was forced, and the mental turmoil suddenly stopped for a while, and then his eyes regained some clarity. Ah Su in the mental space saw that the space barrier had stabilized. He finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then went back to sleep with a curse. Little sister, what did you just say? Bai Zhou was forced. Shin Kai-yun's eyes were still a little red, and his voice was hoarse with surprise. Seeing that Shin Kai-yun finally calmed down, Shin Lily breathed a sigh of relief and explained the reason again. But the reason was too bizarre. Shin Kai-yun frowned and said in disbelief, are you sure you are not fooling me? Is Bai Zhou a genius? You have to marry him to prolong your life. Why would I lie to you? My parents also know about this, and Bai Zhou has sacrificed too much for me. When you arrive in the Empire, you can't be unkind to him. Shin Lily warned like a protective child. Shin Kai-yun, eh? He suddenly believed that it was Bai Zhou who was forced. They hadn't even gotten engaged yet, and his sister was already taking it for granted. But knowing that it wasn't his sister who was forced, Shin Kaiyun was completely relieved. As for Bai Zhou who was forced, Shin Kaiyun said that it was his honor to be forced by his own sister. Chapter 296. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Shin Kaiyun began to feel bad again, because the family had not eaten lunch yet. Little sister, next time such an important matter, can you explain it clearly in advance? I haven't even eaten lunch yet, Shin Kaiyun said resentfully. Alas, in the past 6 months, I finally got to taste Aunt Lin's cooking again, but I missed it by accident. When it comes to lunch, Shin Lily couldn't help pouting, and the expression on her face was even more resentful than Shin Kaiyun. Give me a chance to explain. You looked like you wanted to kill me all the way. What else can I say? Shin Lily touched her empty stomach, and even her voice of explanation was weak. There is a rule on the jump machine that you can't eat, but you can drink nutrient solution. But she didn't prepare nutrient solution in her space button, so now she can only starve. Shin Kaiyun didn't bring nutrient solution either, but he got up and went out for a while. When he came back, he had 2 more strawberry-flavored nutrient solutions in his hands. Second brother, where did you get the nutrient solution? Shin Lily took the nutrient solution excitedly and asked curiously. Of course, it was exchanged. We are not the only 2 people on this warp machine, Shin Kaiyun said, as a matter of course. Then he looked at his sister with some curiosity and said, speaking of which, little sister, I wanted to ask you a long time ago, with your innocent and simple character, how did you live and grow up on the garbage planet? Although the garbage planet is not as dangerous as the synth planet, it is not a beautiful place. If she hadn't been alert and tactful, she probably wouldn't have known how she ended up in such a bad situation. But with her sister's simple and kind character, it's more like she was carefully cultivated by a big family for 10 years than living on a garbage planet for 10 years. Shin Lily touched her nose guiltily. She didn't know how to answer this question, because it was Su Lily who actually lived on the garbage planet for 10 years. And whether she was in the interstellar or in modern times, she lived in a harmonious big family. She enjoyed the love of the elders and the admiration of the younger generation every day. It seems that she didn't really have to endure hardships. Even the part-time job during the summer vacation was arranged by the family elders, who protected their children to work in their own pharmacy. But working in the industry of her own family is more like experiencing life than working. Fortunately, Shin Kaiyun didn't know what he had in mind, and was afraid of hurting his sister's weak heart. She took the initiative to change the subject and said, forget it, you are doing well now. Let's not talk about the past. We have arrived at the capital planet of the Sirius Empire. Let's go down. Shin Lily nodded gently, not rejecting her second brother's kindness. She didn't want to hide it from Shin Kaiyun, but it was too troublesome to explain. This not only involves time travel and rebirth, but also soul exchange and the mysterious grandfather. Shin Lily felt tired just thinking about it, so she decided to keep it secret. As soon as the brother and sister got off the warp machine, they were surprised to see Shin Kaiyun and cousin Guanshin waiting for them on the platform. Brother! Cousin Guanshin! Shin Lily and Shin Kaiyun shouted happily at the same time, and then they hugged Shin Kaiyun excitedly, one on the left and one on the right. Guanshin, who didn't get anything, took back his arms awkwardly, and then hugged himself silently with pity. Shin Kaiyun caught the brother and sister steadily, and said with a smile and doting on his jade-like face, Okay, you are all adults, but you still like to act like a spoiled child like a child. Shin Lily acted like a spoiled child for a while, before letting go of her eldest brother, and then asked with a smile, Brother, why are you also in the Empire? Is Grandpa here too? Grandpa has to stay to look after the house, and can't come to the Empire. As for me, I just happened to have a holiday so I came here. Shin Kaiyun answered with a smile. TSK, the old man is so miserable. He can't even come to his granddaughter's engagement party, so pitiful. Shin Kaiyun said sympathetically and gloated. Ah, we are all in the Empire, but Grandpa is not with us. Won't Grandpa be angry with us? Shin Lily felt guilty for some reason. Shin Kaiyun thought of an old man who was in a bad mood and smiled, but said meaningfully, Who knows? Okay, let's not talk about Grandpa, Ali Kaiyun, let's go back first, everyone is waiting for you. Shin Kaiyun smiled gently. Yes, the family has specially prepared a welcoming banquet, and we can start the feast as soon as you go back. Guanshin thought of the big meal at home, and he grumbled, and then he couldn't wait to take out the suspension car and invite the three brothers and sisters to get on the car. Shinlili and Shinkayun, who had only drunk a bottle of nutrient solution, immediately became excited when they heard that there was a feast to eat. After the brother and sister looked at each other tacitly, Shinlili and Shinkayun got on the suspension car together. As for their grandfather, who stayed behind in the Federation, they completely forgot about him. Shinkayu, who was standing behind them, shook his head and laughed, then stepped onto the hovercraft. Chapter 297. Because they were in a hurry to eat, Shinlili and the others returned to the Guan family very quickly. The welcoming banquet was held in the Guan family lobby, and Guanchen brought them there. The people of the White Tiger clan were eating fruit and chatting with each other at the long table in the lobby. After seeing Shinlili coming, all the people of the Guan family instantly became excited, and some of them even gathered around excitedly to express their concern. Little Ollie, are you used to living in the Federation? Little niece, have the people in the Federation bullied you? Ollie, my dear grandson, why don't you stay in the Empire? You have lost so much weight in just a few days since you returned to the Federation. I, your second grandfather, am almost heartbroken. Faced with the concerns of the White Tiger clan, Shinlili patiently responded one by one. As for the invisible dragging and disdain of the Federation in the words of the people, Shinlili laughed at it, but still said a few good words for her hometown, the Federation. After chatting with the aunts and uncles for a while, Shinlili was let go by everyone, and then sat down with Shinkayun. Ollie, you have indeed lost a lot of weight. You should eat more later. Guansu, who was sitting in the first seat, could not hide the smile in his eyes when he saw Shinlili. After all, this is the most promising child in their Guan family. Okay, thank you, uncle. Shinlili replied with a smile. Guan Yu and Shintian on the side did not expect that their precious daughter would be so popular in the Guan family. While they were happy, their favorability towards the Guan family also soared. So after the welcoming banquet officially started, the Shin family and the Guan family were even more like a family, persuading each other to drink and eat. Shinlili originally thought that she could see brother Guan Jing today. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't see Guan Jing at the banquet. While she was confused, she couldn't help but frown slightly in worry. Thinking of the previous dream, Shinlili still asked Guan Chen on the light computer, Late Night Mecha Maniac, Cousin, where is brother Guan Jing? Why didn't I see him today? Guan Chen, who was showing off his fans on the opposite side, heard the prompt sound of the light computer, was stunned for a while, and then opened it to read the message. After reading the content, Guan Chen lowered his head and typed a reply, by Avian. Cousin is in the Beast God Temple, he will become the High Priest soon, so he can't come back. After Shinlili saw the message, her pupils shrank and trembled. Brother Guan Jing clearly told her that he would not become the High Priest. Was he forced, or was he actually lying to me at the beginning? Shinlili clenched her fists, but she didn't feel angry because she was deceived. What she was more worried about at the moment was whether Guan Jing was forced by the Beast God Temple. And if Guan Jing became the High Priest, then why would Grandpa advocate? Taking a deep breath, Shinlili continued to type and ask, Late Night Mecha Maniac, what happened? Why did brother Guan Jing suddenly become the High Priest? Late Night Mecha Maniac, is my grandpa okay? By Avian. Outsiders cannot enter the Beast God Temple, so I don't know. But I heard that it seems that Sixth Grandpa, that is, your grandpa, was asked by the elders of the Beast God Temple to advocate, and cousin Guan Jing is the candidate for the next High Priest, so he left with the people of the Beast God Temple the day before yesterday. By Aotian, if cousin Guan Jing becomes the High Priest, then Sixth Grandpa will definitely come back to the Guan family. At that time, the clan leader should arrange for us to go and pick up Sixth Grandpa home, and my little cousin will come with us. In the hearts of the imperial people, being able to become a High Priest is a matter of honor for the family. So Guan Chen didn't react much to his cousin leaving with the Beast God Temple. Instead, he was a little happy and proud. But Shinlili couldn't be happy at all. She always felt that something would happen next. After perfunctorily replying to Guan Chen, Shinlili put down her laptop with a heavy heart. Something must have happened in the Beast God Temple, so they were so anxious to change the High Priest. And Shinlili always had a premonition that if Guan Jing became the High Priest, then something very bad would definitely happen. But how could we stop all this from happening? Shinlili lowered her head and fell into deep thought. Ollie. Guanza called several times before Shinlili, who was distracted, came back to her senses. What's wrong with my uncle? Shinlili suppressed her worries and looked up at Guanzu in confusion. I heard that you are going to get engaged to that boy by Zhou soon. Guanza asked casually. Well, we hold the engagement party after the freshman mecha competition is over. Shen Lily replied absent-mindedly. Haha, that only take a month. Bai Zhou is a good guy with good vision and quick action. Ali, it won't be a loss if you get engaged to him. This guy's talent, strength and character are guaranteed. Guanzi obviously had a good impression of Bai Zhou. If Shen Lily represents the hope of the Federation, then Bai Zhou is the hope of the Empire. Bai Zhou's talent and strength are beyond SSS, and the most important thing is that he is the only pure-blooded royal family in the past 1,000 years. Guanzi thinks that this engagement partner is barely worthy of his niece. Shen Lily smiled and said nothing. If it weren't for Guan Yu's words, Shen Lily actually didn't want to get engaged. It's not Bai Zhou's problem, but Shen Lily thinks everyone is too young. At this age, one should study hard instead of wasting time on love affairs. But Shen Lily looked up at the white tigers, who were excitedly discussing this matter, and the smiling Shen Tian and his wife. In the end, Shen Lily lowered her head and fell silent. Chapter 298. After the welcoming banquet, Shen Lily returned to the bedroom that the Guan family had arranged for her. Because she had to visit Bai Zhou's parents tomorrow and choose the style of the engagement dress. So Shen Lily went to bed early. I just don't know if it's because of the reason that you dream at night. Shen Lily actually dreamed that she came to the gate of the Beast God Temple. It seems that a grand festival is being held today. Both sides of the gate of the Beast God Temple were surrounded by imperial orcs, who were watching the excitement. There was a lot of noise around, and everyone had a smile on their face. Shen Lily wanted to listen carefully to what they were saying, but she couldn't hear it clearly. Just then, the gate of the Beast God Temple opened, and 8 knights riding exotic beasts came out first. Then countless believers wearing priest robes filed out from the door. Some believers carried flower baskets and scattered flower petals while walking, some believers played music, and some believers waved sacrificial vessels. Shen Lily looked at the scene in front of her in confusion, not understanding what the Beast God Temple was doing. Until 12 Beast God Temple believers, carrying a luxurious sedan chair with a white gauze curtain, walked out of the gate of the Beast God Temple. She finally realized that the scene in front of her was actually the ceremony for the new high priest to take office. Shen Lily stood alone in the crowd, looking at Guan Jing in the sedan chair with an inexplicable sad look. Although he was wearing a complicated high priest costume, his exiled immortal temperament was not diminished at all. Did Brother Guan Jing, who had clearly promised her that he would not become a high priest after all? Shen Lily still stood there blankly until the team celebrating the new high priest's taking office walked away. Not knowing what she had thought of, Shen Lily suddenly turned around and walked quickly towards the Beast God Temple. Shen Lily's steps did not slow down until she found the outside of the temple dedicated to the Beast God. She walked carefully to the gate, and when she was about to peek inside, a burst of shouting came from the hall. Shen Lily trembled all over and almost fainted with fear. After taking a deep breath, Shen Lily relaxed, and then hurriedly stuck to the door, listening to the movement inside. Guan Monsong, I didn't expect you to have this day. Sitting in a wheelchair and becoming a disabled person, it must be uncomfortable. Si Long changed his usual cautiousness, and his voice was full of pride and arrogance. Outside the hall, Shen Lily's eyes widened in shock, and her eyes were full of doubts. Grandpa was obviously such a powerful person. How could he become a disabled person? Shen Lily clenched her fists and suppressed the urge to break in. No! Can't rush in now. If she wants to know the reason why her grandfather became disabled, she must be patient now. In the hall, Guan Monsong is no longer as strong as before, and the whole person is like a skeleton. He sat in the wheelchair lifelessly, allowing the priest in front of him to insult him arrogantly. Ignore me and ignore me. What qualifications do you have to ignore me? Do you think you are still the high priest you used to be? You are just an ant now, and I can take your life at any time. Si Long roared helplessly. Guan Monsong still closed his eyes, ignoring the jumping clown in front of him. After venting for a while, Si Long suddenly calmed down, and then his expression was full of joy and pride. Guan Monsong, do you know why I didn't kill you? Because I want you to see with your own eyes. What kind of miserable end will the person you have protected for 10 years have? In order to further stimulate Guan Monsong, Si Long directly exposed the secret that the man in front of him had kept for 10 years. Guan Monsong's palm, which was originally only bone, suddenly clenched, and even his breathing became heavier. And Si Long looked at the man in front of him who finally had emotions, and his face became more proud. Speaking of which, you are really a good grandfather. In order to protect your granddaughter, you did not hesitate to become a traitor to the Beast God. In the past 10 years, you have falsely spread the oracle, violated the will of God, and even consumed your life, which should have been Long to protect her. Si Long sighed. Enough, this is my own mistake, and I will bear it myself. Guan Monsong was finally stimulated and spoke. But his voice was old and hoarse, as if he would turn into a ball of sand and disappear from this world in the next second. Haha, you don't let me say it, but you insist on saying that you, Guan Monsong, didn't let Guan Jing become the high priest in order to prevent the god from coming and then killing your granddaughter. You even wanted to borrow the royal bloodline to continue to protect her after your death. Si Long finished speaking. He leaned over Guan Monsong, like a knife, and said word by word, Unfortunately, I want Guan Jing to become the high priest in advance, and I want you to see the end of your granddaughter with your own eyes. Shen Lily bit her lips and bled outside the hall, and her tears could not stop dripping on the ground. 10 years, it turns out that Grandpa has protected her for 10 years at all costs. Thinking of exchanging 10 years of life with Su Lily, Shen Lily has guessed that it was probably Grandpa who let her go to the modern world to protect her. It turns out that the bizarre time travel that I thought was caused by Grandpa's opposition to God and his life. The mysterious old man in my mind finally has a clear face. Shen Lily collapsed in tears and laughter, but she didn't dare to make a sound. If she wanted to know the truth, Shen Lily couldn't be discovered by the people inside. Only by knowing the truth could she have a chance to save herself and her grandfather. Chapter 299. In the hall, Si Long. How dare you? Guan Monsong was so angry that he trembled all over when he thought that his 10 years of hard work was about to go to waste. But with only one breath left, he didn't even have the strength to pass on information to the outside world, let alone kill the arrogant villain in front of him. Guan Monsong finally despaired. He closed his eyes tightly and collapsed in the wheelchair without struggling. Ha ha ha. Looking at the person who was once high and mighty being stepped on by him, Si Long finally laughed heartily. In order to continue stabbing, Si Long reminded him unintentionally, Speaking of which, Guan Jing is about to become the high priest now. Guan Monsong stopped talking and collapsed on the recliner like a dead man. Si Long didn't care, and said, as if he was entertaining himself, When Guan Jing officially becomes the high priest, his soul will be wiped out by the god himself, and then he will become a tool to kill your granddaughter. I remember that your granddaughter has a good relationship with Guan Jing. If she is killed by someone important to her, it must be a very desperate mood. Oh, I suddenly feel sorry for your granddaughter. Pity me, then you go to hell. As the voice fell, the smile on Si Long's mouth suddenly froze, and then he looked down with horror and saw a big hole in his chest. Si Long turned his head slowly and laboriously, and saw Shen Lily with bloodshot eyes and murderous aura all over his body. You. Si Long pointed at Shen Lily and wanted to say something, but the speed of death was faster, and he finally fell to the ground with his eyes open. Ollie! Guan Monsong shouted weakly, and with a bit of surprise. Shen Lily's murderous aura suffocated, and she knelt in front of her grandfather in panic, crying hoarsely, Grandpa, are you okay? Guan Monsong raised his hand with great effort, touched Shen Lily's head, and said with a relieved smile, Grandpa is fine, good child, you did a good job. Grandpa, you lied to me, you are almost dead. Grandpa, tell me, what can I do to save you? What can I do to save you? Shen Lily held the old man's hand tightly, her voice full of despair. Guan Monsong's body was completely withered at this moment. Shen Lily recalled all she had learned in her life, but there was no way to save her grandfather. She was unwilling, she was unwilling. She was unwilling to be helpless like this, watching her grandfather approach death step by step. Compared with Shen Lily, who was self-blaming and anxious, Guan Monsong didn't care about his own situation at all. He shook his head casually, and then comforted Shen Lily, Ollie, don't be sad, I don't regret it, and I'm even happy, because I will see your grandmother soon. I have been looking forward to this day, looking forward to it, but... Before he finished speaking, Guan Monsong's dry palm fell down weakly. Shen Lily looked at the old man who had stopped breathing, closed her eyes with a sad expression, and let the tears flow across her face. She wanted to let go of her fragility, and let herself cry happily, but when she thought of Si Long's words just now. Finally, Shen Lily took a deep breath, stood up and kowtowed to her grandfather, then turned and chased in the direction of Guan Jing. When Guan Jing officially becomes the high priest, his soul will be wiped out by that god. The devil's whispering in her mind made Shen Lily bite her lips anxiously and bleed. She quickened her pace and chased after him even more desperately. It's not too late, everything is still in time. Brother Guan Jing, wait for me. The ceremony for the new high priest will be held on the highest mountain in the imperial capital. Having been there once before, Shen Lily quickly arrived at the ceremony site. when she crossed the crowded crowd and finally arrived in front of the sacrificial platform. The ceremony has reached the last step. At this moment, everyone is waiting for Guanjing to sit on the holy throne representing the high priest. High priest. The MC who presided over the ceremony saw that Guanjing had not moved for a long time, and was a little confused, but still reminded him carefully. The man with a face like a god descended to the earth ignored the MC who urged him beside him, and still stared coldly at the holy throne in front of him, which symbolized the highest glory. How ridiculous! Because of this honor, he was abandoned by his parents since he was a child. Because of this honor, he could only reject everyone's kindness, and because of this honor, he didn't even have the qualifications to like someone. Just because Guanjing knew that he would die on the day he became the high priest. So instead of hurting others in the end, it is better not to give anyone hope from the beginning, and not to give yourself extravagant hopes. Guanjing closed his eyes tiredly, and when he opened his eyes again, his footsteps finally moved. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. But at the last step, he did not sit on it as everyone expected. Instead, he took out a snow-colored long sword from the space button hidden in his sleeve. High priest, what are you doing? The MC who presided over the ceremony shouted in horror. He was afraid that Guanjing would stab the sword into his chest in the next second. The people around him also found something wrong, and they all looked at the scene in front of them in shock. But Guanjing did not attack anyone, but crossed the long sword across his neck. Chapter 300. Brother Guanjing. Shenlili, who had just arrived, had not yet thought of how to stop Guanjing from becoming the high priest. She was horrified to see Guanjing preparing to commit suicide. No! Don't! Shenlili was terrified. Guanjing paused holding the sword, and his wooden eyes suddenly regained a little spirit. But looking at the girl who was running towards him, Guanjing did not stop committing suicide. He moved his lips a few times, and after saying something, he closed his eyes and let the long sword cut his throat. For a moment, everyone stopped breathing, and all looked at Guanjing who was about to commit suicide with horror. Some people wanted to stop him, but they were still a step too late, and could only watch his blood. The high priest's throne was stained red, and the girl's half-dress was also stained red. Shenlili's strength seemed to be drained suddenly, and she fell to the ground in a mess. Her eyes, which were bright as stars, were now blankly staring at the desperate scene in front of her. The high priest Guanjing, who used to love cleanliness, fell to the ground with blood all over his body. Like an abandoned broken doll, the surroundings were full of death and brokenness. After a long silence, Shenlili raised her hands tremblingly, and what came into view was her hands full of blood that was so red that it was dazzling. Why? Why didn't you let me save you? Shenlili's lips trembled, and she kept muttering like a madman. Little sister, wake up. Did you have a nightmare? Why are you crying so hard that you almost fainted? A familiar voice sounded in her subconscious, and Shenlili didn't have time to think about who it was. The sharp pain on her cheek made her sit up in shock from her dying illness. Hiss. Shenlili held her cheek, and gasped in pain. Shin Kai-yun saw that her sister finally woke up, and immediately hid her hands behind her back with a guilty conscience. Then she looked at her with concern. Little sister, what nightmare did you have? Look, your face is swollen from crying. Is it swollen from crying or beating? Don't you know what's going on? Shenlili rolled her eyes at her second brother in anger. But at this moment, Shenlili was not in the mood to argue with him. The bad dream she had just had really exhausted her physically and mentally. I don't know what's going on. Recently she dreams of her death, or the death of relatives and friends. I don't know if the people on the household registration book will be enough for her to dream about in the future. Shenlili rubbed her eyebrows with a headache, and couldn't help feeling a little irritated. Sister, you really can't blame me. I called you for a long time, but you seemed to be in a nightmare and couldn't be woken up. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I slapped you lightly. Shin Kai-yun said with a guilty conscience. Then your slap was really light. Although Shenlili was very grateful to her second brother for waking her up, the pain on her face made her want to strangle her second brother to death. Ahem, sister, Bai Zhou is waiting for you downstairs. Come down when you are done. I have something else to do, so I will leave first. After Shin Kai-yun finished speaking, he slipped away without waiting for Shenlili's reaction. Oh my god, if my mother knew that I had hit my little sister today, he would be in trouble. Shenlili looked at the door, that was closed with force, and shook her head helplessly. Then he summoned little Bai Zai from the spiritual space. Ollie, is there anything I can help you with? Little Bai Zai looked at his cub tenderly. Shenlili nodded, and told him about her recent dream. Sister Bai Zai, is this really just a dream? Shenlili said with fear in her voice. Everything in the dream was too real, as if she had experienced it herself. Xiao Baizhe was silent for a long time, and finally sighed softly. Ollie, this is not a dream, but the future. Future? Shenlily's hands and feet were instantly cold, and then she asked anxiously, that means my grandfather will die, and brother Guanjing will also die. Xiao Baizhe nodded heavily, and then explained patiently, Ollie, although you don't have the complete power of Baizhe, nightmares dare not approach you at all, so you can't dream, unless something in the future will seriously affect you, then you may have a predicted dream. Shenlily thought of the death and blood in the dream, and couldn't help clenching her fists, and asked in a low voice, can the future be changed? Xiao Baizhe. Understanding her own cub's feelings, she quickly comforted him, others can't, but you can. We auspicious beasts are the darlings of heaven and earth. As long as we don't affect the operation of the world, the way of heaven will usually turn a blind eye to what we do. Shenlily was relieved when she heard this, and finally showed a little smile on her face and said, that's good, Sister Baizhe. Do you know when this dream will come true? Little Baizhe shook his head and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Ali, I can't guarantee it, but it's usually within these few days, or at most within a few months. Okay, I know, thank you, Sister Baizhe, I'm fine, you go back. Shenlily smiled gratefully. Well, call me if you have anything. After saying this, little Baizhe turned into a stream of light, and drilled into Shenlily's forehead. After little Baizhe went back, Shenlily's face fell. She had a hunch that the time in the dream would be these few days. And she was worried about leaving Grandpa alone in the Beast God Temple. It seems that she must go to the Beast Temple. Chapter 301. After making the decision, Shenlily was not going to delay. She thought about going to the royal family with Baizhou for a while, and then going straight to the Beast Temple. But, when they get there, how can they save Grandpa and Guanjing? Because there are too many headaches. Baizhou saw Shenlily's dilemma at a glance. Ollie, is there anything I can help with? Baizhou's beautiful eyes were full of concern and love. Shenlily was eating breakfast. Hearing this, she looked up at Baizhou. Although she was a little hesitant, she still said tentatively, Zhou, I don't want Grandpa and Guanjing to be high priests. Do you think it's possible? Hearing Guanjing's name, Baizhou's eyes darkened a little, but the smile on his face became brighter, and he said, why? Isn't it good to be a high priest? This is a very sacred duty. Sitting next to Baizhou, Shen Kaiyun, who was eating breakfast happily, suddenly felt a murderous aura. He looked up in confusion and saw Baizhou, who was smiling like a flower. But this bright and sunny smile of a big boy gave him an inexplicable illusion. The strong sense of crisis made Shen Kaiyun not act like a demon, but quietly lowered his head and continued to drink porridge. Shenlily was not surprised to hear Baizhou's words. After all, in the eyes of normal imperial orcs, only those with a bump on their heads would not want to be the high priest. But only Shenlily knew that anyone could become the high priest, except Guanjing and Grandpa. Thinking of this, Shenlily's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, since anyone can do it, why not do it yourself? As long as she becomes the high priest, can't she save Grandpa and Guanjing? Baizhou had been observing Shenlily, and when he saw her suddenly sunny expression, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. Could it be that Ollie wanted to become the high priest herself? If she became the high priest, she would not be allowed to get married. Thinking of this possibility, Baizhou's heartbeat stopped for a second. Ollie, we are about to get engaged. Do you have any requirements for the banquet? Baizhou reminded her quickly just in case. He didn't want his future of happy ending to suddenly become a bad ending. Especially for the old guy Guanjing. Hearing the word engagement, Shenlily remembered that as she became the high priest, she could not get engaged to Baizhou. After 6 months of getting along, Shenlily also vaguely guessed Baizhou's feelings for her. If he regretted the engagement now, what should Baizhou do? Why would he become the sacrifice for saving her grandfather and Guanjing? Besides, she herself didn't want to be trapped in the Beast God Temple for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Shenlily rubbed her brows with a headache, and finally gave up the idea of becoming the high priest. I can handle the banquet. Just listen to your arrangements. Shenlily said with a tired look on her face. Okay. Baizhou's mood instantly turned from cloudy to sunny. But seeing Shenlily's sad expression, he immediately asked distressfully, Ollie, can I ask you why you don't want your grandfather and Guanjing to become high priests? Baizhou knew that this hurdle could not be jumped over, so it was better to ask now than to be passive in the future. Shen Kaiyun, who had been silent and invisible, also asked with some doubt, Yes, little sister, hasn't Grandpa always been the high priest? Why do you suddenly oppose it? Faced with the two people's questions, Shenlili hesitated for a while, but still told the truth. I dreamed that Grandpa and Guanjing were in danger. Grandpa would be framed by the man called Si Longji, and Guanjing would commit suicide on the day he became the high priest. I didn't want them to be in trouble, so I didn't want them to become the high priest. Shenlili still had some lingering fears when she thought of the scene in the dream. But when Shenlili was worried and anxious, Shin Kaiyun suddenly couldn't help laughing wildly. Puchi, ha ha ha, I laughed to death. Bai Zhou, did you hear that? My sister took the dream as true. I laughed to death. Shin Kaiyun laughed with joy and patted Bai Zhou's shoulder exaggeratedly. Bai Zhou gave face. His expression did not break, but looked at Shenlili with a doting look. Ali must have been frightened by her nightmare, so she started to think wildly. However, Ali's frightened expression is so cute, I really want to touch her to comfort her. Facing the distrustful eyes of the two and Shin Kaiyun's increasingly rampant smile, Shenlili finally broke out in silence. Her eyes sharpened, and a terrifying SSS mental pressure instantly filled the entire restaurant. Shin Kaiyun, who was still laughing wildly, suddenly froze the smile on his face, and sat down obediently from the heart. Bai Zhou couldn't help but straighten his back and swallowed silently. This was the first time he saw Ali angry. It was really scary. Looking at the two people who finally calmed down, Shenlili exhaled, and then said seriously, I'm not kidding, in these few days, Grandpa will die, Guanjing will also die, I don't want them to die. Seeing his sister's expression, almost crying with anger, Shin Kaiyun still felt a little ridiculous. But after all, it was related to the life safety of his grandfather, so he didn't dare to be careless, and finally chose to believe his sister. Bai Zhou didn't care whether it was true or not, since Ali said it was true, it was true. If it wasn't true, it could be made true. After the three people were finally on the same channel, Shin Kaiyun was the first to ask, Little sister, you just said that if you don't let them become high priests, you can save them, right? Shenlili nodded quickly and said, Yes, as long as Grandpa is in the Beast God Temple, he will be in danger, and as long as Guanjing becomes the high priest, he will die regardless of homicide or suicide. After listening, Shin Kaiyun pondered for a while, turned his head, and looked at Bai Zhou and said, You are more familiar with the Empire, tell me your method first. Chapter 302. Seeing that his beloved girl and his second uncle's eyes were all on him, Bai Zhou coughed nervously, then his eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Shenlili and Shin Kaiyun looked at Bai Zhou with horror at the same time. Although the Beast God Temple was wrong, it was not so bad. Moreover, if the orc cubs want to become humans, they have to go through the ceremony presided over by the high priest to get the blessing of the Beast God. The brother and sister have both experienced the blessing of the Beast God, and naturally understand how important it is to the Empire. Just when the two were nervously thinking about how to persuade Bai Zhou suddenly laughed and said, It's just a joke, to liven up the atmosphere. I will naturally not be a fool who kills the chicken to get the eggs. Shenlili and Shin Kaiyun breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Bai Zhou in silence. Bai Zhou looked at the two people who were more nervous than himself, and the smile in his eyes deepened as he said, Since Grandpa and Guanjing can't be the high priest, then choose a new high priest, but... When he said this, Bai Zhou hesitated for a moment. But Shin Kaiyun urged directly, But what? Tell me quickly. Shenlili's heart was also hanging. Bai Zhou hesitated a little, but still said, It's easy to let Grandpa leave the Beast God Temple, but Guanjing may not be so easy. It's not that Bai Zhou is jealous, but Guanjing is not only the recognized next high priest, but there are some hidden secrets in it. Why? Although Guanjing is good, he is not indispensable. Shin Kaiyun asked puzzledly. That's not the reason. Bai Zhou sighed, and then told the secret that only the royal family and the high-level officials of the Beast God Temple knew. After listening to this, Shin Kaiyun took a breath, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, You said Guanjing is the future god. Bai Zhou nodded and said, Yes, this is a secret of the Empire. I also heard from my father that on the day Guanjing was born, the Beast God Temple also received a divine decree at the same time. The general content is that Guanjing is the body that God is looking for himself in the world. When he becomes the high priest, he will inherit everything from God. Wow, this sounds good. Shin Kaiyun was jealous. Inheriting everything from God, doesn't that mean Guanjing will become a god? Then if we prevent him from becoming a high priest, wouldn't it be preventing him from getting promoted and making money? Thinking of this, Shin Kaiyun asked his sister carefully, Little sister, are you sure we want to stop him from becoming the high priest? This doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Shin Kaiyun even felt that if someone stopped him from getting promoted and getting rich, he would definitely let that person stand shoulder to shoulder with the coffin forever. Inheriting everything from God, will he really be Guan Jing at that time? Second brother, Zhou, if you are allowed to inherit everything from God, but the price is to let your soul be wiped out, are you still willing? Shen Lili sneered. If she hadn't had a precognitive dream and knew the truth, she might really think this would be a good thing. Shen Kaiyun and Bai Zhou looked at each other, and saw the heaviness in each other's eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became cold again, and finally Bai Zhou shook his head helplessly and said, "If you can't move the beast temple, it is impossible to stop Guan Jing from becoming the high priest unless there is an existence that the beast temple cannot resist. Moreover, let's not talk about the strength of the beast god temple, just talking about his influence in the empire. If you want to move him, you will have to break your bones. I think there is no hope. How could there be an existence in this world that the beast god temple dare not resist?" Shen Kaiyun was depressed. Bai Zhou also sighed, and suddenly began to sympathize with Guan Jing. If he had known that his rival was so miserable, he would have been more polite to him, at least not calling Guan Jing uncle. Unlike the two people's depression, Shen Lili touched her chin thoughtfully. The existence that the beast god temple cannot resist, isn't it the beast god? And the beast god is Bai Zhe, and Bai Zhe is me. In other words, I am the existence that the beast god temple cannot resist. Shen Lili's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, her previous vision was too small. She only thought about being a high priest and working for the beast god temple. Why didn't she think of being her own boss? Oh no. Being a beast god. Obviously, she can be the beast god herself. Why should she work for the high priest? But it is also a big problem to make the beast god temple believe that she is the beast god. Although she has the power of Bai Zhe, her beast body is still a white tiger. Isn't this just like a non-Chinese coming to recognize relatives, and the dragon people can see it at a glance? Unless she becomes an adult, Shen Lili will receive all the power of Bai Zhe, and the beast body will gradually transform into Bai Zhe. But there is no time at all. By the time her beast body becomes Bai Zhe, Guan Jing's body can be turned into ashes. Sister Bai Zhe, is there any way to make my beast body become Bai Zhe first? Shen Lili asked in her heart. Yes, as long as I attach myself to you, I can temporarily become Bai Zhe's beast body. Little Bai Zhe said very powerfully. Okay. Sister Bai Zhe, I may need your help later, I'm going to trouble you. Shen Lili smiled in surprise. As long as you need it, I'm willing to help. Little Bai Zhe said in a gentle voice. Well, thank you, Sister Bai Zhe. Shen Lili was so moved that she almost cried. She was really lucky. When she encountered difficulties, she didn't need to fight alone. There were always many people to help her. Shen Lili took a deep breath, suppressed the emotion in her heart, then raised her head solemnly, looked at her two friends, and said, Maybe I have a way. Chapter 303. After listening to Shen Lili's method, Bai Zhou and Shen Kaiyun looked at each other in surprise. Both of them thought that their sister and wife were a little too bold. They even dared to come up with the idea of pretending to be the beast god. If the beast god temple discovered the truth, they would definitely be happy to get the service of the world-end battle royale. Finally, Shen Kaiyun said tactfully, Little sister, should we change to a safer method? After all, the beast god temple cannot have a method to identify the real beast god and the fake beast god. If we are discovered at that time, we will not be able to leave the beast god temple. As long as he thought of the consequences of being exposed, Shen Kaiyun's legs began to tremble. He has not married a wife or had children yet, and he doesn't want to die young now. Oh. Looking at her second brother's useless appearance, Shen Lili rolled her eyes and said speechlessly, Don't worry, it will never be exposed. After all, it was true. Shen Kaiyun, He really wanted to know who gave his sister the courage to make her lose sight of her own B number. Seeing that he couldn't persuade his sister, Shen Kaiyun could only look at Bai Zhou, hoping that his future brother-in-law would stop his sister from committing suicide. But except for being a little surprised at the beginning, Bai Zhou looked at Shen Lili with a smile afterwards. Ollie, do whatever you want to do, I take care of everything. Bai Zhou looked at the girl opposite with a doting look, and a little affectionate. Shen Kaiyun's face was immediately paralyzed. He was wrong, he shouldn't have counted on a love-brained person. Well, thank you, Zhou. After Shen Lili finished her words with a smile, the three of them began to act on their plan. First, Bai Zhou held Shen Lili, who had turned into little Bai Zhe, and deliberately appeared near a well-known paparazzi. After he took a few photos with his clumsy tracking skills, Bai Zhou took Shen Lili and hid away to hide his merits and fame. Will this trick work? What if the people in the Beast Temple don't look at the Star Network? Shen Kaiyun, who had been waiting on the side, said a little worriedly like an old mother. "Don't worry, even if they didn't see it, I will find a way to make them see it." Shinlili, who had 2 little horns on her head, raised her little head with confidence. Baijo, who was touched by the cuteness, raised his hand and doted on his future wife's soft and furry little head. The obvious smile at the corner of his mouth made people see his good mood at a glance. Okay, as long as there are no problems. Shin Kaiyun did not ask what method he had, because his sister would not tell him anyway. As expected by the 3, the paparazzi uploaded the photo to the Star Network immediately after getting it. At first, netizens were immersed in Baijo's gorgeous beauty, except for a lot of fans who wanted to have children for him. Only a few people noticed Shinlili, who was specially held in the center by Baijo. 2 birds in love. Hey, what kind of pet is this? How come I have never seen it before? Master, don't turn on the light, it's me. No matter what it is, it's so cute, I want the same one. There is a demon in the crotch. By the way, do you think this pet looks a bit like our beast god? The netizen who spoke hesitated, but still made the barrage quiet for a while. Until a Star Network archaeologist took out a photo of Shinlili and compared it with a photo of the beast god. The 100% similarity instantly caused the entire Empire Star Network to explode. Good people have flat chests all their lives. Damn it, I really saw the beast god. Sisters, I am not dreaming. The school collapsed, and it was sunny. Let's not talk about whether it is a dream or not. How could the beast god be with the royal family? Shouldn't he be worshipped in the beast god temple? Women who are not arrogant are easily dumped. The above person said the key point. I asked my second uncle who is a believer in the beast god temple, and they didn't know the news at all. I'm afraid that the royal family wants to hide the beast god privately. Without Baijo and his men's secret operation, the news that the royal family found the beast god spread throughout the empire in an instant. The beast god temple also received the news. Although it was a little unbelievable, they still came to the palace in ecstasy. In the imperial garden of the palace, Baijo was holding Shinlili with an embarrassed look on his face, and said, "Could it be a mistake? This is just a pet. How could it be His Majesty the Beast God?" There were 3 priests from the Beast God Temple. Except for Guan Monsong, who could remain calm, the other 2 looked at Shinlili with fiery eyes from the beginning. Head of a tiger, body of a unicorn, 2 horns on his head, goat beard, all white, like the white tiger tribe, and a pair of wings. That's right, this is His Majesty the Beast God. After confirming what they thought in their hearts, the 2 priests looked at each other and began to persuade Baijo to give up Shinlili and take her back to the Beast God Temple. But Baijo kept refusing that they had made a mistake, until finally he seemed helpless and sent Shinlili to Guan Monsong's arms. "Whether Xiaobai is the Beast God or not, she is my friend. I hope you can treat her well," Baijo said, pretending to be sad. "Don't worry, Your Highness Baijo. The Beast God Temple has a way to test it. If it's not, we will send it back to you intact," the 2 priests said politely. "Then I'm relieved. You can go." Baijo waved his hand, as if he was heartbroken. The priests who achieved their goal did not stay, said goodbye to Baijo, and prepared to return to the Beast God Temple. But before leaving, Guan Monsong looked at Baijo meaningfully, and then left with Shinlili in his arms. Baijo didn't care about Guan Monsong's gaze. After watching a few people leave, he said, as if muttering to himself, "The next thing is up to you." Chapter 304. Shinlili, who was taken away on the other side, also started her performance. According to Shinlili's plan, they first made false news to deceive the Beast God Temple, and let them believe that the royal family really found the Beast God. After they took the initiative to come to the door, and took Shinlili to the Beast God Temple. Shinlili then drove Guan Jing and her grandfather out of the Beast God Temple for various reasons. So at this moment, she wanted to perform an arrogant and domineering Beast God. As long as any priest made her dissatisfied, she would immediately scratch him with a claw. However, when the claws touched the flesh, Shinlili hesitated for a moment, and softly bent the claws slightly, only scratching a few holes in their clothes. So when they finally returned to the Beast God Temple, except for Guan Monsong, whose clothes were only torn in a few places, the priest robes of the other 2 priests were almost turned into beggars' clothes. But the 2 priests didn't care at all, and even worried that the clothes would hurt Shinlili's claws, and kept smiling and trying to please her. Shinlili was also bored by their licking dog attitude. He turned his head in another direction and ignored them. Guan Monsong took in the actions of the few people, and a faint smile appeared on the corners of his lips. The destination of Guan Monsong and his group was the meeting hall of the Beast God Temple. At this moment, the hall was already full of people, and even the 12 priests, who were rarely seen at ordinary times, were basically all here. When they saw Guanmon and his group, all the priests and believers looked at him. No, it should be said that it was the little cub in his arms. Tiger head, Qilin body, 2 horns on the head, goat beard, snow white body, and a pair of feather wings like the white tiger tribe. That's right, this is their beast god. After confirming this, all the priests' eyes were instantly hot, waiting for Guanmon to hold Shenlili and stand in the first place. The 12 chief priests, with all the believers, all respectfully turned to Shenlili and made a solemn salute. Greetings to the beast god. Facing the pious worship of everyone, Shenlili just nodded her head lightly, and continued to raise her chin and look down at everyone indifferently. The contemptuous eyes seemed as if everyone was just an ant in her eyes. And the 12 chief priests of the beast god temple were not all as pious as they seemed. For example, at this moment, Silong, one of the 12 chief priests, had an expression on his face that he was thinking about the beast god temple. High priest, since the beast god is back, let's test it quickly. It would be bad if we make a mistake. Although the other priests were somewhat dissatisfied with Silong's rudeness to the beast god, who had just been found. But this matter is indeed of great importance, and everyone agreed after looking at each other. Guanmon did not object, and after answering coldly, he carried Shenlili to the beast god hall. The beast god hall is a bit like the ancestral temple of the White Tiger clan, and there is also a statue of Baizé enshrined in the hall. Shenlili looked at the familiar furnishings around her, and instantly understood how the test would be done later. Sister Baizé, will the test be okay later? Shenlili asked in her heart with some worry. Don't worry, Ali, you are the real thing. Little Baizé was in a state of possession at the moment, so he could quickly answer Shenini's questions. Okay. After listening to Xiao Baizé's words, Shenlili came out of Guanmon's arms with peace of mind, as if she had taken a reassurance pill. Then she stood proudly and indifferently on the test bench, waiting for the test to begin. In the eyes of everyone's nervous expectation, a golden energy suddenly overflowed from the eyebrows of Baizé's statue, and then kept spinning around Shenlili. It was not until a drop of Shenlili's hard blood was taken that the golden energy returned to the eyebrows of Baizé's statue. I have no regrets in my life to see the test of Lord Beast God. Among the priests waiting under the stage, an old priest covered his chest with emotion and said, The statue of Lord Beast God has a reaction, which means that it must be His Majesty the Beast God. The other priests also said excitedly, The matter has not yet come to a conclusion. Don't rush to draw a conclusion. What if it is not? Priest Silong said with a stern face, and ruthlessly poured cold water. Priest Silong, there is something wrong with what you said. If you don't know, you might think you don't want His Majesty the God of Beasts to come back. A young priest was dissatisfied with Silong's tone, and couldn't help but glare at him. Yes, he has been targeting His Majesty the God of Beasts since just now. His companion also said with hostility. Although Silong would question, he didn't dare to disrespect the God of Beasts, so he was instantly angry when he heard the two people slander. He looked at these two young priests, who didn't know how to live or die, with cold eyes. When they were about to say something, they were suddenly interrupted by the high priest. If you make any more noise, get out. Guanmon frowned and looked at the priests with cold eyes. All the priests immediately fell silent, not daring to refute at all. Even the arrogant Silong could only snort in dissatisfaction. After the priests finally quieted down, the center of the eyebrows of the Baizé statue on the stage also lit up. A dazzling golden totem light instantly illuminated the entire Beast God Hall. All the priests and believers stared at the scene in surprise. Chapter 305. Shenlili thought that this test would be like the one in the White Tiger clan's ancestral temple, except that the forehead of the statue would shine. But she didn't expect that after the Baizé statue was lit up, the entire statue began to glow. Then, a beam of light suddenly shot up from the Baizé statue, instantly breaking the silence of the imperial capital. This mighty movement in the sky also strongly attracted the attention of countless imperial works. At this moment, they all looked in the direction of the light column, with shocking amazement and pure confusion in their eyes. What is this? But it's so big, so bright, and so flashing. Which Taoist fellow is here to transcend the tribulation and ascend to heaven? Looking at the direction, it seems to be the direction of the Beast God Temple. What is said on the Star Network is not true. Yes, how could I forget His Majesty the Beast God? This movement must have been caused by His Majesty the Beast God. No, I have to go over and take a look. The orcs who were still discussing this movement associated this movement with His Majesty the Beast God. They all suddenly understood, and then they rushed to the direction of the Beast God Temple. If they rushed over now, they might have a chance to witness the elegance of their beast god temple. Shenlili was also a little confused in the beast god temple, looking at the light column in front of her. She really wanted to pretend to be cool these days, so that she could drive her grandfather and brother Guanjing out of the beast god temple as she pleased. But now, isn't this pretending to be too cool a bit? Shenlili looked at the roof that had a big hole in it because of the sky-high light column, and she couldn't help but swallow her saliva silently with a guilty conscience. The decoration of the beast god temple is quite luxurious, and it seems that they are not short of money, so they won't ask her to pay for it, right? The priests had no idea what Shenlili was thinking. At this moment, they were all stunned by the shocking scene in front of them. When they finally reacted, their eyes sparkled as they looked at the little cub on the stage. Unexpectedly, it was really the beast god. The priests and believers who had doubts about Shenlili's identity had all dispelled their doubts at this moment. If this wasn't him, then who else could it be? In excitement, all the priests and believers knelt on one knee devoutly, and then shouted solemnly, "Welcome back, His Majesty the Beast God." Shenlili, who was still in a daze, was also called back to her senses by this loud voice. After a moment of stunned silence, she quickly managed her arrogant expression, and then pretended to be high and mighty, and looked down at everyone. When the time was almost up, she officially said, "Since my identity has been confirmed, I have 3 requests. I wonder if you can meet them. Your Highness the Beast God, please tell me. Don't just say 3 requests. Even if it's 10, we can do it." The first priest who spoke was the one who sent Shenlili back. At this moment, he was smiling at Shenlili in a flattering way. The other priests also nodded, as a matter of course. The Beast God Temple was originally for the service of the Beast God. It was natural to meet all the requirements of the Beast God. Shenlili didn't expect that her identity would be so convenient. After being surprised, she smiled with satisfaction and said, "Very good, my first request is to replace the High Priest." As soon as these words came out, the people in the audience fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at each other in a daze, not knowing whether to agree to the seemingly rude request of His Highness the Beast God. Some people even swallowed nervously, and looked at Guanmon, who was standing in the first place. I don't know how this high priest offended His Majesty the God of Beasts. As soon as he came back, he wanted to take away his position as the high priest. Facing the sympathetic or gloating eyes of the crowd, Guanmon still stood there indifferently, as if he didn't care at all about the high priest's position that was taken away from him. Shenlili looked at the hesitant expressions of the crowd, and knew that her request was too hasty, but she couldn't stay in the empire for a few days, so she had to make a quick decision. Shenlili didn't know what the other priests were thinking. Anyway, Si Long was almost crazy with joy at the moment. So he was the first to stand up and responded loudly. Since the current high priest makes His Majesty the God of Beasts dissatisfied, he should be replaced. I, Si Long, am willing to be the first to support His Majesty the God of Beasts. After the first bird came out, the other priests looked at each other. Although they didn't agree, they all lowered their heads by default. Compared with the high priest and the beast god, they could still tell which one was more important. Guanmon, who was isolated by the crowd, didn't care. He took off the high priest's clothes neatly, and handed it to the priest next to him. "High priest." The priest who took the robe shouted hesitantly. He was speaking up for the high priest. He didn't even understand why the beast god would target the high priest. But Guanmon just shook his head at him, signaling him not to be impulsive. He saluted Shenlili, then put on a snow-white middle coat, turned around, and left the beast god hall without any nostalgia. Except for Si Long, who looked gloating, everyone in the hall looked at the high priest with mixed feelings. Shenlili also watched her grandfather leave silently, until he could no longer see his figure. She retracted her gaze and continued, "Very good, thank you all for meeting my first request. My second request is that you recommend a new high priest." Chapter 306. Unlike the indifference of the first request, after hearing the second request, everyone in the Beast God Hall was instantly excited. After all, no one in the Empire would not want to be a high priest, especially someone from the Beast God Hall. "Your Highness, I have been in the Beast God Hall for 10 years. What do you think of me?" Si Long was the first to confidently recommend himself. He looked so confident, as if the position of high priest was in his pocket. Shenlili neither agreed nor objected, but just smiled and did not answer. Seeing this, the other 11 priests also recommended themselves. Only one priest hesitated and said, "Haven't we already decided on priest Guanjing for the position of the next high priest?" Finally hearing what he wanted, Shenlili immediately perked up and quickly interrupted, "Who is Guanjing?" When the name was mentioned, All the priests stopped and started to look at each other again. In the end, it was Si Long who took the initiative to say the first thing to please Shenlili. Priest Guanjing is the next high priest you personally appointed. When he was born, we received your divine will. Oh, I have never issued this divine will, and I don't know which lonely wild god pretended to be me. Now I demand that this impostor be expelled from the beast temple immediately. After Shenlili heard this, she immediately became dramatic and sneered with an angry expression. In order to increase the credibility of her anger, Shenlili's mental power, as if she was angry, surged out uncontrollably. Under such a terrifying mental pressure, all the priests and believers around were like prey being strangled by the hunter, with only panic and fear in their hearts. He even dared not to resist because he was afraid of being beaten. Don't blame your highness, the beast god. The believers will drive Guanjing out right now. Si Long flattered him fearfully and servilely. Shenlili nodded with satisfaction and smiled at Si Long approvingly. Being looked at by his own highness, the beast god, with such admiring eyes, the pride in Si Long's heart almost broke through the sky in an instant. After looking at everyone with pride, he raised his head and chest and prepared to walk out. Wait a minute. Suddenly Shenlili called Si Long again, who had already walked to the door. Si Long was stunned for a moment, then turned around with some doubts, saluted to Shenlili and said, Your Highness, is there anything else you want to tell me? Shenlili raised the corner of her mouth in an ambiguous way and said, Just in case, let's go together. Okay. Si Long was a little confused, but he didn't dare to refuse, so he could only agree attentively. The other priests and believers could only look at each other, as if they were watching a good show, and then slowly followed. When the group arrived at the courtyard where Guanjing was, everyone saw the young man who looked like a fairy at a glance. Guanjing was wearing a pure white robe at the moment, which made him look even more pure. His face without any decoration was even more beautiful like a god, and almost everyone could fall in love with him with just one look. Compared with the people who were amazed, Si Long probably felt that the position of high priest was definitely his. So at this moment, he said to Guanjing directly and unceremoniously, Guan family kid, let me tell you, our beast god temple has exposed your lies. You are not the next high priest at all. Now be conscious and get out of the beast god temple. Everyone who was still infatuated with the beauty was suddenly pulled back by Si Long's arrogant voice. Those who had not yet enjoyed the scenery immediately looked at Si Long, who was destroying the atmosphere every moment. Such a beautiful fairyland was destroyed by this bastard. Shenlili thought that Si Long was quite good today, and everything he did was to her liking. If this guy was not her grandfather's mortal enemy, Shenlili would still like such a subordinate. After shaking her head with regret in her heart, Shenlili looked at Guanjing again, waiting for his answer. At this time, Guanjing, who was being watched by everyone, was still sitting on the stone chair without panic, as if everyone present was air. It was not until he heard Si Long's malicious words that he had a little reaction. Are you sure? Guanjing's voice seemed to be a little puzzled. Oh, of course, if you know what's good for you, get out now, we can still give you some face. Si Long said disdainfully. Okay. Guanjing was originally threatened and coerced. He was unwilling to stay in the beast god temple any longer. He stood up and avoided everyone, and walked directly towards the gate of the beast god temple. The scene of Guanjing's departure was as beautiful as a poem or a painting. But in Si Long's eyes, he seemed to see a dog that had lost its home, which made his face full of pride at this moment. It's no wonder that he was not proud. Almost all the important people of the Guan family in the beast god temple left today. What does this mean? Doesn't this mean that in the future, this beast god temple will belong to him, Si Long? Thinking of this, Si Long's eyes became more ambitious. Now he only needs the position of high priest, and he can legitimately become the high priest of the beast god temple, second only to one person, and above 10,000 people. Chapter 307. Just when Si Long was happily imagining the future, the voice of the beast god suddenly came from behind. I'm sorry, Priest Si Long, I don't think you are suitable for the priest, so you should leave too. Shenlili's lips were 36 degrees, and she said the words of -36 degrees indifferently. Si Long's little heart, which was still excited and ecstatic, was instantly as cold as if it was wrapped by a 1,000-year glacier. Your Highness the beast god, you are mistaken, right? I am so loyal, how could you not want me? Si Long didn't want to believe this was true. He was about to become the high priest, how could he believe this was true? Priest Si Long believed in himself. You didn't hear wrong, although you are indeed loyal, but have you really forgotten all the dirty things you have done? Shenlili looked at Si Long, who was still struggling to death, with cold eyes. Before coming to the beast god temple, Lily specially asked by Joe to investigate his information. After reading the information, it was as she expected, and it really gave her a lot of surprises. The priests and believers on the side raised their eyebrows and looked at each other, and finally lowered their heads to eat melons silently. Some priests who had grudges with Si Long pricked up their ears and watched the excitement more excitedly. Only Si Long's pupils trembled, and he obviously knew that what he had done was known by his own beast god. Yes, beast god is a god. How could he not know? Thinking of this, he immediately knelt down and began to confess with tears in his eyes. Beast god, I was wrong. Please don't drive me away. Si Long really knows that I was wrong. Please give me another chance, just once. He kowtowed as he spoke, and his appearance was as miserable as it could be. Many priests who had a good relationship with Si Long on weekdays could not help but soften their hearts at this moment. A few people were about to plead for mercy, but they heard Lily's next words. Priest Si Long, when you suppressed your colleagues, strangled the genius of the beast god temple, and protected your family's evil deeds, why didn't you think about this day? Do you think such a person is still suitable to be a priest who saves the world and serves the gods? Lily's words were cold and sharp, and he had no intention of showing mercy. There were several people in the crowd who had been suppressed or even had their talents destroyed. After hearing this, their eyes were red with sadness. They were all small people. They were bullied and suppressed, and they could only grit their teeth to bear it. They should not resist at all. It was because they knew that the result of resistance was nothing more than an egg hitting a stone. The lightest was to be driven out of the beast god temple, and the worst was not even a chance to keep a piece of corpse. Rather than dying silently like this, it is better to keep a broken life. At least you can linger and look forward to seeing Si Long's retribution one day. Look, their once arrogant Si Long priests, isn't he getting retribution now? Those priests and believers with red eyes thought very happily at this moment. There are also some priests who originally planned to plead, but after listening, they finally sighed deeply, closed their eyes, and ignored Si Long. Others may say lies, but these words are said by His Majesty the Beast God himself, and there is absolutely no possibility of adulteration. Not killing such a person, who ruined the reputation of the Beast God Temple, is already a soft-hearted mercy of His Majesty the Beast God. Si Long also knew that there was no hope for him to stay, but he still knocked his forehead against the ground, and his fingertips even bled. In the end, he didn't know whether he gave up or accepted his fate, but he suddenly laughed crazily. He laughed so hard that everyone was terrified, and then he suddenly raised his head, and then stared at Lily fiercely and said, I am not wrong, I did nothing wrong. People who don't work for themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. Why do you say I am wrong? Lily looked at the crazy man in front of her, and still looked at him calmly. Yes, you are not completely wrong. Si Long was stunned, and looked at Lily blankly, not understanding why she agreed with him again. The priests and believers around him looked at Lily with disapproval. If they didn't know Si Long's background before, it would be fine, but now that they know the reason, who would agree to let such a person stay in the Beast God Temple? Lily ignored everyone's gazes, and continued coldly, but that only applies to ordinary people. If you were an ordinary person, everything you did would only be a matter of character. But you are a priest representing the Beast God Temple. As a priest who saves the world, you are in your position, but you don't fulfill your responsibilities. Instead, you become the leader of harming the people. I have shown mercy by not killing you to clean up the mess. After hearing this, the other priests also began to persuade, yes, Priest Si Long, the Beast God has shown mercy, so you should leave quickly. Ha, 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 I, Si Long, have been a priest for more than 10 years, and have never been criticized by the Beast God, but you want to drive me away as soon as you come back? Yes, you are definitely not the Beast God. If you were the Beast God, how could you drive me away? Si Long's eyes turned red, and a murderous aura instantly emerged from his body. Then a frenzied and violent mental power suddenly emerged from his body. Then he raised his hand and waved forward. Countless dead servants jumped out from every corner, and then attacked Lily with murderous intent. The priests were frightened by the scene before their eyes, and before they could be shocked by Si Long's audacity, they saw the Beast God in danger with their hearts and livers broken. Si Long, stop! You are crazy! This is the Beast God. If the Beast God suffers the slightest loss, your Jialong clan will become the center of our empire. If you don't consider yourself, you have to consider your family. Once you attack the Beast God today, your Jialong clan will be doomed. The priests protected Lily behind them, and scolded sternly. Chapter 308. But at this moment, Si Long had already fallen into madness, and he didn't care about the noise around him at all, and he was still determined to kill Lily. Damn it! I can't persuade him at all. This man is a lunatic. Don't persuade him. It's useless, don't you understand? Long is completely crazy. The priest sighed and stopped persuading him. They quickly used their mental power to resist the attack of Deadpool. As the protagonist of this incident, Shinlili herself was not panicked at all, and still observed everyone with calm eyes. She had expected the current situation a long time ago. She had seen a lot of people like Long, who just pretended to be pitiful and innocent after making a mistake. Once pretending to be pitiful was useless, he would start to go crazy and kill people. And if such people can't be kept away, it will be a disaster. Thinking of everything that her grandfather had experienced in the dream, Shinlili's eyes instantly turned cold. A terrifying mental force bound everyone in an instant. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, either horrified or admiring, Shinlili coldly directed her mental power and made a fist. Long, who was still roaring like crazy, suddenly seemed to be restrained by something, and his breathing began to become difficult. Shinlili hesitated for a second, and finally closed her eyes, and then clenched her mental power palm directly. Long, who was still struggling like crazy, suddenly stiffened all over, and then his neck tilted back, completely lifeless. With Long's death, the battle also stopped. The black-robed Deadpool suddenly disappeared from the Beast God Temple at the moment of Long's death. The priests of the Beast God Temple were left alone, standing there stupidly. Even though they were no longer restrained by Shinlili's spiritual power, they still dared not move at all. At this moment, everyone held their breath carefully, not daring to speak or make any sound, fearing that they would be the next Long. But in a place that no one could see, Shinlili was trying her best to suppress herself, her fingers trembling with fear. She killed a living person. Even though there was an earthquake in her heart, Shinlili still pretended to be calm on her face, as if only an ant had died. So, by some strange coincidence, the atmosphere at the scene froze for a moment. The priests and believers looked at each other, and finally all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. The silent atmosphere was deadlocked for a long time, and finally an elderly priest was forced to do it by everyone. The poor old priest suppressed his fear, and his voice was still a little trembling. He asked Shinlili carefully, "Your Highness, I wonder how to deal with the body of the dragon priest. Let his tribe take it back. Besides, you are very good. You will take office as the high priest tomorrow. This is also my third request," Shinlili said suddenly without caring about the life and death of others. The priest who is forced to do something? ? The high priest was appointed so hastily, is it really good? The other priests also opened their eyes wide. They thought that it was because the old priest took the initiative to speak that he became the high priest. When they thought of this, everyone almost regretted it. If they had known that they would ask it themselves just now, then maybe the position of high priest would be theirs. No matter what everyone thought, after being confused for a while, the old priest said with a face full of ecstasy, "Thank you, His Majesty the God of Beasts, for your trust. I will definitely take up the responsibility of the high priest." Shinlili nodded lightly and asked a priest to take her to the rest room. But before leaving, Shinlili hesitated for a moment and said, "If anyone asks, just say that the priest Long died to protect me." The priests and believers were still considering how to attack the Jialong tribe because of Long's insubordination. When they heard this, they all looked at Shinlili in disbelief. While everyone was shocked, they couldn't help but feel a little moved in their hearts. Their His Majesty the God of Beasts is really too kind. In fact, according to what Long did today, not only would he be in trouble, but he would also implicate all the Jialong people. You have to know that if the people of their Jialong tribe dared to attack His Majesty the God of Beasts, it would mean that this family has no need to exist. But it seems that His Majesty the Beast God meant that today's assassination would only punish Long. Even after his death, he left a good reputation for him. Woohoo! Such a kind and powerful His Majesty the Beast God, it is really hard not to love him. The next day, Shinlili saw with her own eyes that the old priest became the high priest and abolished the treaty that priests of the Beast God Temple could not marry. Only then did she feel relieved and prepared to leave the Beast God Temple. But before leaving, Shinlili summoned the old priest alone. "Your Majesty the Beast God, do you have any instructions?" Even though the old priest became the high priest, he was still a little timid in front of his own His Majesty the Beast God. After all, she had seen her kill a priest whom she had known for almost 10 years without mercy. Although the psychological shadow was not too big, she couldn't help but feel weak in the knees when she saw her own Beast God Temple. Shinlili frowned and looked at the old priest, who looked like a quail, wondering if she had chosen the wrong person. Although she had no feelings for the Beast God Temple, she would not harm it. But since she had chosen, she would just have to watch out for it in the future. Shenlili rubbed her brows with a headache, and then said before the old priest was about to piss, "I will be away for a while. If you have any questions, please contact this person. I will come back after receiving the message." As she said that, Shenlili threw the optical computer with her contact information to the old priest. When the old priest heard that his beast god temple was leaving, he wanted to object, but he didn't dare to speak, so he could only open the optical computer and take a look. As a result, he saw Shenlili's name and avatar. A little familiar. It seems that she is the granddaughter of the previous high priest, but isn't she about to become the crown princess of the empire? How is she related to His Majesty the Beast God again? Your Majesty the Beast God, what is your relationship with this person? The old priest was a little timid, but couldn't help but ask curiously. Ahem, this person is my good friend. If she needs help in the future, you must help her with all your strength. Shenlili turned her head and coughed guiltily. Oh, so that's it, Your Majesty the Beast God, please rest assured, we will take good care of your friend in the future. The old priest proudly puffed up his chest and promised. Well, very good, then goodbye, Shenlili said, and then disappeared in the hall. The old priest, who was not mentally prepared, just stared blankly at the place where Shenlili disappeared, and finally pouted his mouth with a grievance. Until he saw the optical computer with Shenlili's contact information, he was relieved and a little relieved. Chapter 309. On the other side, Shenlili, wearing a stealth combat suit, quietly bypassed all the guards of the Beast Temple. When she was thinking about which wall to climb out, she suddenly heard Bai Zhou's gentle call. Ollie, it's safe around, you can fly out directly. Bai Zhou stood on the other side of the wall, and his voice was filled with the joy of seeing his sweetheart soon. Shenlili was confused for a while, before she remembered the necklace on her neck. It could let Bai Zhou know her location. After understanding the reason, Shenlili was too lazy to think about it. She responded with surprise, and she couldn't wait to fly up the wall, and then fell directly into the arms of the boy. Ollie, you finally came out? Bai Zhou's clear and pleasant voice was full of deep longing. Zhou waited for a long time. Shenlili also stared at Bai Zhou with moving eyes. It's been very hard these 2 days, you've lost weight. Bai Zhou touched Shenlili's fur in his arms with heartache. Shenlili looked at her still round body, and really didn't find that she had lost weight. But it didn't stop her little head from rubbing Bai Zhou's palm intimately, and said coquettishly, No, it's not hard, Zhou is the one who is hard waiting for me. Shen Kaiyun, who was leaning against the wall, was almost rolling his eyes to the sky because of the sour smell of the two people's love. After waiting for a while, he saw that the two were still being affectionate. He finally said impatiently, Okay, that's enough, my parents are still waiting for us at home. If we don't go back, our excuse will be exposed. Shenlili was able to disappear at home for 2 days, because Shen Kaiyun borrowed the name of Emperor Baiyuan and Empress Sichuan to keep Shenlili for 2 more days, which made Shen's father and mother feel relieved. But today, both of them went out for a trip, so Shenlili had no excuse to stay in the palace. Especially Emperor Baiyuan and Empress Sichuan, who had been out for half a day. If they didn't go back, they would be caught. Thinking of the consequences of being caught, the two people who were still worried about each other finally stopped with regret. However, it was not a big problem. After Shenlili turned back into a human body in a second, she and Bai Zhou held hands and went home happily together. In the end, Shen Kaiyun, a single dog, was forced to eat a mouthful of dog food again. As soon as he returned to the Guan family, Shenlili clearly felt that there were many more people in the family, and everyone's faces were basically beaming at the moment. Second brother, has anything happened in the family recently? Shenlili saw several tribesmen living on other planets in succession, and finally couldn't help asking curiously. Generally, the white tigers who live on other planets will only take time to come back to the Guan family for the family's blood test once a year. They rarely come to the main planet when they have nothing to do. What else can it be? Our grandpa is back home, and the clan must hold a welcome banquet. Shen Kaiyun has been at the Guan family for the past 2 days, so he has heard the news a long time ago. Oh, I see, we should celebrate it. Shenlili nodded in understanding. After all, my grandpa has been the high priest for decades, which is equivalent to protecting the Guan family for decades. Now that this hero, who has sacrificed for the family and dedicated his whole life, has returned, it is natural to hold a banquet to celebrate. Shen Kaiyun also nodded in agreement, but he thought of something. He looked at Bai Zhou again, and couldn't help asking with some confusion, We are all home, why don't you go back? Shen Kaiyun thought Bai Zhou would just send them home and then go back. But it seems that this guy has no intention of leaving? Hearing this, Bai Zhou's cervical vertebrae suddenly stiffened, and his eyelashes trembled in panic. Originally, he was going to go back, but thinking that Guan Jing was there, he could not leave without worry. Bai Zhou's sudden silence, and his eyes drooped as if aggrieved. Before he could say anything, Shen Lily comforted him with heartache. It's better not to go back. Your parents are out playing. It must be boring to stay in the palace alone. Why don't you join us for the banquet? Yeah, I think so too. Thank you, Ollie. Bai Zhou didn't expect Ollie to take the initiative to speak for him, and his eyes sparkled with emotion. You're welcome, Zhou. Shen Lily was obsessed with beauty. Shen Kaiyun, This life is unbearable. Just asking a question, I was fed with dog food again. Shen Kaiyun shook his head speechlessly, ignored the two, and entered the lobby first with a constipated look on his face. Compared with the lively atmosphere outside, the atmosphere in the lobby at this moment was strangely dead. Every member of the Guan family was secretly looking at their former high priest, and Guan Yu, who was sitting next to Shen Tian. As a father and daughter, Guan Monsong and Guan Yu should have a close relationship. But from just now to now, both sides have treated each other as heir. As a result, everyone in the lobby did not dare to speak casually, for fear of irritating the father and daughter. Chapter 310. As the clan leader, Guan Sin naturally hopes that the clan members can live in harmony, but after hesitating several times in a row, he still doesn't know how to persuade this father and daughter who have been estranged for a long time. If you try to persuade others about some things that you haven't experienced, you will hurt others again. Alas, let it be. Guan Sin shook his head tiredly and said nothing more. Guan Yu is no longer a child, so she naturally sees everyone's intention to persuade them to reconcile. But some things can't be put down by persuading them. Guan Monsong has been absent from her life since she can remember. Because of the lack of a father role, the most common voice she heard since she was a child was, "Your father doesn't want you anymore, you are a wild child that no father wants, and your father must have a reason not to want you." In such a long-lasting verbal violence, Guan Yu went from refuting at the beginning, to using violence to fight back, to silence, and finally began to doubt herself. Even though her mother later learned about the situation, she gave her more care, and helped her teach those naughty children and their parents a lesson. But the verbal harm still left scars in her heart. When she was a child, she hated Guan Monsong, but she also missed him. But in the end, she found that forgetting was the best medicine for pain. When forgetting becomes a habit engraved into the bone marrow, it can't be changed overnight. Guan Monsong knew Guan Yu's not, but the matter had already happened, and he was powerless to defend it. If there is still time in the rest of his life, he is willing to compensate this daughter who has been wronged by him. But is there really still time? Guan Monsong thought about the little time he had left, and suddenly felt that this was good. At least Nan wouldn't be too sad after he left. So Shen Kaiyun, a stubborn ass who wanted to take the initiative but couldn't be pulled, walked into the lobby in such an atmosphere. He glanced at the two seats between his mother and grandfather, thinking that they should be reserved for him and his sister. So he walked over confidently, but just when he was about to sit down, his mother ruthlessly grabbed his clothes and pushed him next to his father. "Mom, what are you doing?" Shen Kaiyun looked at his mother inexplicably. Guan Yu glanced at him coldly and ignored him. Instead, she suddenly smiled and looked at the door and said, "Ollie, Zhou, come and sit down. Mom has reserved a seat for you." Shen Kaiyun, He dared to guarantee that his mother definitely didn't know that Bai Zhou was coming, so this chair was obviously reserved for him. It's okay for his younger sister at other times, but why should he sit next to Bai Zhou when he comes? Although Shen Kaiyun had 10,000 grass mud horses in his heart, he only dared to roll his eyes in frustration, and then sat down next to Shen Tian honestly. Shen Tian, as a father, was still very responsible. Seeing that his son was disliked by his wife again, he patted him comfortingly. Although this was just a small move, Shen Kaiyun's heart, which was hurt, was immediately moved. But before 3 seconds, he saw his father turn his head and asked Bai Zhou about his well-being with more concern and care. Shen Kaiyun, Destroy this hypocritical world. Zhou, has Ollie caused you any trouble these 2 days? Shen Tian looked at Bai Zhou, who was sitting next to his wife, and said with gentle and kind eyes. Guan Yu also held Bai Zhou's hand and looked at him with great satisfaction. The boy not only had outstanding appearance, but also had a noble and gentle temperament. The most rare thing was that he was kind to his own daughter. If there were still people who looked down on such a boy, it was definitely that person who didn't know what was good for him, just like a blind man who mistook pearls for fish eyes. Guan Yu could say that with Bai Zhou's outstanding status and appearance, if she were a few years younger, she would not have had anything to do with Ali's father. The couple looked at the boys separately, and they were more and more satisfied with Bai Zhou. No, Ali is very good. My father and mother like her very much. They even want Ali to stay for a few more days. Bai Zhou hurriedly explained obediently, and avoided his gaze as if he was shy. Haha, we also like Zhou very much. Otherwise, you can stay for a few more days to accompany Ali. Guan Yu smiled amiably. Ah, will this be too much trouble for uncle and aunt? Bai Zhou's eyes sparkled with surprise, but he still pretended to be embarrassed. Silly boy, what's there to be embarrassed about? You are my son-in-law, and we will be a family from now on, Guan Yueshan said in surprise. Shen Tian also thought that the boy was embarrassed, so he smiled gently and said, yes, your aunt is right, we will be a family from now on, and there is no need to distinguish so clearly. Well, thank you uncle and aunt, you are so kind, Bai Zhou said with a sincere face. But the corner of his eyes glanced proudly at Guan Jing opposite. Guan Jing just ate the cakes on his plate lightly, and did not pay attention to the childish boy opposite. After Bai Zhou felt that he had shown off enough, he snorted in his heart and continued to chat with Shen Tian's father and wife. Chapter 311. Shen Lili saw all of Bai Zhou's flattery of Shen Tian and his wife. Even though the scene was filled with the fragrance of tea, Shen Lili did not feel disgusted. She even couldn't help but watch Bai Zhou's tea-flavored performance with pampering. In fact, she had always known that Bai Zhou had tea art. But Shen Lili was still happy to pamper her boy, and sometimes she would actively cooperate with his performance. Ali, do you like him? Guan Monsong, who was beside Shen Lili, suddenly asked softly. Shen Lili's sight was withdrawn from the boy, and then she turned to look at her grandfather and nodded solemnly. If she had only regarded Bai Zhou as her best friend before. But after understanding Bai Zhou's intentions, how could Shen Lili bear to ignore those eyes that were full of her shadow? Alas, I just hope that her love brain can grow slower and not delay the next mecha competition. Really? That's good. Guan Monsong seemed to have put down a burden, and the whole person instantly felt a little more relaxed. But although he had put down a burden, he looked a little older, and even had a little more dead air around him. It was as if the obsession that supported him to live had been completely let go. Shen Lili frowned and looked at the changes in her grandfather, and couldn't help but feel a little more worried. When she thought of her grandfather's body, that looked like a skeleton in the dream, Shen Lili suddenly had an ominous premonition in her heart. She suddenly held her grandfather's pulse, ignoring his surprised reaction, and hurriedly felt the pulse in her hand carefully. But after Guan Monsong reacted, he was like being electrocuted, and hurriedly withdrew his arm. But after he finished, his eyelashes trembled again with guilt, and he didn't know how to explain to his granddaughter for a moment. Although it took a short time to feel the pulse, Shen Lili already knew the physical condition of her grandfather. Because she knew it, Shen Lili's nose was sour, and even her eyes were panicked. She naively thought that as long as her grandfather got rid of the beast temple, he could live forever. But she never expected that her grandfather's pulse was weaker than that of a patient with advanced cancer. Even living to see tomorrow's sun was a luxury for him. Does Mom know? Shen Lili looked up at Guan Yu, and when she was about to say something, Guan Monsong nervously grabbed her wrist. Shen Lili looked back, and saw Guan Monsong, smiling, and shaking his head at her. Ali, what's wrong? Shen Lili's sight still attracted Guan Yu's attention, so she asked with some confusion. Shen Lili could feel the palm on her wrist tremble when her mother asked questions. She hesitated for a while, but finally chose to respect her grandfather's wishes, smiled, and shook her head at Guan Yu, saying, "It's okay." Guan Yu was still a little confused, but didn't think much about it, and continued to ask Bai Zhou about his well-being. Seeing that they had fooled their mother, Shen Lili and Guan Monsong both breathed a sigh of relief. Then Shen Lili looked at her grandfather sternly, suppressed her anger and whispered, "After the banquet, I will go to talk to you." Guan Monsong saw that his granddaughter even used the honorific, and knew that she was really angry this time. He wanted to say something to comfort her. But after Shen Lili finished speaking, she ignored Guan Monsong and continued to eat as if she was angry. Sometimes she even deliberately made a loud chewing sound, which made Bai Zhou think that he had neglected Ali, and he hurriedly and carefully picked up food for her. Shen Lili said that it had nothing to do with him, but Bai Zhou still didn't believe it, and even became more frightened. After a few times, Shen Lili could only sigh helplessly. Finally, she compromised in the laughter of her grandfather, and returned to her normal eating speed. Bai Zhou was relieved to see this. After that, he would pay attention to Shen Lili from time to time, fearing that he would let his beloved girl be neglected again. Shen Lily was too lazy to argue, so she just let him go. After the dinner, Shen Lily didn't talk much with everyone because she was worried, but went back to the bedroom directly. When the moon was high in the sky, the door of Shen Lily's bedroom was suddenly opened. Then Shen Lily carefully left the bedroom, and came to Guan Monsong's bedroom door, knocking 3 times. The person inside seemed to have expected Shen Lily to come, and said in a helpless and doting tone, "Come in." Shen Lily opened the door and walked in, and saw her grandfather tidying up the space buttons. After seeing her coming, he pushed one of them to her. "Ollie, this is for you. When Grandpa is gone, the pocket money here is enough for you to live a carefree life." Guan Monsong did not have the depression of a dying person at all, but was more relaxed than before. Shen Lily clenched her fists and listened silently. Guan Monsong was chattering like he was telling his last words. "Ollie, Grandpa owes your mother the most. Can you help Grandpa take care of her more?" And Guan Monsong did not notice Shen Lily's abnormality, and was still telling his last words with great interest. Enough. Shen Lily's angry roar suddenly resounded in the silent room. It also interrupted the old man's chattering. Nowadays, even ordinary people have a lifespan of at least 150 years, and orcs are as high as 200 years old. How can an orc who is only 60 years old have such a withered body? Is it because of me that you should have died of old age, but only have these few days left, right? Shen Lily's tone was obviously broken, and big tears had already flowed from her eyes. Si Long's words were like thorns, deeply piercing Shen Lily's heart. Now that it has been confirmed, she feels extremely guilty. If it weren't for her existence, Grandpa could at least be the high priest, instead of just accepting death calmly like now. Chapter 312. Guan Monsong never thought that the secret he had hidden for so many years would be known by his granddaughter. Although he was a little confused, seeing Ali's heartbroken look, Guan Monsong had no time to think about it. He hurriedly walked over, raised his hand, and carefully wiped the tears from Shen Lily's face. "Ali, this is not your fault. Grandpa has never regretted it, so don't cry, okay?" Guan Monsong coaxed her with heartache, without a trace of blame in his tone. How could he blame his own granddaughter? This is what a grandfather should do. After being coaxed by Grandpa for a long time, Shen Lily's mood calmed down a little, and then she began to regret her fierce attitude just now. It was obviously Grandpa who saved her, but she blamed her own grandpa unreasonably. The more Shen Lily thought about it, the more guilty she felt. She quickly apologized to her grandfather. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I shouldn't have been unreasonable just now." It's okay. Ali is also worried about me. Grandpa understands." Guan Monsong was relieved when he saw that his precious granddaughter stopped crying. Looking at her grandfather, who doted on her mindlessly, Shen Lily pursed her lips, and wanted to cry again. But this scene frightened Guan Monsong, and he coaxed her in a terrified tone. "My dear grandson, don't cry, okay? You almost broke Grandpa's heart just now." Shen Lily nodded obediently at first, then shook her head and said, "I can stop crying, but Grandpa, you have to agree to one condition of mine." "Okay, you say. I will agree to 10. Guan Monsong, as long as his baby is a good grandson and doesn't cry, he will find a way to pick it for her, even if it is the stars in the sky." Shen Lily then burst into tears, and said, "Okay, Grandpa, wait for me for a while." After that, Shen Lily hurriedly left the room, and returned to her bedroom. As soon as she returned to the bedroom, she locked the door, and set up a mental barrier. "Ollie, do you really want to do this?" Xiao Baizhe and the 3 little ones came out of the mental space at some point. As if he knew what Shen Lily was going to do, he finally couldn't help but worry. Shen Lily took out the scalpel, and took out an empty medicine bottle. Then he answered firmly, "If it weren't for Grandpa, I would have died 10 years ago. Now I just sacrificed a little blood. But this is Baizhe's blood. Ollie, you haven't inherited Baizhe's power yet. If you lose this blood, it will hurt your body too much." Little Baizhe said with distress in his eyes. "It's okay. I know the consequences. Compared with this, I can't bear that Grandpa will die early because of me." Shen Lily didn't hesitate at all. She took the scalpel, and stabbed it into her chest. Then she used her mental power to put her hard blood into the medicine bottle drop by drop. "Ollie!" Little Baizhe wanted to stop it, but was stopped by Amu. Xiao Baizhe was anxious and puzzled. She looked back at Amu, angry at him for stopping her. Amu shook her head at first, then said with compromise and helplessness, "Aze, if something happened to Ollie, we would do the same. We would fight for the people we want to protect. This kind of thing cannot be stopped." Xiao Baizhe was persuaded, but she couldn't bear to watch this scene anymore, so she could only turn her head away, and close her eyes, as if to escape. Shen Lily smiled gratefully at AMU, and then concentrated on taking her hard blood. Shen Lily stopped her action with a pale face, until the golden blood filled the entire potion bottle. As soon as she put the potion bottle back into the space button, she felt a sharp pain in her heart. Shen Lily bit her lip, clutched her chest tightly, and couldn't help but bend over in pain. Ali, Xiao Bai, and the three little ones surrounded her worriedly. Some bandaged her chest, some fed her medicine, and everyone was busy helping Shen Lily treat her. But no matter how much she did, Shen Lily still couldn't even maintain her human form because of the lack of Bai's blood. Shen Lily gritted her teeth and stood up, ready to walk towards the door while enduring the pain. Ollie, can't I send it tomorrow? You need to rest now. The good-tempered AMU now has a little more anger. His body is so weak, and he still has to toss like this. Do you think his life is too hard? Shen Lily shook her head weakly and said stubbornly, No, Grandpa can't hold on. I have to watch him drink it before I can feel at ease. AMU sighed in compromise, and finally said helplessly, I send it, you have a good rest. Shen Lily hesitated a little. She was afraid that Grandpa didn't drink it. AMU was almost angry to death when he saw her hesitation. For the first time in his life, he threatened, either you rest now, or you will be knocked unconscious by me and rest, your choice. Shen Lily shrank her neck timidly, and suddenly handed the medicine to AMU and said, Please. AMU glared at Shen Lily fiercely, and then left the bedroom angrily. Watching AMU disappear, Shen Lily heaved a sigh of relief, and then lay down on the bed with the care of the three little ones. But her body could no longer maintain her human form, and after the light, she turned back into the body of a white tiger cub. Then she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 313. Shen Lily slept for a long time this time. She could even feel several groups of people coming to her bedroom in a daze. But everyone's voice seemed to be filled with worry and anxiety. Dr. Guan, how is my daughter? How could she suddenly become so ill? Guan Yu's worried voice penetrated the darkness of consciousness. It made the drowsy Shen Lily a little more sober. Mom, doctor. Are they talking about me? Before Shen Lily could think with her chaotic head, the doctor's voice solved her doubts. Your daughter is fine. It's just that her body resistance is poor, so she got this serious illness. She will recover if she takes good care of herself during this period of time. The doctor's voice was calm and patient, explaining. It's impossible, doctor. My daughter has an SSS constitution. How could she have poor resistance? Could there be something wrong? Guan Yu asked in confusion. I don't know about this, but the results of the examination are indeed due to poor resistance. The doctor's voice was also full of doubts. Shen Lily didn't hear the next words, because she fell into a deep sleep again. When Shen Lily woke up again, she was a little surprised to find that she was on a passenger spaceship. Oh, you finally woke up. Shin Kaiyun, who was holding the white tiger cub, noticed it at the first time. Shen Lily woke up, and immediately lowered his head and joked. Shen Lily, who had just woken up, was still a little weak and said in a sluggish voice, Second brother, where is this? Back to the Federation spaceship. You were unconscious for 3 days this time, and almost scared everyone to death, especially by Joe. If you didn't have to take the Empire Mecha team to participate in this mecha competition, I'm afraid you would have followed us. Shin Kaiyun was also very worried these days, but after seeing his sister wake up, he was completely relieved. I'm sorry to make you worry, second brother. Please tell everyone for me, I'm awake and fine. Shen Lily also wanted to say it herself, but her limbs were sore, and she couldn't lift any strength. This weak look, rather than worrying everyone, it's better to let the second brother do it. Well, okay. While sending messages to everyone, Shin Kaiyun asked seriously, Tell me honestly, what happened to you? Otherwise with your physique, how could you be in a coma for so many days? I don't believe it's because of a cold. Shen Lily raised her eyelids, curled her lips, and still told some honestly. Don't think that the second brother of his family looks careless, but if he really wants to investigate, he can dig out detailed information about the ancestral grave for you. Instead of hiding it with fear, it's better to say it openly, at least you won't get spanked. Shin Kaiyun listened in silence, and finally asked suspiciously, You mean you were sick for so many days just to make a bottle of medicine? Well, Grandpa's illness is very serious, so this time, the medicine is more difficult to make. Shen Lily lowered her eyelids, not daring to say that she was sick for so many days to get blood from her heart. If they knew this, she would be skinned. Fortunately, Shin Kaiyun didn't say anything in the end, but just sighed, touched his sister's little head and said, Whatever you do in the future, tell me in advance, everyone is almost scared to death by you this time. Shen Lily nodded obediently, and then asked with some curiosity and worry, "How is Grandpa? Is he okay?" "Grandpa is still sleeping like you before, but he is fine," Shin Kai-yun explained. Shin Lily nodded in understanding. Her precious blood can bring back the dead, but this process will take at least a month, so Grandpa's sleep is within her expectations. After all the worries were resolved, Shin Lily relaxed for a rare time. She nestled comfortably in her second brother's arms and asked casually to kill time, "Second brother, where are we going next?" "First go back to the Federation to gather, and then go to the Luolan Empire together to participate in the first mecha competition." Shin Kai-yun touched his sister lovingly. Luolan Empire? Is it the country with 3 genders, Alpha, Beta, and Omega? Shin Lily blinked. Yes, I heard that the captain of their national mecha team this time is an Omega. TSK, this is a rare and new thing. Shin Kai-yun's voice was a little excited. It's not that everyone is gender discriminatory, it's just that Omegas are naturally weak, and most of them are not as strong as Betas. So when they heard that the captain of the mecha team of the Luolan Empire was an Omega, everyone was shocked and couldn't help but become curious about this Omega. It's like a docile and harmless little rabbit leading a bunch of tigers and lions to participate in the competition. TSK, just thinking about it makes me excited. Chapter 314. After listening to this, Shin Lily couldn't help but feel curious about this Omega. She turned on the light brain and searched the internet for information about this Omega. Only the part about strength was kept secret as expected. Everything else was available, including measurements and hobbies, and even a few beautiful photos showing abdominal muscles and body. Shin Lily glanced at these photos, and couldn't help coughing with a blush. This Omega man is indeed a little different. Time flies. Shin Lily and his friends took a spaceship to the capital star of the Federation. The two took their own hovercraft, and came to the gathering point of the Federation mecha team. The gathering place was in the military district of the capital. When the brother and sister arrived, the participants of the mecha competition had almost arrived. The marshal who attended the scene this time was Tang Lin, the marshal of the 2nd Corps. The tactical coach was Jiang Huai, and the deputy coach was Shin Kai-yu. The 10 members of the national mecha squad are the heirs of the 5 major families, the siblings Shin Lily and Xiao Anan, as well as Yuan Xiaojin and Zhou Bingbing, the alternate player Leisure, and 2 students from the 1st Military Academy. CC Anan. After Shin Lily greeted the others, she came to her sisters. Because of Shin Lily, Lin Cece, the arrogant lady, and Xiao Anan, the white cub black. Although the relationship is not particularly close, they get along well. As soon as the two saw Shin Lily, they stopped talking and greeted with a smile. Lily. Ollie. Shin Lily, who had returned to her human form, came over with a happy face and said, "Why did you come so early? We are in the capital planet, so of course we came early. Didn't you and your brother go to the Sirius Empire? How was it? Was there anything fun?" Xiao Anan hadn't been to the Sirius Empire yet, so she asked with some curiosity. When it came to this, Shin Lily's face turned into an expression that was hard to describe, saying, "Don't mention playing. I was almost exhausted these days." "Oh, what's wrong? Tell me about it." Lin Cece tried hard to hold back her gloating smile. There was no way to talk about the things in the Empire. Shin Lily was just like a dumb person eating bitter herbs. Finally, she sighed and said, "It's inconvenient to say, just think of me as going to pay off my debts." Lin Cece and Xiao Anan looked at each other and raised their eyebrows with a smile. They usually don't gloat over other people's misfortunes, unless they really can't help it. At this time, Tang Lin, who was standing in front of the team, saw that all the people had arrived. Then he waved his hand and shouted with great enthusiasm, "It's time, let's go!" Seeing this, Shin Lily and the other two stopped talking and boarded the warship that was taking them to the Luolan Empire. Because the journey was long, the warship also prepared a cabin for each member of the mecha team. Because Shin Lily was still a little weak, she didn't go to the restaurant with her sisters. Instead, she came to the cabin arranged for her alone to take a rest. Just when Shin Lily was about to open the cabin door, a voice that gave her a headache suddenly came from the side. "Ollie, good afternoon." Leisure observed for a long time before finally finding a chance to come over and say hello. Shin Lily looked back at him. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but she still nodded politely, and then went straight into the cabin. If it were an ordinary person, they would have stopped pestering her long ago with such an evasive attitude. But Aries curled his lips with satisfaction at this moment, and even opened the door next door in a good mood. But this smile did not last long, and disappeared when he saw the video request prompted by the optical computer. Ares wanted to hang up the video request directly, but considering something, he finally picked up the call. Then, Hades' resentful face appeared on the 3D virtual screen. Your Highness Ares, don't you think you need to give me an explanation? What about the assassination of Shinlili? If I heard the rumor correctly, as your assassination target, you even went around the Empire and came back. Hades' tone was full of contempt. If it wasn't because he couldn't beat him, he would have wanted to strangle the bug-throwing thing opposite him. A great assassination opportunity was in front of him, but he ignored him. It was unreasonable, incomprehensible, and unbelievable. Ares looked away with a guilty conscience, but his face showed an unfathomable expression and said, "You don't understand. I'm doing this to avoid alerting the enemy." Hades didn't say anything, but the expression on his face showed that he didn't believe it at all. But considering Ares' identity, he still reluctantly said perfunctorily, "Oh? Please elaborate." Ares actually didn't have any plans at all, but he still made up one on the spot. Isn't the mecha competition coming soon? When the time comes, I will directly kill all the talented students participating in the competition in the arena. Isn't it better than just killing Shinlili? Hades touched his chin and inexplicably felt that it made sense, so he nodded in agreement and said, "It's really good. Yeah, this method can only be thought of by a genius like me." Ares immediately raised the corners of his mouth with pride. "But you are just a substitute now. How can we take down all of them?" Hades questioned again. "Don't worry, I have my own way to participate in the competition. Just in case, let's not talk too much, so as not to expose my identity. Bye." Ares hung up the video directly after saying that, without giving Hades a chance to react. Hades was not annoyed when the video was hung up, but instead ordered his subordinates with deep eyes, "Let our army be ready to support our Highness Ares at any time." "Okay, Third Highness." After hearing the order, the subordinates went out to make arrangements. Hades sat in the first seat with a meaningful smile on his lips. Chapter 315. In the vast universe, 6 warships with the national emblem of the Luolan Empire were anchored on the territory of the Luolan Empire. As soon as they saw an unknown warship coming, all the Luolan Empire's warships immediately put on defense mode. "I am the military of the Luolan Empire. Attention! You have entered the activity star field of the Luolan Empire, which has endangered flight safety. Please indicate your nationality, identity, and purpose of advancement." The voice amplified by the loudspeaker resounded in this star field. The inspected warship immediately stopped flying after receiving the request. Then the Luolan Empire's military took the initiative to request to connect the communication with the visitor. In the control room of the federal warship, the personnel of the Luolan Empire military passed the verification. Their verification personnel appeared on the virtual screen of the federal side. "Hello, I am from the military of the Loran Empire. You have entered the active star field of the Loran Empire, which has endangered flight safety. Please state your nationality, identity, and purpose of advancement." The inspector repeated what he had just said. "Hello, the military of the Loran Empire, we are a warship from the Federation. The purpose of coming to your country this time is to participate in the 367th Freshman Mecha Competition. Please pass through." Tang Lin's voice was solemn, and he had a military demeanor. "Dear friend of the Federation, hello, please show your identity information and pass." The inspector of the Loran Empire said politely. "Wait a moment." Tang Lin finished speaking. A certificate with the national emblem of the Nolan Empire and his federal ID card were all transmitted through 3D virtual means. After a while, the verification personnel of the Nolan Empire checked all the documents. Then he raised his hand and saluted. "Hello, you have passed the inspection. Please have a pleasant journey." Tang Lin also saluted. "Thank you." After the procedure was completed, the warship of the Lolan Empire made way in the middle. Then the warship of the Federation passed through the middle and successfully entered the living room of the Lolan Empire's territory warship. All the military academy students, who represented the Federation in the war, were on the territory of another country for the first time. In addition to being shocked, all of them looked at the warship of the Rulan Empire outside through the window with curiosity. "Wow, so cool, finally we feel like we are also soldiers." It was the first time that Tang Dongling entered the territory of another country so officially. He immediately raised his chin with empathy, with the pride of a new recruit entering the barracks for the first time on his face. Shin Kaiyun looked at his useless appearance and immediately rolled his eyes in disdain and said, "Can you be more promising? You said that in the future, we will all be soldiers. Will the future be the same as now?" Tang Dongwang glared at Shin Kaiyun with dissatisfaction. Looking at the two people playing tricks, Shin Lily and others all smiled. Just at this time, the door of the living room was pushed open, and Tang Lin walked in a hurry. Little guys, now we have arrived in the Luolan Empire. Before the game starts the day after tomorrow, I will explain to you the information of our opponent this time. Tang Lin said, and brought up the huge virtual screen in the living room. Seeing this, Tang Dongwang and Shen Kaiyun stopped playing and began to look at Tang Lin seriously with everyone. We obtained this information through special channels, so I hope you can keep it secret, understand? Tang Lin looked at them sternly. I understand. The teenagers responded enthusiastically. Very good, let's talk about the Luolan Empire first. This time, the leader of their mecha team is an Omega. I believe everyone knows it. Tang Lin said, as he pulled up a photo of a teenager. The boy in the photo has a boyish look, with a beautiful face and a gentle and harmless temperament. It's like a delicate flower that needs to be cared for, making people unable to raise a trace of vigilance. This is too beautiful, although he is a boy, but I think I can do it too. Tang Dongwang likes this kind of gentle fairy. Although he knew that this was a little fairy boy, he couldn't help but be crazy about her. The rest of the military school students were also more or less amazed, and sighed, at the beauty of this Omega. Just when everyone was obsessed with beauty, Tang Lin's sneer rang out. Do you think that you will definitely win just because such a weak Omega has become the leader of the team of the Luolan Empire? Tang Lin narrowed his eyes dangerously, and looked quietly at this group of single-celled organisms, who think with their lower body. Although Tang Lin's words were unpleasant, it must be said that he did hit the point. Although most of the military academy students didn't say anything, there was a hint of contempt in their eyes. Tang Lin took in the disdainful expressions of the crowd, but he was also a troublemaker when he was young, so he could understand the psychology of the troublemakers now. But it's still necessary to hit them when they need to be hit. So Tang Lin suddenly looked at Shen Lily and then said to everyone, "Do you think Shen Lily is pretty?" Shen Lily, ? What does it have to do with me? What else do you need to say? My sister is prettier than her in the entire galaxy. Shen Kaiyun was the first to loudly affirm. Yes, I agree. Sister Lily is the prettiest among us. Tang Dongwang also praised without caring about the lives of others. The rest of the military school students also nodded in agreement. Lin Cixi and Xiao Anan were not jealous at all, but instead winked at Shen Lily with gloating. Shen Lily, The face is dead, what does it have to do with me? Then how many of you can beat her? Tang Lin interrupted the flattery of the crowd, and his tone suddenly became very cold. As soon as these words came out, the whole living room was instantly silent. After 6 months of special training, all the military academy students knew clearly. Shen Lily was a woman with the softest face and the most ferocious fight. Who dared to say that they had not been tortured by Shen Lily? Even Shen Kaiyun, the strongest among them, was only tied with Shen Lily most of the time. Thinking of this, the military academy students swallowed their saliva, and they seemed to understand what Marshal Tang Lin meant. For a while, all the military academy students looked at Shen Lily for a while, and then looked at the boy in the photo. When they looked at the boy in the photo again, there was no contempt in the eyes of the military academy students. Instead, they all had a solemn and fearful look. Shen Lily, Inexplicably, there was a feeling that the reputation was harmed. Chapter 316. Looking at the boy's IQ finally being online, Tang Lin nodded with satisfaction. Then he continued to explain. The leader of the Luolan mecha team is Xie Yishu, who is 16 years old this year. He once used his own strength to resist the 5,000 elite soldiers of the Sirius Empire with his strategy. It is rumored that his IQ can no longer be measured by instruments, so once you face the Luolan mecha team, you must remember to get rid of him first. Shen Lily and the others nodded solemnly after listening. After talking about their leader, let's talk about his main members. The Luolan Empire has 5 marshals, like our federation. Their main members this time are likely to be the descendants of the 5 marshals like us. Tang Lin only gave a general introduction to the other members of the Luolan mecha team, and was not as cautious as Xie Yishu. After all, who of the people who can attend this competition is not the descendant of a big family? As long as the strength does not reach the level of a monster, there is no need to emphasize it. These are the things that the Luolan Empire needs to pay attention to. Next, let's talk about the Mermaid Empire. When Tang Lin talked about the Mermaid Empire, he couldn't help but frown slightly, and it was obvious that he didn't have a good impression of this country. Although Shen Lily and the others hadn't seen anyone from the Mermaid Empire, they had heard about the appearance of mermaids, and basically all of them were beautiful and handsome. The bad nature of human beings who like appearance made them all prick up their ears at this moment, and they were even more curious about the popular science that Marshal Tang Lin would say next. The Mermaid Empire is divided into 2 factions. One is the Siren lineage, and the other is pure-blooded mermaids. Unfortunately, the number of pure-blooded mermaids is rare, so the Siren lineage is now in power in the Mermaid Empire. The Siren lineage is born evil. In addition to their strong strength, they often use their singing voices to confuse ships on the sea. They are recognized as masters of creating shipwrecks. If you meet them on the field, in addition to being wary of their strength, you must be more wary of their singing. At the end of his speech, Tang Lin emphasized the word singing. This cautious attitude obviously shows that he has suffered losses in this regard before. After listening to it, Shen Lily and the others felt their hearts broken. Originally, the mermaids in their imagination were beautiful and kind like Snow White. But now they have become Snow White's vicious stepmother. The contrast is too strong. Tang Lin looked at the students, who suddenly became listless, and touched his nose inexplicably. Why did he feel like he had ruined someone else's childhood? Tang Lin coughed in guilt, and then continued as if to change the subject. The third country we are going to talk about next is the winning team of each freshman mecha competition, the mecha team of the Sirius Empire. When she heard the Sirius Empire, Shen Lily suddenly straightened her back and looked at Tang Lin with a sharp gaze. This is her Zhou's melon, which cannot be missed. I don't need to say much about the Sirius Empire. They basically win first place in the mecha competition every year. Especially their leader Bai Zhou. You should have heard of him. Although he is noble, his strength should not be underestimated. Have you heard of wormholes? The number of Zerg in a wormhole is no less than that of a Zerg tide. Once you enter a wormhole by mistake, there are only a handful of people who can come out alive. Even old guys like us may not be able to come out alive, but he can fight his way out of it alone. I don't need to say more about his strength. In addition, the strength of other members of the Sirius Mecha team should not be underestimated. So if you meet them on the field, my advice is not to go head-on, and avoid them if you can. Tang Lin's tone was serious, and he didn't mean to joke. The cadets were also a little nervous. It seemed that the Sirius Empire would be their strong enemy. No, it should be said that it would also be the strong enemy of other mecha teams. Seeing the cautious expressions of the cadets, Tang Lin nodded with satisfaction. It was good that they could listen to it. I was afraid that these young and frivolous cadets would rush to seek death. Next, let's talk about the last country that needs attention, the Colton Empire. When Tang Lin said this, he also looked at Shen Lily meaningfully. After Shen Lily was confused, he continued, the Colton Empire is a country composed of sentinels and guides. The sentinels are responsible for fighting, and the guides are responsible for soothing and guiding the sentinel spirits. Unfortunately, since there are few guides with strong spirits, the sentinels of the Colton Mecha team often go berserk on the field because they cannot be comforted in time by the guides, causing considerable losses to the competition. They are the mecha team that is most likely to get a red card. Tang Lin's eyes were slightly curved, and he was obviously gloating. I have heard of this mecha team. It seems that it has always been the last in the freshman mecha competition in previous years. Shen Kaiyun touched his chin and said, although only the 5 strongest countries in the Interstellar are eligible to participate in the freshman mecha competition, it is still quite embarrassing to only take the last place every year. No way, old Tang, what should we pay attention to for the last place? Tang Dongwang said contemptuously. Although the strength of the Federal Mecha team is not the strongest, it is still no problem to be ranked second. But I haven't heard of the second place, and instead, I have to be careful of the last place. Chapter 317. The other cadets also looked at Tang Lin in confusion, not understanding what was so important about the mecha team that often received red cards. Faced with the students' doubts, Tang Lin calmly drank a sip of water, and then continued, you also know that it was in previous years, but this year is different. What's different? Could it be that they have an SSS level guide this year? Shen Kaiyun guessed. Although the sentinels are very strong, the stronger the sentinels are, the easier it is to go berserk. And once a sentinel goes berserk, the outcome is basically either death or injury. So in the mecha competitions of previous years, everyone tacitly did not provoke the mecha team of the Kelton Empire. Just because they didn't have to worry about him, he would eliminate himself. Tang Lin slightly raised his mouth and said, the SSS guide doesn't have it, but they have something more useful than the SSS guide. As soon as these words came out, all the cadets took a breath of cold air. Because of the problems of the Colton Empire in previous years, 3 of the 10 members participating in each mecha competition must be reserved for guides. And 3 weak guides, who can't take care of themselves, are a fatal flaw for the mecha teams of other empires. It is unimaginable that once the Colton Empire does not have this fatal flaw, will it still be the beast bound by chains? Grandpa Tang, just tell me, what kind of magic medicine did the Colton Empire get? Let us prepare in advance. Shen Kaiyun swallowed his saliva, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. After all, he was about to face a powerful opponent who was no less powerful than the Sirius Empire. It was already very decent for him not to come out. Tang Lin slowly glanced at all the military school students until the murderous intent in everyone's eyes was almost unable to be concealed. He kindly revealed the secret. The thing that can treat the sentinels of the Kelton Empire is naturally the mental healing potion. Military school students. The whole living room was silent for a while, and then many people began to speak out. Fuck, isn't this the potion invented by us Federals? How did the Kelton Empire become the biggest beneficiary? Who sold the potion to the Kelton Empire? Isn't this a trap for us? It's over, I didn't expect that the pig team may turn out to be one of our own. Listening to the students' complaints, Shen Lily silently shrank her body, trying to reduce her presence. She was just the one who invented the mental potion, not the one who sold the mental potion. Everyone talked about him, but they can't talk about me. Seeing the cadets becoming more and more indignant and stupid, Tang Lin rolled his eyes in disdain, then coughed to interrupt their complaints. All right, stop the conspiracy theories. If you keep talking, dogs passing by here will be suspected for a few days. The disdain in Tang Lin's tone was too obvious. Then, great-grandfather, tell me, who is so stupid that he even gave assist to the enemy? Tang Dongwang rubbed his hands, ready to wait for his great-grandfather to speak. He would go and put a sack on the other party. Tang Lin was a little speechless, and glanced at his grandson of the same clan. He suddenly felt fortunate that this was not his direct bloodline, otherwise he would not be able to suppress his slap. After shaking his head and sighing, Tang Lin said with sympathy, "This person is none other than our federal president, who decided to provide the Kelton Empire with mental healing potions." Huh? Tang Dongwang's angry expression suddenly froze, and he opened his eyes wide in horror. Because this person is none other than his own father. Damn! What should I do if I scold my own father? Wait online. Urgent. The other military academy students, who had been scolding for a long time, suddenly became as quiet as quails. Who would have thought that the pig teammate turned out to be our own president? The air was quiet for a while. In the end, it was Tang Dongwang, the biological son, who scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. Then he moved his lips for a long time before trying to defend his father. The president must have his reasons for doing this. We should believe in the president. Right. Although the other military school students agreed, they couldn't help but despise Tang Dongwang, who was the most aggressive in the previous second and the fastest to coward in the next second. Shen Kaiyun didn't curse at first because the mental healing potion was invented by his sister. He was relieved when he heard that it was because of the president. Then he kindly agreed, yes, our president is so wise and powerful, he must have a reason for doing this. No matter if he is or not, let's throw the blame on him first. Shen Kaiyun's eyes rolled around, and he shook his fox tail silently. When Tang Dongwang heard Shen Kaiyun's words, he was very moved and glanced at him. I didn't expect that Shen Kaiyun, who usually has the most mean mouth, would speak for his father today. This brotherhood was not in vain. Tang Dongwang nodded to Shen Kaiyun to express his gratitude. Shen Kaiyun, ? His tiny conscience suddenly felt a little painful. What's going on? Chapter 318. Looking at the military academy students, who were scolding fiercely just now, but now they are all as cowardly as quails. Tang Lin shook his head with some amusement, and then began to explain for his nephew. Don't worry, little guys, our president is not a fool, and he will naturally not do a loss-making business. I can tell you clearly that providing mental healing potions to the Kelton Empire will not only not be a loss, but it will be a big bargain for our federation. What do you mean? Giving warmth to the enemy is a good thing? This behavior of the pure love god of war, I am afraid that the licking dog will be ashamed to give up his position and carry the train away overnight. Even if the military academy students disagreed in their hearts, they dared not say anything now. It is about the president, whether it is right or wrong, it is not for them, the military academy students, to criticize. Tang Lin saw all the students' distrust. But he was not angry, but a little more experienced. After all, when he first learned about this, his reaction was similar to that of the military academy students. He even almost beat up his nephew in public during the meeting. Fortunately, his nephew explained quickly, otherwise he would have beaten the wrong person. Thinking of something, Tang Lin's eyes curved slightly. Suddenly in a good mood, he said to the military academy students, just a month ago, the Kelton Empire and our federation reached a deal. As long as our federation is willing to provide them with advanced mental healing potions during the competition, then in this mecha competition, no matter what place the Kelton Empire won, Their qualification for international resource allocation this year will eventually belong to the Federation. This is also the condition that the Federation is willing to exchange. Wouldn't that be equivalent to working for us for nothing? I seriously doubt whether the mental state of the Colton Empire is normal. Tang Dongwang was shocked, puzzled, and unbelievable. Are they trying to take advantage of this opportunity to get our mental healing potion for free? Shin Kaiyun narrowed his eyes dangerously, not believing that such a good thing would happen at all. Yes, even if it is true, what if they cheat afterwards? The other military academy students couldn't help but start conspiracy theories. It's not their fault that they think too much, because this kind of pie that is delivered to the door is probably more likely to choke to death. Shin Lily also felt that it couldn't be that simple. How could an empire give away benefits for nothing? But the Federation couldn't be a fool. Then the biggest possibility is that the Federation definitely has something that can cause a fatal blow to the Colton Empire. The only thing that can cause a fatal blow is probably that thing. Shin Lily understood in her heart, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Tang Lin looked at this group of young but troublesome military academy students and rolled his eyes in disdain. Finally, he interrupted impatiently. Okay, stop being suspicious all day long. I have eaten more salt than you have. Do you really think that these old guys in our Federation are fools, and will give us a piece of fat meat without any tricks? The military academy students looked at Tang Lin quietly, and dared not speak, but the doubt in their eyes clearly expressed that they did not trust him. Tang Lin rubbed his eyebrows with a headache, and after thinking for a while, he still said the trick. As long as the main material of mental treatment drugs, Li Jing, is only produced by our Federation, the Colton Empire will never fall out with the Federation. Do you understand now? Tang Lin said in a bad tone, as if anyone who dared to push him would be scolded by him. Under the threat of Tang Lin's eyes, the military academy students silently swallowed the words they were about to refute and nodded tactfully. Tang Lin then withdrew his killing intention with satisfaction, and his face returned to a kind smile, and said, I have said everything I should say. In addition, the Luolan Empire will hold a state banquet tomorrow, and all the contestants will attend. When you arrive at the capital of the Luolan Empire, everyone should be prepared in advance. I will take you there tomorrow. We know. The military academy students nodded and agreed obediently. Tang Lin smiled and nodded, then turned and left the battleship living room. After Tang Lin left, the military academy students were completely furious. Most of them were still questioning the Colton Empire, and a small number were discussing tomorrow's state banquet. Ollie, do you have a dress? If you don't have many, I pick one for you. Lin Cece generously took out more than a dozen expensive dresses. I really don't have any, thank you. Shin Lily was not polite, and picked a blue dress from it. Why are you being polite to me? After Lin Cece finished speaking, she looked at the other three female classmates. And then, Xiaojin, Leisure, if you need one, come and pick one. Lin Cece said generously. As the eldest daughter of a soul weapon family, giving a few dresses is a piece of cake for her. Thank you, Cece. Xiao had originally planned to wear casual clothes, but when she heard that Lin Cece was going to give her a set, she was immediately moved and surprised. Thank you, Cece, I don't need it. There is just one set in the space button. Yuan Xiaojin was born in a scholarly family and often attends banquets, so she usually prepares a set of dresses. Among the three girls, Leisure was probably the only one with a gloomy face. She picked up a dress at random with twitching eyes, and then said with a smile that was uglier than crying, Thank you, you are a very nice person. Haha, you're welcome. We are all classmates. Lin Cece thought Leisure's reaction was a bit strange, but after all, she was not familiar with him, so she didn't take it to heart. After putting away the remaining dresses, she continued to chat with her little sisters. Chapter 319. After the warship with the federal emblem sent all the participants of its country to the capital of the Luolan Empire. In order to respect the Luolan Empire's warship restrictions, it immediately turned around and flew to the border of the Luolan Empire. Shin Lily and the others watched the warship fly away, and then followed Tang Lin and the coaches to the exit of the warship berthing hall. As soon as they arrived at the door, a Luolan Empire guide officer who was waiting came to lead them. Along the way, the military academy students were curious and looked at the buildings of the Luolan Empire, as well as the alphas and omegas passing by. There was even a military academy student who was directly called a hooligan on the spot because he kept staring at the back of an omega's neck. The military academy student, who was inexplicably scolded, was so angry that he wanted to scold back. As a result, Shin Kaiyun didn't know what he said next to him, and his face immediately blushed, and he bowed his head to apologize to the other party repeatedly. Seeing this, The little Omega hummed with satisfaction and left. Ollie, why did he apologize after being scolded? I didn't see him do anything excessive. Lin Cece was confused. Shin Lily was gloating, leaning over to Lin Cece's ear and said, the neck of an Omega is equivalent to our chest, and the place where we give birth to children. Lin Cece widened her eyes in surprise, and then immediately glared at the military school student and said, "Ah, bah, this stinky hooligan." Shin Lily was amused and laughed secretly, and inexplicably felt lucky for the military school student for a while. Fortunately, this Omega has a good personality. If it were another Omega, it would probably be dead, but it would be skinned. After walking for about 10 minutes, the guide of the Luolan Empire brought them to the door of a star-rated luxury hotel. The Luolan Empire arranged 5 luxury hotels for the participants from various countries to accommodate them. In front of each hotel, there is a national emblem representing their respective countries. Shin Lily glanced at the national emblems at the door of each hotel, and then followed the team into the hotel lobby. Dear Marshal Tang Lin and all the contestants, this hotel is where you will stay during the competition. No outsiders will enter this hotel during the competition. Please rest assured. In addition, the first floor is a 24-hour buffet restaurant, which is convenient for you to eat at any time. The second floor is an entertainment venue, which is also open 24 hours a day. There are many top-of-the-line Star Network cabins. If you want to train, there is a dimensional space arena in the basement. As long as you don't use nuclear weapons, you can build anything you want. The guide introduced it to everyone enthusiastically. The military academy students also looked at it with excitement, especially when Shin Kai-yun saw those Star Network cabins on the second floor. He almost didn't want to leave. Shin Lily still pulled him by the arm, and he reluctantly followed the group. After introducing all the places to everyone, the instructor politely bowed 90 degrees and said, I have introduced you here, and I also say goodbye to everyone. I wish you all a happy life in the future. Goodbye. Thank you, you have worked hard. Tang Lin nodded slightly to express his gratitude. The instructor was flattered and bowed again, then turned and left. Tang Lin watched the instructor leave, turned around and gave the students a word of advice, and then left with the coach. The cadets looked at each other, then ran to their favorite places with monkeys and dogs barking. Xiao Anan wanted to go to the buffet restaurant on the first floor, so she said goodbye to Lin Cece and Shin Lily. After saying goodbye to Xiao Anan, Lin Cece immediately took Shin Lily's arm and walked towards the elevator excitedly. Ollie, let's go to the botanical garden and the cute pet garden on the top floor. There were some cute little animals just now, and I want to touch them again, Lin Cece said impatiently. Before Shin Lily had time to say anything, she was pulled into the elevator. Yuan Shaojin and Lei Shi were left, and they nodded to each other in a distant and indifferent manner, and then they left. After a crazy afternoon, the cadets gathered in the lobby and expressed their admiration for the hotel's complete preparations. I seriously suspect that the Luolan Empire wants to corrupt my will, so it has arranged so many fun and delicious things. Shin Kai-yun collapsed on the sofa, with a satisfied and angry face. That makes sense, I agree. Tang Dongwang touched himself, his bulging belly, and burped. Zhang Yuanhao took his eyes off the book in his hand, then pushed the frameless glasses on his nose, and said with a look of disdain, Your will is quite worthless. That's right, don't insult the word will. Look at Zhou Wanfeng and Xiao Yu. They spent the whole afternoon in the Dimension training ground. Lin Cece directly exposed the two people's excuses, and said mercilessly, Aren't you and Lily playing on the roof? You still have the nerve to talk about us. Tang Dongwon retorted unconvinced. Oh, Tang Pang Bang has grown up. If you have the guts, let's go to the basement for a duel. If you win, you are right. Lin Cece said excitedly with a provocative look. Oh, that person has 3 urgent needs, I'm going to the toilet. Tang Dongwon didn't want to die, so he pretended not to hear and urinated directly. Seeing this cowardly look, Lin Cece rolled her eyes and spat in disappointment. You are the toughest person in the whole body. Everyone laughed at this. Even Shin Kai-yun laughed without any comradeship. Chapter 320. After everyone joked for a while, Zhou Wanfeng, the leader of the Federal Mecha team. Then he coughed and interrupted. Okay, let's pause for a moment. Everyone was very respectful of Zhou Wanfeng's words. After hearing them, they all quieted down. Even Lin Cece stopped playing and sat up obediently. Zhou Wanfeng waited for everyone to quiet down before he continued. Before the game starts, I will tell you about the precautions and the team allocation issues. Everyone nodded in agreement without interrupting. As everyone knows, there are a total of 5 games in each mecha competition, 1 game held by each of the 5 countries. Generally, the most dangerous planet in the territory of this country is selected for the competition. Let's not talk about the next 4 games. Let's talk about the Luolan Empire first. Zhou Wanfeng said, while turning on the 3D virtual screen projection. 3 planets appeared in the projection, a gray planet, a pure black planet, and an ominous purple planet. Shen Lily and the others also looked at these 3 planets. The gray planet Kes was announced to have been occupied by the Zerg last month. If the planet for the competition is this, it would be easy. Everyone has more or less experience in killing Zerg. After Zhou Wanfeng introduced the gray planet, he looked at the next one. The Black Yushao star is the most regrettable planet of the Luolan Empire. Due to some unknown reasons, it suddenly turned from a tourist planet into a dead planet. The Luolan Empire once sent an advanced team to enter Yushao star to check, but in the end, this advanced team disappeared without a trace. Zhou Wanfeng's voice was serious, and his eyes were solemn. The biggest danger is the unknown, because the unknown makes it more dangerous. Shen Lily and the others' eyes gradually became solemn. After all, the next planet might be the place where they will compete. And the last purple phantom star. The current news is that this planet is full of an unknown virus, which will cause people to become insane and kill each other, and there is currently no way to cure it. Zhou Wanfeng introduced the 3 planets. Finally, he looked at his classmates and said, these 3 planets are the most likely planets to hold competitions in the Luolan Empire. Now, let's refer to everyone's opinions. Which one do you think is the most likely? The military academy students were all silent for a while. Just because it seems that none of the 3 planets are easy to mess with. Tang Dongwang, who came back at an unknown time, took out a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote something on the table. Shen Kaiyun curiously leaned over to look, and what caught his eye was the 2 big words suicide note. Shen Kaiyun, I can only say that you are worthy of being Tang Dongwang. Seeing that he was discovered, Tang Dongwang did not feel embarrassed, but took out another piece of paper and pen and handed it to Shen Kaiyun. Brother Kaiyun, I give you a share, don't thank me. Tang Dongwang said generously. Shen Kaiyun stared at the 2 big words suicide note on the paper. After a long silence, he endured the toothache and smiled. Thank you, you are a very nice person, but you can take it back for yourself, I don't need it. Hey! It's my bad luck to have you here. TSK, you don't know what's good for you. Tang Dongwang rolled his eyes at Shen Kaiyun, then looked at other students and said, do you need it? The military school students shook their heads and expressed their disgust. Seeing this, Tang Dongwang could only sigh, alas, it's a pity that my family really has a throne to inherit, otherwise I wouldn't want to write. Isn't this cursing myself in advance? Military school students, Damn Versailles. Seeing that the topic was getting further and further away, Zhou Wanfeng coughed and first glanced at Tang Dongwang coldly. After he silently took back the suicide note, he looked at everyone and said, what do you think? Which planet do you think is most likely? The military school students hesitated for a moment, and most of them pointed to the second Black Yushao star. After all, according to convention, the planet that each country wants to compete on is usually the most difficult one. And Shen Lily hesitated for a moment, but pointed to the purple planet that no one chose. Zhou Wanfeng raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, Ollie, why did you choose Phantom Star? Shen Lily blinked innocently. Could she say that she just followed her intuition? But Zhou Wanfeng had already asked, and Shen Lily couldn't just say nothing. She hesitated for a while. Still said, according to convention, Yushao Star is indeed the most likely, but the danger level of Yushao Star is too high. Unless the Luolan Empire is a fool, it will not risk offending the entire galaxy and all the major powers to let us go to Yushao Star for the competition. After listening to this, the military academy students all thought about it. Even a few military academy students began to secretly move their fingers and pointed to the purple phantom star instead. Zhou Wanfeng looked at Shen Lily with appreciation, nodded and said, you are right, and there is one more crucial point. Even if the Luolan Empire wants to compete on Yushao Star, I don't think the other 4 major countries will agree to let their country's top mecha team go to a planet where there is no hope of survival to compete, so I also agree with Phantom Star. After saying that, Zhou Wanfeng raised his hand and pointed to Phantom Star. Chapter 321. In the end, only Shen Kaiyun had not made a choice, and everyone was looking at him. Shen Kaiyun hesitated for a while, and pointed to the great planet that no one had chosen. Zhou Wanfeng was stunned. Thinking that Shen Kaiyun had his own ideas, he asked solemnly, do you have any reason to choose the planet Kes? Reason? No. Shen Kaiyun was confused. Zhou Wanfeng, If you don't have one, why did you choose him? Zhou Huafeng narrowed his eyes dangerously. Ah? Can I choose? I saw that the other 2 planets have been chosen, and he is the only one who is alone, which is a bit pitiful, so I chose him. Shen Kaiyun blinked innocently, and said with surprise in his tone, Zhou Huafeng, very good, worthy of being Shen Kaiyun. Ordinary people who have not had a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years would not do such a thing. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Huafeng regained his calm and said indifferently, Shen Kaiyun abstained from voting and will not participate in this election. In the last 3 seconds, everyone is sure. If there is no problem, we will use the majority to win the minority, and decide the planet we will prepare for next. With a countdown of 3, 2, 1, everyone pointed to Phantom Star. The last one who reacted slowly also froze for a second, and then quickly pointed his finger from Yushao Star to Phantom Star. 0:0:12, except Shen Kaiyun, the tragic voting data made Phantom Star win among the 3 planets. It became the planet that everyone thought was most likely to compete. After deciding the planet that might compete the day after tomorrow, the next step is pre-war preparation. Zhou Huafeng deleted the other 2 planets that were abandoned, and then clicked on Phantom Star to show everyone its detailed information. Planet name: Phantom Star. Planet owner: Lauren Empire, Marshall Cass's private property. Planet introduction: the air on the planet is full of an unknown virus. Research has found that it can cause mental disorder in people and lead to mutual slaughter. There is currently no way to cure it. Planet creatures: after the virus invaded, all the animals and plants on the planet turned into fallen beasts overnight, and the danger level is high. Special warning: although mental power can temporarily resist the invasion of the virus, once you have dizziness symptoms, please leave Phantom Star immediately, otherwise your life will be in danger. In addition, if you don't do it, you will die. Please cherish your life. Stay away from Phantom Star. The military cadets read all the information, and as for the last warning, they ignored it. Fear of death and fear of danger are the rights of ordinary people. Since they chose to become military cadets, they have already prepared for the awareness that they will sacrifice one day. Do you have any suggestions after reading it? Zhou Huafeng clasped his hands and looked at the military cadets, who were still thinking. Captain, can I ask first, is this competition still focused on solving the planetary crisis like before? Shen Kaiyun was the first to raise his hand and asked. Well, almost. Zhou Huafeng's expression eased a little, and he finally had a good face toward Shen Kaiyun. Although he is sometimes a little naughty, he is generally quite reliable. Look, he can get to the point right away. Okay, then I have no problem. Shen Kaiyun sat up straight and stopped talking. Zhou Huafeng, As expected, he couldn't be happy too early for Shen Kaiyun. After Zhou Huafeng withdrew his gaze with disdain, he looked at Zhang Yuanhao and said, Yuanhao, do you have any suggestions? The Zhang family is the strongest medicine family in the Federation. Since this competition is mainly centered on viruses, Zhang Yuanhao is the most advantageous among them. Everyone looked at Zhang Yuanhao expectantly. Obviously, everyone had the same idea. Unfortunately, Zhang Yuanhao shook his head and said, Our family has studied the virus of Phantom Star before. We only know that the stronger the mental power, the longer the resistance to infection. However, this virus is not taken seriously in our family, so there is no progress at present. Really? Zhou Huafeng frowned and sighed regretfully. Don't be disappointed so early. I can't do it, but there is someone who may be able to do it. After speaking, Zhang Yuanhao looked at Shen Lili and said, Cousin, what do you think? Zhou Huafeng realized something, and suddenly looked at Shen Lili with a warm look. Yes, how could I forget about Ollie? She is the one who developed the mental power treatment potion. If there is anyone in this galaxy who can break this virus, then it must be Shen Lili. The other military school students also realized something, and looked at Shen Lili excitedly. Shen Lili looked at everyone with a confused face, and finally said in disbelief, You don't want me to come and conquer this virus, do you? Everyone nodded in tacit understanding. Shen Lili, Thank you for thinking so highly of me, but I really can't do it. Who dares to guarantee that they can conquer a virus that has never been seen before? Especially an interstellar virus. Thinking of something in the past, Shen Lili's face turned green. Shen Lili still clearly remembers the virus that she had solved for her 5th cousin Guanyang. It was so difficult that she almost went bald. Viruses are not scary. What is scary is that interstellar viruses can evolve. Seeing Shen Lili's constipated face, everyone began to wonder if they were too much. After all, it was their own pressure. How could they be so shameless, and put it all on Shen Lili alone? Thinking of this, Everyone began to feel guilty. Little sister, just do your best, it doesn't matter if you fail. Shin Kaiyun changed his lazy aura, and scanned everyone with sharp eyes. It seemed that whoever dared to bully his sister would be beaten by him. The other military school students knew that they were in the wrong, and began to persuade, yes, just do your best. In the end, as the leader of the federal mecha team, Zhou Wanfeng slammed the table and decided, in this competition, Ollie will be responsible for studying the virus, Yuanhao will assist Ollie, and the rest of the people will be responsible for their safety. The military school students heard it, and thought that this arrangement was the most reasonable, so they nodded in agreement. But I can't guarantee success, right? Shen Lily expressed her concerns. She was not the kind of stubborn person who would suffer for the sake of face. It doesn't matter. It's okay if it fails. You can understand it, right? Zhou Wanfeng glanced at everyone with a cold look. The cadets were silent for a while, and then nodded frantically. Shen Lily was relieved when she heard this, and she felt much more relaxed. At the end of the short party, Zhou Wanfeng arranged the precautions and the team allocation. He told everyone to go to bed early on the pretext of attending the state banquet tomorrow, and then got up and returned to the room. Chapter 322. The next day, the Federal Mecha Squad took a spaceship with their national emblem, and went to the venue of the state banquet of the Lauren Empire. The venue was located in the Royal Banquet Hall of the Lauren Empire. Because the banquet hall was in the palace, Shen Lily and her spaceship could only be parked outside the palace, and the rest of the way could only be walked in. Fortunately, as military school students, everyone was not squeamish. Everyone held their friends' arms, and walked into the palace with laughter. Wow, it's so grand. Xiao Anan grew up in Sin Star, and had never been to such a luxurious place. Her attention was instantly attracted by the exquisite buildings around her. People like Shen Lily and Lin Sisi, who were born in Rome, were no longer surprised by these buildings. However, when they encountered unique scenery, they would still praise it. After talking about the buildings for a while, they began to get bored. Xiao Anan was also surprised at the beginning, but now she is aesthetically fatigued. She retracted her gaze, not knowing what she was thinking of, and suddenly asked curiously, besides us, there are other countries coming to the state banquet tonight, right? Yes, this time, including our federation, all 5 major countries participating in the mecha competition are here. Shen Lily took the arms of the two, and looked at Xiao Anan in confusion. Hearing this, Xiao Anan raised her eyebrows, and whispered to the two, how did the Mermaid Empire come? Did they come sitting in the fish tank? Shen Lily, Lin Sisi, The air was quiet for a moment, and in the end, it was Lin Sisi who couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, Ali, your cousin is so humorous. Lin Sisi didn't explain, she was so happy that she couldn't help herself. Shen Lily also touched her forehead helplessly, but this really couldn't be blamed on Xiao Anan. After all, she had just come out of the Sin Star not long ago, it was normal that she didn't know these things. Thinking of this, Shen Lily started to popularize science. Mermaids only need to stay in the fish tank before they are 10 years old. After they are 10 years old, they will automatically differentiate their legs, and can freely choose to walk with their tails or long legs. Oh, so that's it, what a pity, I thought there would be a large wet temptation. Xiao Anan pouted regretfully. Haha, I didn't expect you to be such an Anan, does your brother know? Lin Sisi couldn't help but joked. Shen Lily didn't know what she was thinking of. She raised her eyebrows, and whispered in Xiao Anan's ear, don't be discouraged so early. Our third match point is in the Mermaid Empire. 99% of the Mermaid Empire is water. You can see who will be the least wet and tempting. Xiao Anan and Lin Sisi. Surprise! 999, because 6 turned over. Lin Sisi smacked her lips. Ollie, you are still smart. Xiao Anan gave a thumbs up in surprise. Shen Lily smiled back at them with her big white teeth. As they talked and laughed, they unknowingly arrived at the door of the Royal Banquet Hall. As soon as they arrived at the door, the Federation Mecha Squad ran into the Mermaid Empire Mecha Squad, which arrived at the same time as them. The Mermaid Mecha Squad did not come in fish tanks. Each of them had a pair of slender and strong long legs, which could be used as chopsticks. Shen Lily tilted her head, and looked at them curiously. She saw that these legendary siren mermaids were not handsome fair-skinned men, with blonde hair and blue eyes, like in fairy tales. Instead, they were strong, dark-skinned handsome men of 1.9 meters, and their aura was like that of a gangster, full of the feeling that they were not easy to mess with. On their handsome faces, there was only a small fish scale tattoo, which revealed their identity as siren mermaids. Shen Lily swallowed silently, not daring to look at these dark-skinned handsome men who looked rough, but were actually full of hormones. If she continued to look, what would she do if she cheated mentally? Joe, it's not that I have a weak willpower, it's just that their muscles are too tempting. The leaders of the two mecha teams nodded to each other and prepared to enter the hall. The waiter who had been waiting on the side immediately bowed 90 degrees and led everyone to the position prepared for them in advance. Because of strange reasons, the mecha teams on both sides looked at each other curiously when they entered. Especially Shinlili and the other females, who were stared at by the siren mermaids of the mermaid mech team with fiery eyes. The military academy students of the federal mech team were so angry that they blocked Shinlili and the others behind them. Seeing that the cute girls were covered, the siren mermaids snorted arrogantly and then followed the waiter, who directed them to another corner of the hall. After the siren mermaids left, Shinlili asked Shinkayun curiously, "What happened just now? Why do I feel that their eyes are a little strange?" Lin Cece and the other girls also nodded in confusion. Although the other party was very handsome, staring at them like this made them feel like a hooligan. Shinkayun choked. How could he say this? He couldn't say that the group of malicious fish world teddy spirits on the opposite side wanted to seduce you to have babies. But if I say this to a girl, I will be the one who acts like a hooligan. After hesitating for a long time, Shinkayun said with some pain, "Stay away from them, unless you want to have a mermaid hybrid baby." Shinlili and the other girls were stunned when they heard this. Then, they suddenly understood what the siren mermaids meant by their eyes just now. Instantly, everyone was shy, some called them hooligans, and some gave them glares. Among the girls, Lin Cece had the ugliest expression, because she thought that was a provocation, a look that wanted to fight with her. But the result was, I treated you as my opponent, but you wanted to hook up with me? Chapter 323. Actually, a mermaid hybrid baby doesn't seem to be a bad idea. Xiaonan suddenly looked at a corner of the mermaid mecha team like a fangirl. Shinlili looked at Xiaonan in surprise when she heard this, and then followed her gaze. She saw a little mermaid with blonde hair and blue eyes, which was accidentally blocked by the burly siren mermaids. This is a pure-blooded mermaid? Shinlili frowned for a while, and looked at this little mermaid that they had just ignored. Not to mention the amazing appearance of the little mermaid, but from his age, he is clearly only 12 or 13 years old. But how can a 12 or 13-year-old become a member of the national mecha team? Shinlili frowned in confusion. It stands to reason that other countries would never take such a risk to let a child join the mecha team. Not to mention the Mermaid Empire, which is very competitive. So why did the siren mermaid agree to let this little mermaid join the national mecha team? Could it be this little mermaid is a super genius? But if she is not mistaken, there seem to be several crisscrossing scars on the neck of this little mermaid. These scars do not look like accidental injuries, but more like scars caused by people being beaten day by day. From all indications, the life of this pure-blooded mermaid is probably as difficult as the legend says. After taking a few glances, Shinlili retracted her gaze, and did not intend to be a saint and stand up for the pure-blooded little mermaid. Let alone that they are hostile countries, they are still competitors in the current situation. She will not be kind enough to go over and solve problems for the enemy and increase their combat effectiveness. And maybe they don't need it. Shinlili recalled the cold and sinister eyes, but not the slightest bit of cowardice, and the corners of her lips suddenly raised a curve silently. Having offended a pure-blooded little mermaid who seemed to be a villain boss, I'm afraid that the siren mermaid will have to be on tenterhooks in the future. Shinlili picked up a drink and took a sip with gloating. It was still early for the state banquet to start, and Shinlili could only look at the people attending the banquet boredly. The guests who could attend the state banquet were basically nobles of the Lauren Empire, or well-known businessmen. It can be said that anyone picked out of them at random would never be able to come into contact with ordinary civilians in their lifetime. Shinlili didn't have much interest in these people, and after a quick glance, he turned his eyes to the mecha team participating in the competition this time. The mecha team of the Lauren Empire, as the host, was the first to arrive. At this moment, their members were talking elegantly with others. The mecha team of the Mermaid Empire was chatting up all the women at the banquet, but I won't go into details. The most normal one was probably the mecha team of the Colton Empire. Everyone was lovingly stroking the fur or scales of their own spirit bodies. Shinlili focused on their spirit bodies for a while, and finally found that the Sentinel's spirit body was actually similar to theirs. But there was still a little difference. For example, the Sentinel's spirit body actually reflects the owner's personality. If the owner has a lively personality, then the spirit body will also be lively. If the owner has a cold personality, then the spirit body's personality will also be a little cold. As for the spiritual body of their federation, it is more like the product of split personality, with independent consciousness and memory. Generally speaking, it is not possible to say which of the two spiritual bodies is good or bad, but each seems to have its own merits. After looking at all the mecha teams, Shinlili looked at the gate again. In a while, the banquet will start, but no one from the Sirius Empire has seen it yet. Jojo is a little slow. Shinlili put down the cup and held her chin with some boredom. Speaking of the devil, she just thought of Baijiu, and there was a movement at the gate. Shinlili immediately perked up and looked towards the door. Sure enough, the next second she saw the mecha team of the Sirius Empire. Looking at the leader of the Sirius Empire, Shinlili was slightly stunned for a second. She never thought that the leader of the Sirius Empire would be Brother Guanjing. Although Shinlili was a little surprised, she still waved to Guanjing happily. Guanjing's frosty face softened after seeing Shinlili, with a slight smile on his lips, and he nodded to Shinlili. After Shinlili greeted Guanjing, he looked behind him. After seeing Baijiu, Shinlili waved with a brighter smile. Jojo here. Baijiu, who was still in a jar of vinegar, instantly regained his smile, and after instructing the team members behind him, he abandoned the team and walked over. He completely ignored the team members behind him, who were burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, because they heard their noble prince being called so intimately. Compared with the team members, who looked like they had seen a ghost, Baijiu sat next to Shinlili with a warm smile. He first nodded politely to Shin Kaiyun and the others, and then looked at Shinlili with some concern and asked, "Ollie, are you feeling better?" Shinlili was still sick when she left the Empire, so Baijiu kept thinking about it. "It's okay, it's already healed." Shinlili shook her head obediently. "That's good." Baijiu didn't blame anything, just touched Shinlili's hair lovingly. Shinlili didn't resist, and let Baijiu do intimate actions. "You two are in public, be careful." Shin Kaiyun, the second uncle, was unhappy, and immediately looked at Baijiu's hand with murderous eyes. Baijiu and Shinlili smiled at each other, and the two sat down obediently in tacit understanding. Chapter 324. This pair of sour smells also shocked the other members of the Federation Mecha Squad. If they were not mistaken, this young man should be the leader of the Mecha Squad of the Sirius Empire. At this moment, both the Federation Mecha Squad and the Empire Mecha Squad were filled with shock. But at the same time, the Mecha Squads on both sides were afraid that the other side would abduct their captain or team members. However, the Empire Mecha Squad was sent to the door by their own leader, so apart from killing with their eyes, they did not dare to do anything more. As for the Federation Mecha Squad, when they saw the previous first-place Mecha Squad, it was rare to be defeated in front of them, and they were in a good mood. Tang Dongwon glanced proudly at the Mecha Squad of the Sirius Empire. Then he looked at Baijiu happily and asked in a very friendly manner, "This is the Crown Prince Baijiu of the Empire, right?" Baijiu nodded reservedly, then introduced himself with a smile. "Hello, I am Ali's fiancé, you can just call me Baijiu." Originally, when Baijiu introduced himself, everyone's faces were full of joy. But when they heard that he was Shinlili's fiancé, everyone's faces changed at the same time, and Tang Dongwon's face suddenly turned dark. Shin Kaiyun. If your family can't afford to raise your daughter, tell me, how can you give our Federation's cabbage to the Empire? Tang Dongwon leaned over Shin Kaiyun's ear and gritted his teeth in anger. The murderous intent in his voice was so strong that he almost wanted to take out the brains of the Shin family members and shake them to see if there was any water in them. You know, Shinlili has always been hailed as the hope of the future of the Federation. This is the hope of the future. But in the end, she was sent out by her own people. Don't ask about this sour feeling. If you ask, it's the same feeling as having your home robbed. Originally, he thought it was the enemy's cabbage that was abducted by them. Oh my god, the cabbage from my garden was taken away. Imperial Mecha Team. Hee, friends from the Federation, why aren't you laughing? Oh my god. Oh my god. Where is the quick-acting heart pill? He urgently needs a heart-protecting pill now. Seeing Tang Dongwon's expression, that was about to faint from anger, Shin Kaiyun inexplicably felt that he saw his former self. When he first learned the news, he was so angry that he almost took up a weapon to blow up the Sirius Empire. So Shin Kaiyun could especially understand Tang Dongwon's mood at the moment. But the reason for this matter, after all, was related to his sister's privacy. Shin Kaiyun couldn't say much, he could only touch his nose and said guiltily, "They are in a free love relationship. What can our family do? Freedom is bullshit. Shin Kaiyun, this is the first time I realized that you are so useless. Can't you just do some sabotage?" Tang Dongwon was simply disappointed. Huh? Destruction? Shin Kai-yun looked at Tang Dongwon with horror. He is not some awful second brother, or a vicious male partner. Why would he want to destroy the future of his sister and brother-in-law? If we don't destroy it now, it will be too late, or do you really want to marry your sister to the Empire? Tang Dongwon said with a look of grief. It's true that the Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. And this matter cannot be in a hurry. Today they dare to show their affection in public. How can we guarantee that next time, Shin Lily will not be pregnant? Shin Kai-yun, But his whole family has accepted this matter. It's already too late. But Shin Kai-yun didn't dare to say this. He was afraid of irritating Tang Dongwon even more. After hesitating for a long time, Shin Kai-yun finally said hesitantly, Dongwon, listen to me, don't worry about it. This matter is already set in stone, unless you try to usurp the throne to become the president of the Federation. Shin Kai-yun meant that he wanted Tang Dongwon to give up this idea. But Tang Dongwon's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had been reminded. Yes. How about I try to usurp the throne and become president? This way I can oppose our daughter marrying far away. Wait, let me think about what black material my father has. Tang Dongwon quickly turned on the light brain and searched for his father's past records. Good son, your father is almost dying of your filial piety. Shin Kai-yun covered his face with his hands, speechless and choking. Seeing that the scene of father and son killing each other was about to take place, Shin Kai-yun hesitated for a while, but still turned on the light brain and typed the truth and sent it over. After receiving the letter, Tang Dongwon looked at Shin Kai-yun in confusion, and then opened it to read. The more he read, the stiffer his face became. Finally, he looked up at Shin Kai-yun in disbelief and said, Really? Shin Kai-yun rolled his eyes in disdain and said, Why would I lie to you? If it wasn't for this reason, do you really think our Shin family is stupid? Tang Dongwon was hit by the truth and collapsed on the sofa with a look of despair, with only one sentence in his mind. The cabbage ran away, the cabbage ran away, the cabbage ran away. Seeing this, the other members of the Federal Mecha team also looked at Shin Kai-yun with flickering eyes. They also want to know. Shin Kai-yun, Why are you asking me? Ask the other side. Chapter 325. Speechless, Shin Kai-yun still accepted his fate and edited it on the optical computer for a while. Then he sent a copy of the edited reason to his teammates in the Federal Mecha team. After the boys read the emasculated information, although they understood it, their faces were still a little sour. Yes, it would be strange if their faces could be better if the cabbage in their own country ran away with someone. Compared with the boys' grief, the girls looked at Bai Zhou with excitement. Oh, you are still together after all. Lin Cece's acceptance level was the best among those present. After all, she and her silly brother had already eaten the dog food of the two people on the opposite side. So now that the two are together, she has long been mentally prepared. Compared with Lin Cece's expression of I know everything. But Bai Zhou, as the protagonist, looked at Lin Cece for a while before remembering. Isn't this the sister of the jerk who kept holding Ali's hand and smiled like a flower? Although the brother was a little annoying, the sister remembered that she was still very nice to Ali. So Bai Zhou smiled and said politely, Well, Ali and I have been together for a while. I remember your name is Lin Cece, and I have to thank you for taking care of my Ali all the time. Hey, you are polite. Ali is my sister. It's my duty to take care of her. Besides, it's not certain who will take care of whom between the two of us. Lin Cece touched her nose honestly. As soon as this was said, everyone laughed in a friendly manner. With Lin Cece taking the lead, the other members of the Federal Mecha team were no longer restrained and asked some questions curiously. Bai Zhou also answered politely one by one. The harmonious relationship between the Federation Mecha team and the Sirius Mecha team was also seen by the other mechas. At this moment, they all secretly pricked up their ears, or quietly observed. Luolan Empire Captain, the Federation Mecha team, and the Sirius Mecha team may join forces in this competition. Should we prepare in advance? A member of the Luolan Mecha team came to his captain and said. Xiaishu raised a glass of grape juice and said casually, The leader of the Sirius Mecha team does have a good relationship with the Federation, but his teammates may not be. Xiaishu's lips curled up a smile, and his eyes seemed to be looking at one of the members of the Sirius Mecha team unintentionally. That poisonous look made the smile on his lips even bigger. The owner of the pair of poisonous eyes of the Sirius Empire was saying in a sarcastic tone. As the captain, he went to the Federation Mecha squad to fool around. He has no sense of responsibility at all. Such a person is not worthy of being the captain of our Sirius Empire. Siki's voice was full of sarcasm, and her words were full of the taste of sowing discord. Siki originally thought that his words from the heart would be recognized by everyone. As a result, the other members of the serious mecha squad directly treated him as air and ignored him at all. Siki waited for a long time, but no one moved, and his face suddenly turned black. Then he stared at the pure blood of the Xuanwu clan with a vicious look, signaling him to quickly agree with him. The pure blood of the Xuanwu clan, who was still eating a big meal without a heart, shuddered at this look. Although he didn't notice what Siki said just now, according to past experience, as long as he said the right thing, it would be fine. So he nodded quickly and said, "Ah, right. The members of the serious mech team secretly rolled their eyes at this useless and servile look, and tacitly treated the two men as air. The Mermaid Empire's mech team is not interested in the affairs of the Federation and Sirius. It is more meaningful for the Mermaid mech team to hook up with beautiful sisters and have babies than to think about it. And they are very confident in their own strength and don't bother to play tactics. Compared to other empires, the Colton Empire is secretly discussing the game, but they are discussing Shinlili. Captain, it's bad. There's a pretty boy sitting next to Shinlili, and they seem to be an unmarried couple." Zhang Dongxiang's voice was anxious. "You know, in addition to the game, their biggest task this time is to seduce Shinlili to their Colton Empire. Isn't the best way to seduce someone to fall in love? As long as he succeeds in seducing Shinlili, he will not only be able to rise to prominence. It will also be a great thing for their country. But now she has a fiancé, how can he seduce her?" "Oh, I see, then what?" The man who spoke had a face that was more delicate and beautiful than a woman's. His lazy temperament made him look very harmless. "What else?" "Captain, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Be more positive. Now they haven't gotten married yet, so you still have a chance. As long as you work harder, there is no corner in the world that you can't dig." Zhang Dongxiang is very confident in his captain's appearance. As long as his captain stands there, he doesn't believe that Shinlili's eyes will still be empty. "Oh, okay, I see, next time." Ji Chengyu agreed perfunctorily. As he spoke, he yawned, hugged his own spirit body, and prepared to sleep on the sofa. Zhang Dongxiang, Hey! I've never seen such a useless captain. Looking at Ji Chengyu's sleeping face, Zhang Dongxiang felt that this mecha team didn't have him. We have to disband. Chapter 326. Unconsciously, the banquet has come to an end. Before leaving, Bai Zhou and Shinlili were reluctant to leave for a while. Finally, they said goodbye to the federal mecha team and returned to their own mecha team. After watching Bai Zhou leave, the people of the federal mecha team also prepared to leave. They first went to say goodbye to the host, the Luolan Empire, and then everyone got up and prepared to go back to the hotel. Shinlili walked last, just as she stepped over the threshold. Suddenly, there was a ding-dong sound from the light brain on her wrist. Shinlili opened the light brain in confusion, and was slightly stunned when she saw the information. After coming to her senses, Shinlili ran to Shin Kaiyun and said, "Second brother, I have something to leave for a while. I will go back by myself later. You don't have to wait for me. You are unfamiliar with this place. What can happen?" Shin Kaiyun frowned worriedly. "It's okay. Just a friend wants to talk to me for a while. I'll be back soon," Shinlili promised. Shin Kaiyun felt that it was so late, and the person who was looking for his sister must have bad intentions. When he was about to say something, Shinlili had already left him and ran away. "Don't worry, second brother, it's an acquaintance. I'll be back in half an hour." Shinlili waved behind him while running. Shin Kaiyun was so angry that half of his face was puffed up, but he didn't say anything, just helplessly explained a few words to his teammates. He leaned against the wall alone, watching the time while waiting for Shinlili. On the other side, Shinlili came to the location mentioned in the information, looked around, and saw the person leaning on the railing. "Brother Guanjing." Shinlili smiled, and walked over to say hello. "You're here." Guanjing's eyebrows were soft when he smiled, and Zhou Shen's coldness disappeared at this moment. "Well, brother Guanjing, what do you want to talk to me about?" Shinlili also leaned on the railing and turned her head to look at Guanjing in confusion. When her eyes touched Guanjing's face, Shinlili couldn't help but sigh in her heart that brother Guanjing was still as handsome as ever. Guanjing nodded, and then asked with concern, "Will you participate in the competition the day after tomorrow?" "Well, of course, I'm still a main player," Shinlili said with pride in her tone. Looking at Shinlili's fearless look, Guanjing frowned even more. "Ollie, in previous mecha competitions, the number of students who died was at least 1/3. Do you still want to participate with such a mortality rate?" Guanjing advised worriedly. He didn't want Shinlili to participate in such a dangerous competition, both for public and private reasons. "These coaches have already told us, brother Guanjing, don't worry, with my strength, don't you still believe me?" Shen Lily promised with a smile. Guan Jing knew that he couldn't persuade her, so he could only sigh and asked again, "Do you have to participate?" "Well, my second brother is also participating. For him, I can't withdraw from the competition." Shen Lily wanted to participate in the competition, but the biggest reason was that Shen Kaiyun also participated. How could she feel at ease if she didn't follow her second brother, who was so fierce, and participated in such a dangerous competition? Then participate, but Ollie, if you encounter fatal danger in the competition, withdraw from the competition immediately, don't be attached to the ranking. Guan Jing had no way to stop him, so he could only warn him worriedly. "Yeah, I know, I cherish my life very much." In order to reassure Guan Jing, Shen Lily nodded very hard. Guan Jing didn't know what to say when he saw this, but suddenly looked up at the night sky. Then he asked casually, "Ollie, I heard that you were going to get engaged to Bai Zhou. Do you like Bai Zhou?" "Yeah." Shen Lily was slightly stunned, not understanding why Guan Jing suddenly asked this. But after thinking about it, he answered seriously, "Yeah, I like it." Guan Jing's fingers stiffened slightly, then relaxed again, raised his hand, and rubbed Shen Lily's hair and said, "Really? But you are still young. Do you understand what love is?" Shen Lily blinked, held her chin and looked at the moon and said, "I know that Bai Zhou will be my partner in the future. We will grow old and ugly together, become toothless grandfathers and old ladies together, and finally sleep together in the sea of stars. I don't hate this feeling, so this is probably love." Guan Jing listened to every word, and suddenly felt a little bitter in his heart, and inexplicably began to envy Bai Zhou. I don't know how long the silence lasted, and finally Guan Jing smiled as if he had let go of something. "Then I'm relieved, Ali, you are like my sister, and you must be happy with Bai Zhou in the future." "Yeah, thank you, brother Guan Jing." Shen Lily looked back and smiled, like a night blooming cereus blooming at night. The two chatted for a while, and Shen Lily looked at the time and said goodbye. After Guan Jing watched Shen Lily walk away, the corners of his upturned mouth drooped in disappointment. This hope that ended in vain was too late for him. Guan Jing looked up at the moon in the sky and murmured with a wry smile, "Bai Zhou, you won." As the voice fell, the vague goodwill that had not yet been spoken began to be sealed in the depths of his heart layer by layer. At the gate of the state banquet, Shen Lily was about to go back alone, but she suddenly heard Shen Kaiyun's call. "Little sister, this way." Shen Kaiyun smiled and waved. "Second brother." Shen Lily laughed in surprise, then rushed over and jumped on his back. "You are a brother with a conscience, and you still know to wait for me." Shen Lily got the advantage and acted cute, hugged Shen Kaiyun's neck and said coquettishly, "You are my only sister. If I lose you, my parents will definitely beat me up when I get home." Shen Kaiyun lovingly carried Shen Lily on his back and walked towards the spacecraft docking point. Hee hee. Shen Lily smiled happily. As the night deepened, the silhouettes of the brother and sister gradually faded away. Chapter 327. The day of the competition arrived as scheduled. On the day of departure, all the mecha teams participating in the competition gathered in the square in front of the hotel. The members of the 5 mecha teams present looked at each other for a while, and then the mecha teams of other countries. They stood honestly in their own teams, waiting for the warships to take them to the competition site. It's not that they don't want to look at each other for a while. But at this moment, every move of all of them will be seen by countless people. Not to mention the crowds of onlookers, who have already blocked the hotel. There are also live broadcast media authorized by the official of this competition. They are like flies seeing meat, constantly surrounding the 5 mecha teams for live broadcast. Hello, everyone in front of the screen. I am your host, Afei. Today I will broadcast the annual Freshman Mecha competition live. But before the competition begins, I will interview the players about their feelings. But which one should I start with? The reporter named Afei deliberately spoke slowly, which whetted everyone's appetite. Sure enough, many StarCraft netizens who were watching the live broadcast were immediately interested and kept brushing their favorite teams on the barrage. Idiots are fun. Nonsense. Of course it's our Luolan Empire's God of Thanks. Although I've said it countless times, I want to say it again. God of Thanks is the most beautiful. Caramel bean paste bun. Don't listen to the above. The first person to be interviewed should of course be our Mermaid Empire's Prince Kabu. This is the only pure-blooded mermaid that we can compete with in recent years. 50 dumplings in one breath. No, 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 the one who should be interviewed the most is our Colton Empire's His Royal Highness Ji Chengyu. If you haven't seen His Royal Highness's divine face, I will be really sad, okay? Would you like to live in the refrigerator with me, Humph? In terms of appearance, our His Royal Highness Bai Zhou doesn't deserve to have the first interview spot? Your wife betrayed me. What's the point of comparing appearance? If you have the guts, compare talents. Narrator, I advise you to choose our goddess Li. Otherwise, don't force me to kneel down and beg you. Looking at the increasingly noisy comments, Ah-Fei also became excited. What do they like most as reporters? That is popularity. As long as there is popularity, you will be popular wherever you go in the future. After suppressing his excitement, Ah-Fei stopped keeping the secret and grinned. Since everyone's opinions are not consistent. Let's do this. Everyone brush up on the public screen. Those who choose Xiaishu deduct 1. Those who choose Prince Kabu deduct 2. Those who choose His Highness Ji Chengyu deduct 3. Those who choose His Highness Bai Zhou deduct 4. Those who choose Shenlili deduct 5. Let's count down to 3 seconds. Everyone deduct together. Owner of the fish pond, as long as you are not blind, of course it's 5. If there is any similarity, I will plagiarize. 4,444. Choose His Highness Bai Zhou. Listen to me, and you will live forever. Nongfu Spring is sweeter than you. I want to see one. Outsex's person. Lily rarely shows up. It must be number 5. Uncle Nick, now that you mention it, I want to choose number 5 too. If it weren't for the spiritual healing potion of Goddess Lily, I might not have been able to survive this year. Hakimi, +1. As the countdown of 3, 2, 1 ended, Ah-Fei looked at the screen full of numbers 5 and raised his eyebrows in surprise. However, as a professional reporter, he quickly adjusted his expression management. Then he smiled mischievously to lead the atmosphere. Very good, since everyone has chosen number 5. Then the first person we will interview is classmate Shenlili. He did it right away. The 5 mecha teams were not far away, and Ah-Fei soon came to Shenlili. He politely used social distance and raised the microphone in his hand and said, Classmate Shenlili, congratulations on becoming the first player to be interviewed. Excuse me, are you confident about the next game? Shenlili, who didn't expect to be interviewed, was a little embarrassed by the teasing eyes of the people around her. But she also knew that this was a live broadcast, and she must not embarrass her own federation. So Shenlili brushed her bangs behind her ears, revealing a beautiful and delicate face, and said to the audience in the live broadcast room with a bright smile, Of course, my teammates are my confidence and confidence. Shenlili was originally delicate and beautiful, and she deliberately showed off, and many viewers who watched the live broadcast were immediately boiling, looking like a joke. Oh my Lily baby, so good. Love love. If you want to shine, pay the electricity bill first. Li Bao is getting more and more beautiful, my dowry is ready. When will Li Bao marry me? Dynamic light wave. You are worthy of being the goddess Lily, come on. The championship must be yours. Although the live broadcast room is very popular, Ah-Fei is obviously not satisfied with such a conventional answer. So he rolled his eyes, and suddenly smiled meaningfully and said, Student Shenlili, who do you think is the best among the people participating in this competition? Shenlili, Is it really okay to ask such a question in public? Saying that others are good is to destroy your own prestige, and saying that your own people are good is narcissism. It simply doesn't leave anyone any way out. But probably because she was often tricked by Shen Kaiyun, Shenlili was very skilled and changed to a white lotus expression. Then he blinked a pair of innocent eyes and said, The best, that must be my second brother, aren't brothers the best? In the hearts of their sisters, their brothers are the best, and there is nothing wrong with that. Ah-Fei, who didn't expect to be able to answer like this, immediately raised his eyebrows with some regret. After that, he didn't give up and dug several traps for Shenlili in succession, but she was able to avoid them successfully in the end. Until the audience watching the live broadcast had opinions, Ah-Fei gave up with some regret and continued to trick Shenlili. After finally sending off this reporter, who liked to dig holes, Shenlili was completely relieved. After the warships of the 5 major countries arrived at the hotel, these reporters were isolated not far away and were not allowed to approach the contestants. The members of the 5 mecha teams looked at each other again. Then, they boarded their own warships and went to the competition venue together. Chapter 328. Tang Lin, the Federation battleship, solemnly told everyone before the game started, the location of this game is probably Phantom Star. It is known that there are countless fallen beasts on this planet, and there is an unknown virus in the air that can cause mental disorder. If nothing unexpected happens, your main task is to solve this virus, but you should take priority over yourself. If you can't hold on, withdraw from the game immediately. I will rescue you immediately. Do you get it? All the members of the Federation mecha team saluted at the same time and said solemnly, Got it. Tang Lin nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand and said, I won't waste your time. Check your equipment before the game and disband. After that, Tang Lin turned and left, leaving the space to the group of students. Ollie, Yuanhao, do you have enough medicinal materials? Zhou Wanfeng asked when he had time. Shen Lili and Zhang Yuanhao looked at each other, nodded affirmatively, and then looked at Zhou Wanfeng together and said, Captain, we are fine. Okay. Zhou Wanfeng nodded, and went to ask about the situation of others. After Zhou Wanfeng left, Shen Lili and Zhang Yuanhao also began to check their equipment. Shen Lili took out her Xingchen mecha from the mecha space button, then entered the cockpit, and checked the data of various parts of the mecha. In order to be on the safe side, even as Shui was called out by Shen Lili to help. Ali, the mecha is fine, but the energy in the energy stone has been used up a lot. It's best to change a new energy stone. Shui suggested. Well, okay. Shen Lili did not hesitate and directly replaced the energy stone in the mecha energy box. Lin Cece, who watched Shui checking the mecha, couldn't help but feel a little itchy and said, Ollie, can Shui help me check it? Shen Lili did not agree immediately, but looked at Shui, and after getting his consent, nodding to Lin Cece, yes, no problem. That's great, Shui has worked hard. Lin Cece quickly took out her mecha and said politely to Shui. Shui raised his chin proudly, nodded reservedly, and then began to help Lin Cece check the mecha seriously. Mechas that can be used to participate in the competition have basically been checked, and there are rarely any problems. But I didn't expect that Shui found a lot of problems after just a while of checking. This line is too old, it's better to replace it, and this screw is cracks, and it's better to apply lubricant here. Shui pointed out one by one with rare patience. Lin Cece was just saying it casually, but she didn't expect Shui to find a few problems. She suppressed her surprise, and quickly disassembled it according to Shui's instructions. The result was exactly as Shui said. Lin Cece couldn't help swallowing her saliva, looking at Shen Lili with shock and said, Ollie, is your spiritual body so powerful? You can become a mecha master, right? Although Shen Lili thought it was a bit exaggerated, she still nodded in agreement and said, Shui is indeed more talented than me in the field of mecha. After listening to this, Lin Cece took a breath of cold air in disbelief. More talented than Ali? How terrifying is the talent of this spirit? Compared to Lin Cece's shock, Shen Lili had already prepared herself mentally. On weekdays, Shui's favorite thing to read is books and videos about mechas. Even the mecha notes, given to her by Wei Changze, are what Shui reads the most. Speaking of which, even if Shui has not yet reached the master level, he is definitely close to the master level of mechas. The other members of the federal mecha team saw that Shui really helped Lin Cece find the problem, and immediately asked Shui to help them check it. Shui knew that these people were Ali's teammates, so he didn't pretend and agreed straightforwardly. In the following time, Shui checked everyone's mecha, and he could always detect the problems. Even if there were no problems, Shui could give some better suggestions. This professional and powerful look instantly captured the hearts of the entire federal mecha team. In the end, they didn't even want to call him Shui, and they all began to respectfully call him Master Shui. Seeing such a popular Shui, Shen Lili also stood aside happily, looking at him lovingly. What could be more joyful than seeing your own child being successful? But before he could be happy for 3 seconds, Shui suddenly shouted with a serious face, Ollie, come here. Shen Lili, who had never seen Shui so serious, realized that something was wrong in an instant. She frowned and hurried over, first glanced at the mecha that Shui was checking, and then asked nervously, Shui, what's wrong? What happened? The little white tiger cub nodded seriously and said, Ollie, check this mecha and see if you can find any problems. Shen Lili had no doubts, and quickly used her mental power to check from beginning to end. The crowd watching on the side couldn't help but start to get nervous. Shui's strength. They have all verified it with their own eyes. So the mecha in front of them might really have a problem. Chapter 329. Thinking of the owner of this mecha, everyone's eyes instantly turned to their captain Zhou Wanfeng. Zhou Wanfeng obviously realized something, and immediately clenched his fists in anger, and the murderous aura in his eyes almost condensed into substance. Zhou Wanfeng was not angry that someone would harm him, but he really didn't expect that someone would disregard the interests of the Federation and achieve his own shameful goals. Shen Kaiyun and Tang Donwang looked at each other cautiously, and obviously knew a little about the inside story. But everyone didn't dare to speak at this moment, and they all looked at Shen Lili nervously, waiting for her to finish the inspection. About 10 minutes later, Shen Lili stopped, and then looked at the head of the mecha with a tangled face. Little sister, what should I say? Is there really a problem? Shin Kaiyun asked nervously. Zhou Huafeng is his brother, and he will never stand by and watch if something happens. Shin Lily didn't know what to say. She didn't actually find any problems, but just had a hunch. There is definitely something wrong with this mecha, and it can cause death. But why can't it be checked? Shin Lily shook her head at Shin Kaiyun, then looked at the white tiger cub waiting on the side and said, Ashui, is there something wrong with the head? Ashui nodded seriously. Then he looked at the victim of this mecha and said, someone installed something in the head of the mecha. Once it is activated in battle, it will be difficult for you to survive, and you will die with reason and without any strangeness. As soon as Ashui said this, everyone in the federal mecha team felt cold all over. It is normal for something unexpected to happen in battle. In addition, they were participating in the most dangerous competition, and the chance of survival was not high. Unexpectedly, there were still people who were so cruel. How big a grudge is this? They were willing to harm the interests of the Federation and kill Zhou Huafeng. Who is so vicious? How dare they plot against people during the competition? Lin Cici's angry eyes almost sparked, and she was obviously very angry. I just informed Marshal Tang Lin that this is no longer a simple murder. Zhang Yuanhao was still calm and called the person who could make the decision at the first time. Tang Dongwang was a little hesitant to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything, but looked at Zhou Huafeng. He was the victim of this matter, and he should listen to his arrangement. Compared with the indignation of the crowd, Zhou Huafeng was terribly calm, or he had already gotten used to it. Ashui, can this thing be taken out? Will it affect the next game? Zhou Huafeng asked with a calm expression. Ashui shook his head regretfully and said, sorry, it can be taken off, but it will take at least 3 hours. I'm afraid it's too late to participate in the competition. Zhou Huafeng clenched his fists tighter, and his anger made the joints of his fingertips more obvious, as if they were about to pierce through this thin layer of skin. Finally, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he looked at Shin Kaiyun and said, you will temporarily serve as the captain of this competition. Is that okay? Shin Kaiyun frowned and did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at his sister to see if she had any emergency methods. Shin Lily naturally understood Shin Kaiyun's eyes. Unfortunately, she didn't even know what that thing was, so how could she possibly repair Zhou Huafeng's mecha? Second brother, Brother Zhou, I'm sorry, I can't even tell what it is. Shin Lily shook her head apologetically. Shin Kaiyun saw this and could only sigh helplessly, then looked at Zhou Huafeng and promised, okay, leave this game to me. The game is about to start, and now is not the time to be hypocritical. Well, I believe you. Zhou Huafeng finally had a smile on his face, and nodded to Shin Kaiyun. He looked at the 3 alternate members again. After looking back and forth twice, Zhou Huafeng looked at Leisure and said, classmate Leisure, I leave it to you this time. Aries, He was actually a little confused. Why did he have the opportunity to play before he did anything? But the opportunity was given for free, so Aries simply nodded to agree. After arranging the candidates for the competition, Zhou Huafeng nodded to Shin Kaiyun and turned around to report the situation to Tang Lin, who hurried over. After Zhou Huafeng left, Tang Dongwang came to Shin Kaiyun and said with a bad face, Shin Kaiyun, this time it was the Zhou family, that old man who did it, right? I can't guarantee it, but there is no one else in the world who wants Zhou Huafeng to die except the head of the Zhou family. Shin Kaiyun narrowed his eyes, obviously not intending to let the culprit go. It seems that the appearance of the awakened Horcrux has given him hope again. I heard that his only good son also has a spiritual body. It's no wonder that he is so anxious to get rid of Huafeng. Tang Dongwang had a sarcastic sneer on his face. Don't let my sister know about this, lest she feels guilty about awakening the Horcrux. Shin Kaiyun frowned. Tang Dongwang, you underestimate your sister too much. She won't be so fragile. Tang Dongwang was a little speechless by the dog food of brother-sister love. I know, I just don't want these dirty things to pollute her eyes. My sister, Shin Kaiyun, just needs to live in a greenhouse. Shin Kaiyun raised a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Looking at Shin Kaiyun's mindless pampering of his sister, Tang Dongwang rolled his eyes in disdain. Then she hooked her arm around his neck and smiled sinisterly. Okay, if you don't want your sister to know, then you won't want your sister to know. Then let's talk about how to repay this clan leader Zhou. Shin Kaiyun pushed him away with disdain, and then said with a righteous face, what clan leader Zhou did will naturally be sentenced by the military court, and we have no right to interfere. Tang Dongwang choked at his heart, and then secretly despised. You said it so nicely. Wasn't the fake who pretended to be your sister also sentenced by the military court? Why didn't you interfere afterwards? Thinking of the Shining who was tortured before death, and was no longer in human form. Tang Dongwon couldn't help shuddering. Why offend this sister-loving demon? Amiibo. Be a good person in your next life. Chapter 330. Although there was a minor incident in the middle, the warship carrying the Federation Mecha Squadron finally arrived at the competition point smoothly. 5 warships representing their respective countries were moored at the same time on the space carrier of the Lauren Empire. As the hatch of the warship opened, the contestants of the mecha teams of various countries all walked out of the hatch in an orderly manner. The nano cameras that had been waiting for an opportunity all started up in an instant, and then, they kept surrounding the 5 mecha teams and carefully filmed. Under various advanced camera movements of farsightedness and nearsightedness, the nano cameras perfectly broadcast the scene live on the Star Network. At the same time, whether it was the Shin family of Sirius, the Baiyuan couple of the Empire, or the kindergarten people of the Garbage Star, etc., they all stayed in front of the virtual screen and watched the live broadcast of the competition together. Guan Yu of the Shin family of Sirius leaned nervously in Shin Tian's arms, looking at the 2 children on the virtual screen with a worried look. Shin Tian patted Guan Yu's shoulder in a comforting way, and then turned his eyes to the live broadcast. Garbage Star Orphanage. Wow. Grandma Wan, I saw Sister Li. I saw her too. Come on, Sister Ailey. Sister Ailey, you must be the best. Grandma Wan looked at them kindly, and the children cheered in their baby voices, and then she also looked at the live broadcast. Come on, Ali. Empress Sichuan of the Tianlang Empire looked at Bai Zhou in the live broadcast with displeasure, and said with great regret, why is this stupid son standing there stupidly? He doesn't even know to say hello to Ali. Bai Yuan smiled dotingly, and still explained for his son, Xiao Shou is the leader, he has to stay and lead the team. A small competition, is it more important than having your own wife? Empress Sichuan's tone was full of disdain, as if Bai Zhou was not her own son. Emperor Baiyuan listened to his wife's chattering without a trace of impatience. On the contrary, he followed Empress Sichuan and disdained his son together, saying, Xiao Zhou is indeed not as good as me. Empress Sichuan was a little speechless, rolled her eyes at her husband, but didn't say anything else. Phantom Star had been waiting at the original place for a long time. When he saw the people participating in the competition, the president of the Lauren Empire immediately took the initiative to greet them. After greeting the marshals of the 5 countries enthusiastically, he invited the 5 people to sit on the rostrum together. After the marshals of the 5 countries plus a president, a total of 6 judges sat on the rostrum. The chief referee who presided over the competition walked to the middle of the rostrum, and then opened his mouth to announce the following rules of the 96th Freshman Mecha competition. This competition will be held on Phantom Star for 15 days. The competition will be based on a points system. The higher the points, the higher the team ranking. The ways to get points are to kill fallen beasts. Killing a fallen beast will earn you 1 point. The second is to ensure the survival rate of teammates for 15 days. If 1 more teammate survives, you can get 100 more points when calculating the points. 10 teammates means 1,000 points. Finally, if you successfully solve the unknown virus problem, you can get the highest points of this competition, which is 10,000 points. When the chief referee said the last words, he also excitedly shouted out, what does 10,000 points mean? It means that no matter what the final results of the 5 mecha teams are, as long as the unknown virus is solved, there will be a possibility of a comeback. So no matter who said it, or who listened, a flame lit up in their eyes at the same time. Shin Lily was also excited in the audience, and she wanted to rush to Phantom Star to study the virus right now. Even those who didn't know how to study viruses became agitated. Just like a gambler, he knew that he might not win, but the fluke in his heart could always gradually overwhelm his reason. It must be said that this referee can explain. This ability to bewitch people and boost morale is the best in the audience. Just when everyone was itchy to try, the chief referee announced directly without any hesitation, the rules have been announced, and the game will start in 3 minutes. Please be ready. As the chief referee's voice fell, a 3-minute countdown appeared in the air at the same time. All members of the mecha team quickly took out their mechas and entered the mecha cabin one by one. Everyone, be ready to enter Phantom Star. Shin Kaiyun's steady voice resounded through the channel of the wireless headset. Understood. After a sonorous and powerful reply, the Federal Mecha team activated their mechas and came to the edge of the space carrier. In the last second of the countdown, they jumped off the space carrier without hesitation. Passing through the universe, passing through the atmosphere, and descending into this world with only gray. With the arrival of these outsiders, the long-standing silence of Phantom Star was suddenly broken. In an instant, Countless pairs of huge red eyes lit up around. Roar! The disturbed fallen beasts let out angry and bloodthirsty roars. Then, they couldn't wait to pounce on these small cakes that were delivered to their doorsteps. Chapter 331. The 6 judges on the rostrum all looked at the live virtual screen in front of them. The virtual screen was divided into about 50 frames, and each frame contained a contestant who was competing. If they saw a contestant they were satisfied with, the judges would specially click on the large screen to watch carefully. This year's contestants are good, and each one is a genius-level elite. After watching for a while, the president of the Luolan Empire suddenly praised with a smile. It's not all good. In previous years, it was rare to have a genius, but this year there are so many geniuses that it's a bit of a headache. Xie Shiqing, the marshal of the Luolan Empire, said with some complicated feelings. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I'm afraid it will be uneasy next time. Tang Lin has lived for most of his life, and he obviously realized something a long time ago. Even Guan Jing, who has always had no extra emotions, flashed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. Now this kind of calmness, I don't know how long it can last. Compared to the 4 people who were worried, the remaining 2 marshals curled their lips indifferently. You just think too much. How can it be so mysterious? Marshal Ji Chunging of the Colton Empire leaned back lazily and rolled his eyes. I agree, the ancient earth died a long time ago, but you are still feudal and superstitious. Marshal Kalin of the Mermaid Empire also said disdainfully. Tang Lin glanced at the 2 people beside him lightly, too lazy to refute them. It's not that he is timid. It's really the character of these 2 people. One doesn't care about anything, and the other doesn't care about anything at all. If he cares about them, Tang Lin may be the one who gets angry to death in the end. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. The experience of our ancestors always makes sense. Marshal Xie Shiqing wanted to try to persuade the 2. It is a pity that good words cannot persuade the dead ghost. Marshal Kalin and Marshal Ji Chunging did not take it to heart at all, and even thought Xie Shiqing was too long-winded. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit strange, the president of the Lauren Empire hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay, the game has begun. Let's see the performance of the children first. It was rare that the 5 marshals did not object. After all, they were also curious about the strength of these children. Phantom Star Shinlili drove the star-sinking mecha. As soon as she landed on the Phantom Star, she felt uncomfortable all over. But she couldn't tell what it felt like for a while. She shook her head, suppressed the strangeness in her heart, and then began to look at the surrounding environment. Phantom Star was once a tourist destination in the early days, and the scenery could even be comparable to some 5A-level tourist stars. But since the outbreak of the unknown virus, those once prosperous cities. At this moment, it has become a ruin, and even the air, which should have been fresh and sweet, is now filled with a raging poisonous gas. Shinlili took a casual look at the city covered by withered and messy grass and broken walls. Then he looked at the fallen beasts that were gradually surrounding them. These fallen beasts were huge, dirty, and had a pair of scarlet eyes, staring at them greedily and drooling. Shinlili's face was solemn, and the fingers of the mecha clenched the long knife in his hand, and he was alert and took a defensive posture. Shin Kaiyun, do you want to fight? Tang Dongwang asked in the mecha channel, holding the machete he bought with 100 million federal coins. Shin Kaiyun looked at the fallen beasts around him. There weren't many of them, so it wouldn't be a big deal to clean them up. So he nodded and said, okay, kill them all. Okay. Tang Dongwang raised his lips when he heard this, and walked towards the fallen beasts with his knife sharpened. The others saw this, and raised their weapons to attack. Shinlili was no exception, but she had just knocked down a beast, and was about to kill it. But she accidentally looked into its eyes, and then some chaotic voices suddenly appeared in her head. It hurt so much. It hurt so much. Dad. Mom. Save me. Save me. Shinlili shook her head with a headache, and looked at the beast in front of her in a daze. Was she under an illusion just now? Or were these fallen beasts really asking for help? Regardless of whether it was true or not, Shinlili couldn't bring herself to kill them at this moment. What if these fallen beasts being slaughtered can still be saved? What happened to my little sister? Are you injured? Shin Kaiyun saw his little sister staring at a fallen beast blankly for a long time without any response, and hurriedly shouted worriedly. Don't worry, second brother, I'm fine. Shinlili came back to her senses and comforted her, and then hurriedly asked Xiaobai Zhe in her heart, Sister Zhe, are you there? I'm here. Do you want to ask about these fallen beasts? Xiaobai Zhe seemed to have expected it. Well, I want to ask if they can still be saved? Shinlili asked nervously. Xiao Baizhe pondered for a while, and seemed to be a little embarrassed and said, "It can be saved, but it's difficult." Shen Lily didn't consider whether it was difficult or not, but when she heard that it could be saved, she was instantly stunned. This means that all the fallen beasts on this planet can actually be saved. But now their lives are only worth a mere point. Oh my god, what have they done? Chapter 332. Oh my god, what on earth did they do? Shen Lily opened her eyes wide in fear, and had no time to blame herself or regret. She hurriedly and nervously said in the mecha channel, "Stop, stop, don't kill these fallen beasts first." The other members of the mecha team heard this, although they were puzzled, but they still stopped killing and changed to defending. "Little sister, what's wrong?" Shen Kaiyun asked in confusion in the mecha channel. Shen Lily did not answer Shen Kaiyun's words immediately, but after listening to Xiao Baizhe's narration, it was with some difficulty that she said to everyone, "These fallen beasts are actually star beasts. They were just infected by the virus and became fallen beasts. As long as the antidote to the virus is developed, they can still be saved." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Federal Mecha team fell into a dead silence in an instant. They all looked at their blood-stained weapons and the broken corpses on the ground in disbelief. They couldn't believe that the fallen beast they killed in the previous second was actually a star beast that they usually get along well with. Star beasts have wisdom that is no less than that of humans, so their behavior at this moment is simply an inhumane massacre. Damn it, the Lauren Empire didn't say these are star beasts. Lin Cece was so angry that she gritted her teeth and wanted to smash the competition point right now. Star beasts are not only protected animals in the Federation, but also their friends. Especially Lin Cece got along well with the Star Beast King, so she couldn't accept it even more. I think it was the organizer who didn't regard these sick fallen beasts as star beasts at all. Zhang Yuanhao's mouth curled up a sneer. What should we do now? Give up this game? I thought they were alien beasts before, but now I know they are star beasts. How can I do it? Tang Dongwang said with a bitter face. Little sister, do you have a way to save these fallen, no star beasts? Shen Kaiyun directly asked the most crucial point. Shen Lily nodded, then shook her head and said, yes, but success cannot be guaranteed. I can only try my best. Shen Kaiyun was not discouraged, but continued to ask, how confident are you? 40%, if the most original virus strain can be found, it can be increased by 20%. Shen Lily estimated for a while, and said, okay, I understand. Shen Kaiyun finished speaking, and raised his head with sharp eyes. Then he pressed the wireless headset and said firmly, Dear companions, due to special circumstances, we have to change the plan now. Our next goal is no longer to kill the fallen beasts to get points, but to completely solve this unknown virus and save all the star beasts on this planet. Comrades, tell me loudly, are you willing? The mechas of the federal team looked at each other, and then looked at Shen Kaiyun firmly, and said, we are willing. Okay. Next, everyone listen to my command. Lin Cece, Tang Dongwang, Qiao Yu, Qiao Anan, you notify the mecha teams of other countries and explain the situation on the scene. If you are willing, join us. If you are not willing, don't persuade us and return to the team immediately. Shen Kaiyun said in a serious tone. Received. Lin Cece received. Tang Dongwang received. Qiao Anan received. Qiao Yu and the other four said, and immediately manipulated the mecha to rush in 4 directions. Before leaving, Qiao Anan and Qiao Yu nodded to each other to cheer each other up, and then separated with peace of mind. After sending off the 4 most powerful members of the team, Shen Kaiyun continued to command, Yuan Shaojin, Zhou Bingbing, Lei Shi and I will go to the capital of Phantom Star to find the original virus strain, and do our best to protect Shen Lily and Zhang Yuanhao during the period. Got it. Yuan Shaojin got it. Zhou Bingbing got it. After Lei Shi arranged all the people, Shen Kaiyun finally looked at his sister and cousin Zhang Yuanhao. I leave the virus to you. Shen Kaiyun said solemnly. I will do my best. Shen Lily nodded vigorously. Don't worry. Zhang Yuanhao also said solemnly. Okay, let's go next. Shen Kaiyun said, leading the way and setting off first. The others followed him, but Lei Shi's eyes flashed, and his fingertips tapped 3 times on the virtual screen. Because there was no live sound in the live broadcast room, the audience in the live broadcast room were all confused, looking at the Federal Mecha team. I couldn't understand why the team that was fighting well suddenly ran away and scattered. It was as if the Federal Mecha team couldn't beat those fallen beasts at all. For a while, the behavior of the Federal Mech squad caused a lot of ridicule and anger from the audience in the live broadcast room. This user has resurrected. The federal mech squad is really too weak. They can't even beat such a small number of fallen beasts. Now they have lost face to the whole galaxy. A straightforward person doesn't fart in secret. Yes, what are they doing? If they don't kill fallen beasts to win points, then why participate in the competition? Being judged as having no wife because of being too handsome. Federal mech squad. I believe in Buddhism and don't kill. Wow. Crazy woman. I think they must have a reason. Maybe there is something hidden. The angry comments filled the screen of the live broadcast room. Even if there were one or two comments that wanted to explain for them, they were quickly brushed away by the trolls. Chapter 333. Unlike the silent commentary live broadcast on the Rostrum and the Star Network, the live broadcast videos of the 6 judges have the audio of the competition site. Therefore, the judges heard clearly the abnormal situation of the Federation mecha team. When they heard that these fallen beasts were actually star beasts, the 5 judges simultaneously looked at the president of the Lauren Empire with strange eyes. Marshal Xieshurqing of his country was fine, his expression was just a little hesitant, and finally he thought of something, just sighed, shook his head and stopped talking. The marshals of the other 4 countries were not so friendly. Even the unreliable Marshal Kalen of the Mermaid Empire had a half smile of sarcasm in his eyes. Not to mention that the other 3 star beasts belonged to the countries that protect animals. Marshal Tang Lin of the Federation was the first to say with a bad face, President Luolan, when choosing the competition point, it seems that you didn't tell us in advance that these fallen beasts are star beasts. I hope you can give our Federation a reasonable explanation, otherwise, I seriously suspect that your Luolan Empire is challenging the bottom line of our Federal Republic. Marshal Ji Chongming also sat up straight. Although his tone was careless, his eyes were sharp, and he said, I think the friendly relationship between our Colton Empire and the Star Beasts is known to all interstellar people. President Luolan, please don't tell us that you don't know. Marshal Guan Jing didn't say anything, but the cold scrutiny in his eyes was enough to scare ordinary people. Although President Luolan was not a coward, the gazes of several people were like beasts. He was still scared and swallowed his saliva, and then he barely maintained a calm expression on his face, and said a little embarrassedly, Everyone, there is a misunderstanding, you listen to my explanation. Although the marshals did not speak, the chill emanating from their bodies clearly conveyed a meaning to the president of the Lauren Empire. If you don't give them a satisfactory explanation, they will chop your head off in the next second. The president of the Lauren Empire was a little angry at the lack of face from the marshals, but he didn't dare to offend the public. So after a long time of mental construction, he put on a sad expression and said, This can't be blamed on our Lauren Empire. We really have no choice but to let Phantom Star become the competition point. The president of the Lauren Empire wanted to continue the performance, but was interrupted by Marshal Tang Lin. Well then? Marshal Tang Lin looked at President Nolan expressionlessly, with a sneer in his eyes, as if saying, Keep making up stories. We are all old foxes. Why are we still playing Liao Zhai here? President of the Luolan Empire, Seeing that he couldn't fool these smart guys, the president of the Luolan Empire stopped acting and directly said, This matter can't really be blamed on us Luolan. It has become like this now. This has to start from the time when Phantom Star was still a tourist star. In the early days, Phantom Star was not as smoky as it is now. At that time, Phantom Star was still the most popular tourist star in the Luolan Empire. The ecological environment on the planet is comparable to the primitive world that has not been destroyed by humans. Such a planet full of vitality and greenery is naturally the most loved by star beasts. It can be said that almost all the star beasts in the entire Luolan Empire live on this planet. Such a planet naturally attracts many domestic and foreign tourists, but it also attracts people with bad intentions. An illegal research institute that likes to catch star beasts for research sneaked into the Phantom Star and built a laboratory underground. When the Luolan Empire found out, it was too late, although these criminals were executed. But many star beasts have been infected by this virus and have become irrational monsters. And the most terrifying thing is that this virus is contagious. It's okay for humans, as long as they take measures to avoid infection. But the infection rate of star beasts is as high as 100%. As a last resort, the Luolan Empire can only block the planet before the antidote is developed. But the cost of blocking the planet is as high as tens of billions of Luolan coins every day. If the president of the Luolan Empire hadn't had a conscience, he would have let this virus go long ago. But the cost of this blockade is too high. The president of the Luolan Empire persisted for several months, but was eventually forced to give up because of the treasury emergency. But he didn't want to lose his conscience and spread this virus, So he thought of a way to turn this planet into a competition point. In fact, the reason for doing so is that they hope that geniuses from other countries can save the poor star beasts on this planet. After listening to the president of the Lauren Empire, Marshal Tang Lin and his men were really embarrassed to criticize him. Only Marshal Ji Chungking still said with a cold look in his eyes, "No matter how nice it sounds, you still set up a competition method of killing fallen beasts and getting points. You don't believe in your heart that these students can save the star beasts." The president of the Lauren Empire was exposed, but he was not angry. Instead, he retorted with a rare toughness, "My Lauren Empire has worked hard for 5 months, but I can't save these star beasts. You want me to believe in a group of children?" That's right. The president of the Lauren Empire didn't believe at all that this group of military academy students, who were only 15 or 16 years old, could solve the unknown virus on this planet. Setting this planet as a competition point is not for people to save them. It's just because after the game, if the unknown virus has not been solved, he can justifiably destroy this planet completely. Destruction is easier than saving, isn't it? Sacrificing only one star beast on a planet can save millions of star beasts in the entire galaxy. What's wrong with him doing this? Chapter 334. Just when the president of the Luolan Empire was looking more and more determined, Marshal Tang Lin suddenly interrupted him, and said something that made him tremble all over. What if it was Shen Lily? Tang Lin's voice was very calm, but it made President Luolan stiffen all over, and the determination in his eyes instantly collapsed. With trembling lips, he looked at Marshal Tang Lin with some hesitation. Yes, there is still Shen Lily on this planet. It was Shen Lily who conquered the interstellar terminal disease for thousands of years. The president of the Luolan Empire was completely silent. He couldn't imagine that Shen Lily really had a way to conquer this virus during the game. What did he do? The game point. Lin Sisi, Tang Dongwang and others came back with a not-so-good news. Among the 4 major countries, except the Federation, only the Sirius Empire was blocked by Baizhou. The other 3 countries, the Colton Empire, was willing to temporarily stop hunting star beasts for the sake of the star beasts, but it was only limited to 3 days. If they don't find the antidote to the virus, they will continue to hunt. The other 2 countries simply ignored the federal mecha team, and even thought they were crazy. The Mermaid Empire doesn't care whether these are star beasts or not, or even if they are star beasts, they won't care. Tang Dongwang gritted his teeth in anger. You're still lucky. The Lauren Empire thought I was lying to them. I almost couldn't come back. Xiao Anan said helplessly. Shin Kaiyun was not very surprised after listening to the news brought back by everyone. Or he had guessed it long ago. In previous freshman mecha competitions, even people were killed, let alone these star beasts. Even if Baizhou was not his future brother-in-law, I am afraid that the country that opposes it will have to add another serious empire. Shin Kaiyun sighed, and was about to comfort everyone. An urgent message suddenly appeared on the light brains of all the contestants. Competition notice. Due to special circumstances, the judges and referees unanimously decided to suspend the killing of fallen beasts within 5 days. In addition, if the mecha team develops a virus antidote within 5 days, no matter how many points they have before, the team can win directly. Shin Kaiyun, shock. Shin Kaiyun widened his eyes, and the words of comfort were stuck in his throat. After everyone in the federal mecha team looked at each other for a while, everyone was excited at the same time. Great, there must be someone outside helping these star beasts. Shen Lily was the happiest among the crowd. Then what are you waiting for, guys? Let's go to the capital of Phantom Star. Lin Sisi couldn't wait to be excited. Shin Kaiyun also smiled, and made a gesture of departure. In less than 3 seconds, all members of the Federation mech team disappeared from the spot. Compared with the happy Federation mech team, the other mech teams were cursing. Roland mech team captain, what should we do now? The Alphas looked at their captain. Originally, their points were ahead of all the mech teams. But now the competition method has suddenly changed. Wouldn't their previous efforts be equivalent to wasted? Xiaishu seemed to have expected it long ago, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. It doesn't matter, this may be more beneficial to us. Xiaishu smiled with an ambiguous meaning. Sirius Empire is the Luolan Empire an idiot? Why did they suddenly change the way of playing? Siki complained dissatisfiedly. But if we don't change, we won't win. Didn't His Highness Baizhou promise the Federation team not to kill these fallen beasts? Wulong took out a chicken leg from somewhere, and asked in confusion while chewing it. Siki, damn love-brain people, go dig wild vegetables. Colton Empire Mecha Team, what is the Luolan Empire doing? How did a good mecha competition become a research competition? They are also researching virus antidotes. Who are they kidding? The members of the Colton Mecha team were dissatisfied. Zheng Dongxiang, who always loves to worry, said in an uncharacteristically Buddhist way, "Anyway, we promised the Federation Mecha team not to kill these fallen beasts within 3 days, and it doesn't matter if it's 2 more days. But why did the Luolan Empire suddenly stop killing the fallen beasts? Is what the Federation Mecha team said true?" Ji Chengyu suddenly said something inexplicably. Zheng Dongxiang looked at his captain, who never took anything seriously, and his heart was surprised. Before he could see if the sun rose from the west today, he was attracted by the meaning of his words. Thinking of what the Federation Mecha team said before, his mood suddenly became heavy. Could it be that these ugly fallen beasts were really sweet and soft star beasts? Compared with other mecha teams that were just craving for food, the siren mermaids in the Mermaid Empire were directly furious. There were not many doctors in their Mermaid Empire, and there was not even one who came to participate in the competition. Now they changed to researching viruses in the middle of the game? What's the difference between this and directly eliminating them? The tallest mermaid among the siren mermaids said with cold and sinister eyes, "Since we can't research the antidote for the virus, no one else can research it. Isn't it better for everyone to lose together?" The siren mermaids looked at each other, and suddenly all rubbed their palms obscenely. "Hey, this is great! They are professionals in sabotage." Chapter 335. The sudden change in the rules of the game, not to mention the 5 major mecha teams, even the audience in the live broadcast room were confused. The infertility of the person who stole my partner. What's going on? Is the competition party selling dog meat under the guise of sheep? A group of single-soldier mecha warriors, cross-industry to study viruses? Holding Chunga roasted jade rabbit. I don't understand. What's the difference between this and the firefighters who rescue and put out fires, participating in the hospital competition? The little match-selling girl. No one speaks up for the fallen beasts. If the virus antidote can really be developed, wouldn't the dead fallen beasts be too aggrieved? The deaf heard the dumb say that the blind saw ghosts. It makes sense. Silently sympathize with these fallen beasts for 3 seconds. You are blind, you hit my heart. According to this, I suddenly remembered that the Federal Mecha team suddenly stopped killing the fallen beasts. Could it be this reason? If it is true, then the origins of these fallen beasts are worth pondering. A word can make 1,000 waves, and many live broadcast viewers also think that there is something fishy about it. It can only be said that the power of netizens is terrifying. Not long after, someone had already found out that these fallen beasts were actually star beasts infected by the virus. After knowing the truth, netizens went crazy. If they had killed ordinary beasts before, would they have accepted it? But star beasts are different from ordinary beasts after all. They are a race with intelligence second only to humans. How can they be massacred when they are sick? For a while, many people on the entire star network began to stand up for the star beasts. Some angry netizens even reported the Lauren Empire to the Interstellar Intelligent Animal Protection Association. Soon, someone from the Interstellar Protection Association began to contact the president of the Lauren Empire. "Dear President of the Lauren Empire, you are suspected of deliberately concealing information about star beasts, resulting in the massacre of 2,300 star beasts. Please come with us." The man was wearing a military uniform of the Interstellar Alliance, and was looking at the president of the Lauren Empire with a cold and ruthless face. "Okay, I understand." The president of the Lauren Empire did not say anything, but just nodded to everyone and followed them away. The Interstellar Alliance is composed of the top leaders of the 5 major interstellar countries, and is used to supervise and balance the existence of various countries. For example, this time, because of the selfishness of the president of the Lauren Empire, so many star beasts were harmed, which was enough for them to be taken away for public trial. Although the consequences would not be too serious because of his identity, at least a large amount of compensation could not be escaped. In the arena, Shinlili did not know that a referee was arrested because of her. At this moment, she and her teammates finally arrived at the location of the capital of Phantom Star, panting. "We're finally here. I'm almost dying of exhaustion." Tang Dongwang lay on the driver's seat, and didn't want to move. "Should we take a break before going in, or go in now?" Shinlili wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said with fatigue in her voice. The other team members were also exhausted, but no one complained, but waited for their captain to speak. Shin Kaiyan was in good condition, just a little out of breath. At this moment, he was looking up and staring at the only city on Phantom Star for a long time. After a flash of determination in his eyes, he finally made up his mind and said, "After the rules of the game are changed, other teams must have taken action. Just in case, we will go in now." "Understood," Shinlili and the others said in unison, and then they put away their slacking state and returned to an excellent mecha team. Roar! As soon as they entered the city, a fallen beast that was much larger than the one outside the city roared and attacked everyone. Everyone defend, Shin Kai-yun said, and then he raised his spear and knocked the falling beast that rushed to the ground. Roar! Roar! The captured fallen beast struggled unwillingly, with blood in his eyes, wishing to tear everyone into pieces. Shin Kai-yun frowned, pressed the giant beast tighter, and then looked at Shin Lily and John Yuanhao and said, "Little sister and cousin, come and take a look. Is the virus in this star beast the original strain?" Shin Lily and the others nodded, and immediately came over, one bleeding, and the other studying. The tacit understanding of the two people soon came out. When seeing the result, Shin Lily's eyes flashed with disappointment, and then she shook her head at Shin Kai-yun and said, "This should be the third generation of the original strain, not the original strain." Shin Kai-yun sighed with regret, then knocked the fallen beast unconscious with a stick, and carried it to the side of the road. "It's okay. At least it has changed from the 18th generation to the 3rd generation. If we go further inside, we will definitely find the original strain." Shin Kai-yun was not discouraged, but encouraged. Everyone nodded and prepared to continue to go inside. But at this moment, a mecha in the federal mecha team suddenly staggered. Shin Lily looked back and found that it was Yuan Xiujin's mecha, and immediately shouted with concern, "Xiaojin, what's wrong with you?" Dizzy." Yuan Xiaojin vomited uncomfortably, and the mecha automatically recognized the owner. It was not suitable to continue driving the mecha now, and took the initiative to open the hatch. Yuan Xiaojin felt uncomfortable all over at the moment, as if the feeling of heat stroke had been magnified 100 times. He was so weak that he didn't even have the strength to get out of the mecha, and could only fall out of the cockpit weakly. Chapter 336. Seeing this, the members of the Federation team did not dare to delay, and quickly helped Yuan Xiaojin out of the cockpit. Shin Lily also walked over, and put her finger on Yuan Xiujin's pulse, and carefully checked the pulse for a while. Immediately frowned and said distressfully, "Xiaojin, your mental power has been exhausted for so long. Why didn't you say anything? Just a little bit. The virus invaded your mental space." Yuan Xiaojin shook his head guiltily, and apologized to everyone with a pale face. "I'm sorry, I didn't want to drag everyone down, but in the end, I still seem to have dragged everyone down. I'm sorry." "It's okay, go back and have a good rest, you have done well enough." Shin Kai-yun's voice was soothing, and he didn't blame her too much, but instead pressed the button for her to quit the game. Yuan Xiaojin's consciousness was already blurred, and she nodded unconsciously, and fell into a coma. After sending off the first eliminated teammate, the Federation mecha team felt a little heavy. They thought they were careful enough, but they didn't expect that one of their teammates would be eliminated so quickly. "Okay, we're about to find the original plant. Now is not the time to be depressed. All teammates listen to my command and set off now." As the commander and captain, Shin Kai-yun did not have time to feel sad. After sending Yuan Xiaojin away, he commanded the team to move forward. The closer they went to the city center, the stronger the fallen beasts they encountered, even though Shin Kai-yun had been carefully protecting Shin Lily. But there were too many fallen beasts, so they still took the opportunity to slap Shin Lily away with one claw. Bang! The sound of the mecha landing sounded, and Shin Kai-yun turned back worriedly and said, "Little sister, are you okay?" Shin Lily in the cockpit wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, suppressed the fishy sweetness in her throat and said, "I'm fine, I just didn't pay attention just now." "Okay, hide behind me and be careful." Shin Kai-yun took the time to instruct, and then continued to fight with the fallen beast. Shin Lily hummed weakly, but unfortunately everyone was fighting, and no one heard anything unusual. "Ollie, you just took the hard blood not long ago, your body has not fully recovered, try not to fight violently." Xiao Bai's worried voice sounded in the spiritual space. "Well, I know." Shin Lily's promise sounded very nice, but unfortunately the current situation did not allow her to rest at ease. After waiting for the battle to finally end, Shin Lily finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then collapsed on the driver's seat with a pale face. The bloodless lips, visible to the naked eye, the owner's physical condition is not very good. Shin Lily didn't have time to rest more, patted her cheeks with both hands to make her face look a little red. He immediately got off the cockpit of the mecha, and hurriedly followed John Yuanhao to take blood samples from the fallen beasts for research. Fortunately, the results this time were good. The viruses in this batch of fallen beasts were infinitely close to the original strains. Shin Lily looked at the active original strains in his hand, and finally said in the mecha channel with satisfaction, "This blood sample is enough. Second brother, let's study the antidote here." "Okay." Shin Kaiyun nodded in agreement without any hesitation. Then he began to instruct everyone. All teammates listened to my command and set up tents on the spot. Yes! The military academy students of the Federal Mecha team were all excited and energetic. After working so hard for so long, I can finally take a break. When the cadets were still setting up the tents, they helped Shin Lily to build the tent for research first, and then they started to build their own temporary tents. Shin Lily and Zhang Yuanhao nodded to Shin Kaiyun, and the two entered the tent together, took out their own pharmaceutical equipment, and began to race against time to study the virus antidote. Outside the tent, Shin Kaiyun had just ordered everyone to rest when they met the mecha team of the Lauren Empire. The Federal Mecha team was alert immediately after seeing the arrival of the people. The competition field is not a banquet, and no one is stupid enough to think that the competitors will be harmless. Xiaishu looked at the Federal Mecha team for a while, and when he saw the fallen beast tied up by them, his eyes stayed for a few seconds. Then he looked at Shin Kaiyun and smiled. Captain Shin, do you mind if our team rests beside you for a while? My name is not written on the ground. Captain Xia, please do as you please. Shin Kaiyun was not stupid enough to make the relationship between the two parties awkward from the beginning, so he smiled politely. Thank you very much. After Xiaishu finished speaking politely, he signaled his mecha team to rest, and set up tents not far from the Federal Mecha team. Ishu, the Federal Mecha team is probably already starting to study the virus, and they have Shin Lily in their team, so I'm afraid we don't have much chance of winning this time. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes said with worry in his tone. Don't worry. If it's another virus, we don't have much hope of winning. But don't forget that Phantom Star belongs to our empire. As early as when the virus broke out, our empire had already started researching it. Although the antidote is still a semi-finished product, it is still better than other teams. Xiaishu smiled, his eyes full of confidence. Some people are born in the countryside, but some people are born in Rome. And the Roland Mecha team is the one who has already won at the starting line since the beginning of the game. The blonde boy seemed to have figured this out, and the worry on his face disappeared instantly. Chapter 337. The little thoughts of the Roland Mech team were also guessed by the Mermaid Mech team. So when the Mermaid Mech team, who had just arrived in the city center, saw that the Roland and Federal Mech teams both chose to camp here, they did not go to see the Federal Mech team immediately, but all looked at the Roland Mech team not far away with gloomy eyes. Captain, since ancient times, the strong dragon cannot defeat the local snake. Although the Federal Mech team has Shin Lily, I think the Roland Mech team must have the antidote for the virus now. Even if it doesn't, it definitely has a semi-finished medicine. A mermaid who was obviously a military advisor whispered to their captain. The mermaid captain raised an ambiguous smile and nodded in agreement. I think so too. In that case, let's choose them as our first target. After the siren mermaids made up their minds sinisterly, they shamelessly ignored the disdainful eyes of the Roland Mech team and went straight to their side to set up tents. Captain Flock, the side is so wide, don't you think you should move a little further? The blonde boy of the Roland Mech team said hypocritically with a fake smile. That's not right. We are all allies. We feel safe only when we live close to each other, right? The mermaid Captain Flock smiled and pretended not to understand. You? The blonde boy was so angry that his eyes widened. When he was about to take action, he was stopped by their captain. Ayu, calm down. Xiaishu stopped Liu, who was as frightened as a little lion, and then looked at the mermaid captain politely and said, Indeed, we are all allies, you can do whatever you want. Flock nodded in satisfaction. When his eyes accidentally stopped on Xiaishu's face, his heart skipped a beat. This captain of the Lauren Empire seems to be quite good-looking. And Omegas seem to be able to give birth to children. Flock's little thoughts had just risen for 3 seconds when they were noticed by a group of tall and strong alphas on the opposite side. Instantly, they were filled with murderous intent. Damn this fish. How dare it come at their captain? Facing the murderous eyes of the group of people on the opposite side, Flock took another look at Xiaishu's face, and then sighed with some regret. How can a boy be good-looking and able to give birth to children? Compared with flat-chested and flat-hipped boys, Flock still prefers big wavy girls. For example, the only female alpha in this group, her proud curves are very consistent with his aesthetics. It's a pity that female alphas can't give birth to children, but can let others give birth to children. Flock, There has never been a moment in the life of a fish, as tired as it is now. Compared to the two mecha teams, the atmosphere was a little bit tense, while the Federation mecha team was leisurely eating melons on the side. Hey Shin Kaiyun, what are they doing? It seems like they are about to fight. Tang Dongwang bit the pear in his hand, and looked at the two mecha teams opposite with gossip. Shin Kaiyun took a bite of the apple and said uncertainly, "It seems that the fish has fallen in love with an alpha of the Lauren Mecha team? Damn, no way, no way. It's okay to cross species. Even gender is okay. This mermaid empire is really not picky. Suddenly I am a little worried about the lizards in their country." Tang Dongwon shuddered at the end. While chewing an apple, Shin Kaiyun looked Tang Dongwon up and down and said, "Actually, you should worry about yourself first. After all, your sweet girl looks are quite popular in the gay circle now." Tang Dongwon's face suddenly darkened, and he threw the pear in his hand viciously, and then roared like a dragon, "Shin Kaiyun!" Shin Kaiyun dodged the pear core sideways, and said with some grievance on his face, "Why are you so fierce? I am not thinking about your old Tang family. Lest you become gay, your old Tang family will explode. Get out of here. Shin Kaiyun is gay, I Tang Dongwon can't be gay." Tang Dongwon glared at Shin Kaiyun as if he saw something eye-catching, and then turned away angrily. Shin Kaiyun raised his eyebrows. Explanation is concealment, and concealment is the fact. But he didn't dare to say this, lest he angered Tang Dongwon, and pulled out his machete worth 20 million federal coins. Shin Kaiyun ate the last bite of the apple with a smack in the face, then took out a new apple and continued to watch the show on the opposite side. Chapter 338. Compared to the relaxed and even silly atmosphere outside the tent, the atmosphere inside the tent is full of speed and passion. Shin Lily and John Yuanhao are visibly busy, as if they wish every minute could be split into 10 minutes. Luckily, both of them are at the quasi-grandmaster level in terms of medicine, so they can conduct various research quickly and accurately. John Yuanhao relies more on research instruments. At this moment, he is constantly inputting commands while staring at the profound codes that appear line by line on the virtual screen. Cousin, the original body of the Phantom Star virus has been found. It is glioblastoma, one of the incurable diseases in the interstellar space. Glioblastoma is a common malignant brain tumor. Cancer cells often slip from the main growth site into the brain, leading to high recurrence and high mortality rate. However, for some reason, the mortality rate is not high now. Instead, it can cause hallucinations and mental turmoil in the poisoned. The current transmission routes are saliva, air, and blood, and the morbidity rate for star beasts can be said to be 100%. John Yuanhao quickly analyzed the code in his mind and explained it to Shin Lily. "Well, cousin, you have worked hard. Let me do it next." Shin Lily nodded solemnly, and then continued to work on the experiment in her hands. After finding the cause of the disease, the next solution process is much simpler. For example, at this moment, Shin Lily's mind has derived countless treatment plans. But time is limited, so she can only speed up the attempt. Time flies. On the other side, the Lauren Mecha squad captain, we succeeded. The pharmacist of the Lauren Mecha team ran out of the tent in surprise. He waved the potion in his hand while running, which attracted the attention of everyone at the scene. Although the Federal Mecha team was a little sad, they just stood there and expressed their envy. The expressions of the Mermaid Mecha team suddenly became subtle. Several siren mermaids looked at each other implicitly, and then looked at their captain. Flock still had a harmless expression on his face, but his fingers made a gesture in secret. "Are you sure?" Sieishu was completely caught up in the surprise, and had not noticed the abnormality of the Mermaid Mecha team. "Sure, we have found a fallen beast to experiment with it, and this potion is indeed the antidote." The pharmacist of the Lauren team was about to hand the potion to his captain, but suddenly someone rushed towards him. Sieishu's eyes turned cold, and he instantly realized the intention of the person who came. He was about to take the potion, but he suddenly turned around and hit the person who was about to steal the potion. Flock dodged the attack, and when he saw that his intention was discovered, he did not feel the slightest bit of shame. Instead, he became even more unscrupulous and said, "Oh, Captain Xie, don't be so stingy, I just want to take a look." After Sieishu made sure that his teammates had protected the pharmacist, his innocent demeanor disappeared instantly, and he looked at the captain of the Mermaid Mecha with extremely cold eyes. "I think you would rather be a dead fish." Sieishu showed a sneer at the corner of his lips. At this moment, the terrifying mental power like a ferocious beast burst out from his body. You are actually Super SSS mental power." Flock opened his eyes wide in surprise. His pupils were full of disbelief. Who would have thought that a weak, innocent, and beautiful sheep would be so powerful? Although Flock was shocked, his own mental power was also Super SSS, so he was not afraid. After coming to his senses, Flock commanded his teammates, and then started to grab the potion. The Mermaid Mecha team, who had long been unable to restrain themselves, and the Lauren Mecha team, who had long been holding back their anger. The people on both sides were like dry wood meeting a raging fire, and the battle was so fierce that they could not be controlled. The Federal mecha team, who was a little stunned on the side, tried to persuade them to make peace at the beginning, but in the end, they just gave up. Anyway, they were not their own teammates, so no matter which side of the two mecha teams lost a person, they could still lose an enemy. But at this moment, Shinlili also came out with a tuba potion, and was still a little confused when she saw the battle in front of her. "Brother, what happened to them?" Shinlili asked in confusion. "Oh, nothing, they are just fighting," Shin Kaiyun replied casually. But he realized something was wrong after he finished speaking. He immediately looked back and saw his sister. Shin Kaiyun shuddered all over, and when he saw the potion in his sister's hand, he was so scared that he took a deep breath. "Sister! Sister! Sister, go back quickly!" Shin Kaiyun knew too well the reason why the two mecha teams were fighting. If the mermaid and Luolan found out, their Federal mecha team would also develop an antidote. In the next second, their mecha team would become the second Luolan mecha team, and it might be even worse. Unfortunately, Shin Kaiyun realized it too late, and a mermaid mecha team member nearby had already found the potion in Shinlili's hand. After seeing the potion, the siren mermaid's face suddenly became happy, and immediately turned around and attacked Shinlili. As long as he gets the potion, he will be the hero of the mermaid mecha team. Thinking of this, the siren mermaid's face became more ferocious, and the killing moves in his hand were even more merciless. Chapter 339. Looking at the siren mermaid attacking, Shinlili raised her hand naturally before she had time to think. Instantly, a huge mental force knocked the person away. Shinlili didn't react until she saw the siren mermaid lying on the ground, vomiting blood. She immediately withdrew her hand with a guilty conscience, and then looked at her brother for help. "Brother, he vomited blood, is he okay?" Although Shinlili vaguely guessed that this person had bad intentions. But it seemed a bit too much to beat him up seriously without knowing it clearly. Shin Kaiyun looked at the half-dead mermaid with sympathy. Then he saw his sister and said, "It's okay, he's not a good person, he's here to steal the potion." "Oh, that's good, that's good." Shinlili was relieved. Fortunately, she didn't hit the wrong target, otherwise her conscience would hurt. Shin Kaiyun looked at his sister with amusement, but the next second, his pupils suddenly shrank, and then he shouted in horror, "Little sister, get out of the way." Shinlili's eyes were full of doubts, but her trust in her brother made her quickly cover herself with a mental barrier. The next second, the sharp forelimbs attacked Shinlili's mental barrier. "Zerg?" Shinlili retracted her sight from the forelimbs, and then looked at the Zerg in front of her in shock. How could Zerg appear at the match point? Don't say how shocked Shinlili was. Even the others were all looking at the Zerg that suddenly appeared in disbelief. "Well, you actually colluded with the Zerg." Liu of the Roland Mech Squad looked at the Mermaid Mech Squad with anger on his face. Although Xiaishu knew that the appearance of the Zerg had nothing to do with the Mermaid Mecha team, he didn't mind putting the blame on them. "I didn't expect that you siren mermaids would be so depraved as to associate with the Zerg," Tang Dongwon said with disdain. In fact, the people of the Federal Mecha team also knew it well, but their mermaids dared to attack Shinlili just now, so they didn't mind adding fuel to the fire at this moment. Is it the time to spread rumors about this? There won't be only one Zerg. Flock rolled his eyes, and he had learned a lesson from the pettiness of everyone. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces instantly became serious. Although this fish was annoying, he was right. Zerg never appear one by one. Sure enough, when a Zerg appeared, countless Zergs gradually surrounded it from all directions. The ants meet again. Hades, the Zerg prince, looked at everyone with a grim smile. I don't know if it was Shinlili's illusion, but I always felt that Hades looked at her more. When Shin Kaiyun saw the bug, his face immediately darkened. He didn't forget that it was this bug that caused him to almost lose his sister. You dare to show up. Shin Kaiyun condensed a spear with his mental power, and pointed at Hades with murderous intent. Standing on the top of the Zerg, Hades sneered disdainfully, and didn't take Shin Kaiyun seriously at all. I say there's no need to disguise at this time. They can't escape this planet now, Hades said to himself. Shin Kaiyun frowned, and before he had time to think about the meaning of the bug's words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Puff! A mouthful of blood mist spit out. Shin Kaiyun covered his chest, and looked behind him in disbelief. Second brother. Shinlili's eyes were bloodshot, and she hurried over to support Shin Kaiyun. Leisure, why? Blood was flowing from the corner of Shin Kaiyun's mouth, and he looked at himself in astonishment, his teammate, who had never been on guard. Shinlili also looked at Leisure with confusion and hatred. She didn't understand why the teammate who had been with her day and night wanted to harm her brother. The other members of the Federal Mecha team also reacted and quickly protected Shin Kai-yun, and then looked at Lei Shi with a vigilant face. Lei Shi, who was hostile to everyone, did not react at all, but lowered his eyelashes and looked at his bloody hands. He was soft-hearted just now. Next. No more. Lei Shi took a deep look at Shin Lily and his sister, and then jumped in front of Hades. Ha ha ha. So stupid. You never thought that the teammate you spend every day with is actually our crown prince. Hades' mouth curled up into a mocking smile, looking at the Federal Mecha team with an expression of looking at idiots. Lei Shi also changed back to his original appearance at this time, with blonde hair and red eyes with an arrogant temperament, and staring at everyone with cold and indifferent insect eyes. What else did everyone not understand at this moment? The teammate they trusted turned out to be the Crown Prince Ares of the Zerg. Chapter 340. At the same time, the marshals of the countries on the rostrum finally discovered that the Zerg had invaded to the match point. President Lauren, I hope you can give an explanation after the match. After Tang Lin finished speaking, he turned around and left in a hurry. Seeing this, the marshals of other countries also said something harsh, and then left the rostrum without giving any face. Only the president of the Lauren Empire was left, sitting in his seat with a wry smile on his face, and said, "What is going on?" As soon as the federal battleship returned to the battleship, Tang Lin hurried to the command room. Major General Shen, what's the situation now? Tang Lin frowned so hard that he almost locked a fly to death. A good match, but the Zerg appeared, not to mention how bad his mood is now. Shin Kai-yu's face was heavy, and his fingers tapped quickly on the optical brain. He stopped when he heard Tang Lin's question. Then he said anxiously and seriously, "Marshal, the Phantom Star is now completely trapped by the Zerg. It will take at least 3 days for our people to get in." 3 days? 3 days is enough for those little brats to become daylilies. Tang Lin shouted in a panic. Shin Kai-yu was not in a good mood either. He knew that if he went in a minute later, the students and his brothers and sisters would be in more danger. But this time, the Zerg were fully prepared, and there were insiders to provide convenience. They couldn't find any breakthrough for a while. Is there no other way? Tang Lin sighed, and said a little depressed. Shin Kai-yu looked hesitant, and finally swallowed the words in his throat. It's time, and you're still nagging. Just say it. Tang Lin saw the clue and immediately said angrily. Shin Kai-yu clenched his fists, and said with some difficulty, "There is. One way is to drive a god-level mecha." Okay, I know, no need to say more. Tang Lin already understood what Shin Kai-yu meant, and interrupted impatiently. Then he held the mecha space button on his chest tightly, and turned around without hesitation to leave. "Marshal, you can't go, it's too dangerous to go alone." Shin Kai-yu hurriedly stopped him. Tang Lin pushed him away impatiently, and continued to walk towards the deck with big strides. "Marshal, there are countless Zergs. Even if you drive a god-level mecha alone, you can't be safe." Shin Kai-yu wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Tang Lin. "Major General Shen, no need to say, I know what I'm doing." Tang Lin stopped at the door of the command room, and turned around to look at Shin Kai-yu. "Finally," he said solemnly, "during my absence, the rest will be handed over to you. Finally, Ayu, please make sure to rescue all these children safely." After that, Tang Lin disappeared in the command room. Shin Kai-yu was stunned for a long time, before he closed his eyes with difficulty, and raised his hand to salute. "Marshal Tang, I hope you will fight fearlessly and return safe." Traitor of Phantom Star. The Federal Mecha team that understood it, all of them were gritting their teeth, wishing to rush up and tear Ares and Hades into 8 pieces. Facing the cannibalistic eyes of the crowd, Hades still had time to say to Ares with disdain, "Why did you only hurt him just now? With your ability, it would be easy to kill him. You have no right to intervene in my affairs." Ares glanced at Hades coldly, with a warning tone. Yes, our target has never been him anyway. You must not let him down next time, otherwise the Queen will not forgive you this time," Hades advised kindly. Ares listened in silence, and suddenly asked, "Hades, are we really doing the right thing? Ares, are you crazy? Are you questioning the Queen's decision?" Hades widened his eyes, and looked at Ares in horror. "Hades, don't forget that our people were humanoids before, but since the appearance of the Zerg Queen, they have degenerated into insects." Ares looked at the Zerg around him with a distant gaze, with a hint of sadness between his brows. In the past, in the Zerg Empire, it was not only the royal family that could become human. At that time, although the number of Zerg was scarce, everyone was only divided into female and male Zerg. And as long as the Zerg eggs were born and sent to the ancestral land for a period of time, they could become human. But since the appearance of the Zerg Queen, There is no one left in the Zerg except the royal family. Hades was silent for a rare moment, but after a while, he said in a self-deprecating tone, Ares, what does it have to do with us? Whether it is true or false, right or wrong. Although we are the royal Zerg bloodline, we are just like ants to the queen, who can kill us at any time. Knowing some truths will only make you more powerless. Hades thought of the truth he had overheard, and a touch of desolate sadness appeared on his lips. All the Zerg, including himself and Ares, are just stepping stones for that woman. But as long as that thing is completed, the Zerg will have a chance to return to the past. Hades thought of something, and looked at Ares closely, and said, You won't be soft-hearted towards humans, right? Ares didn't say anything, but his head drooped a lot. During the time he lived in humans, he had friends, teammates, and even someone he liked. Thinking of that hot kiss, Ares' mind was in a trance for a while. Hades looked at Ares' increasingly outrageous expression, and his eyebrows couldn't help but jump. Before the ominous premonition came, Hades interrupted in a stern voice. Ares, don't forget, only by killing Shinlili can our Zerg have a chance to return to the past, and you and I have a chance to survive. Even if it's not for you and me, we have to think about our people. They shouldn't be like now, living like livestock in captivity, without dignity. I don't know which sentence stimulated Ares, and a sudden flash of grief flashed through his heart, and his consciousness immediately sobered up. Yes, he has never been a bug, and there are countless people behind him. For the sake of his people, even if he sacrifices himself, it doesn't matter. As for Shinlili, I can only apologize. Ares closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then his eyes returned to coldness and said, Hades, let's start. Hades finally smiled, and then took out a crystal stone and threw it into the air. At the moment, the crystal stone exploded, a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky and gradually expanded. Hades and Ares knelt on one knee devoutly, and then said in unison, Welcome Her Majesty the Queen. Chapter 341. Looking at the huge hole that suddenly appeared in the sky, the hearts of the three mecha teams suddenly rose to their throats. Although they didn't know what this huge hole was, the dark hole that looked like an abyss gave them an extremely terrifying sense of danger. It seemed that there was a man-eating beast inside that could take their lives at any time. Shinlili retracted her sight from the sky, holding the seriously injured Shin Kai-yun, with a solemn look in her eyes. Although she didn't know whether they could escape safely next. But Shinlili was very glad that Bai Zhou was not here. At least one person is safe. Ollie! Shinlili's worried expression froze, and she looked back in disbelief. As a result, she saw Bai Zhou running towards her. Zhou? Shinlili looked at the boy who ran in front of her, with a look of surprise on her face. Instead, she had a look of seeing a ghost. Bai Zhou, who had just run over, heard Ali calling him, and immediately smiled brightly and said, Ali, don't be afraid, I'm here. Shinlili, It's because you are here that I am more afraid, okay? Shinlili helplessly touched her forehead, almost wanting to die on the spot. What happened to second brother Shin? Why was he so seriously injured? After Bai Zhou comforted Shinlili, he looked at Shin Kai-yun, who was on her shoulder. Shin Kai-yun was not in a good condition at this time, although he drank the SSS-level healing potion in time. But during the period when the drug was effective, his health condition was not as good as 1/10 of the usual. Second brother was ambushed by the Zerg just now. Shinlili answered while looking at her second brother worriedly. It would be fine if he could recover quietly, but in the current situation, let alone rest, it would be good if he didn't get hurt again. It's okay, I can still hold on. Shin Kai-yun raised his head with great effort, panting weakly. Shinlili pushed Shin Kai-yun's head back, then frowned and said fiercely, Be honest. What are you trying to do? Shin Kai-yun immediately shut up, and showed Bai Zhou an awkward smile. That expression seemed to say, There is a tiger's sister at home, please forgive me. Bai Zhou raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, took Shin Kai-yun from Shinlili, and then smiled gently. Ollie, second brother Shin is a little heavy, I will help him. Shinlili rubbed his slightly sore shoulders and said, Indeed, Zhou has worked hard. It's a little heavy Shin Kai-yun, Patients don't have human rights, right? After Bai Zhou helped Shin Kai-yun, he looked around. The three mecha teams were surrounded by countless Zergs. He had only been able to break in with his super SSS strength. If he wanted to take them out, he would have to go through a fierce battle, but if it dragged on. Bai Zhou looked at the black hole in the sky, and a solemn look flashed in his golden eyes. It can't be delayed any longer. Ollie, escape now. Bai Zhou said with a serious look. Shinlili understood his meaning and nodded solemnly. Then he looked at his teammates and said, Cece, brother Dongwang, now only the three of us are the strongest. Everyone's safety will depend on us. Qiao Anan and Qiao Yu are actually quite strong, but in this situation, they can only protect themselves, so Shenlili did not ask them to take special care of their teammates. Lin Cece and the other two nodded in understanding, and then everyone changed into their own mechas. After everyone was ready, Shenlili shouted in the mecha channel, "Run!" Instantly, the Federal Mecha team took action, and each of them took out their strongest strength and attacked the Zerg encirclement. Seeing this, the people of the other two mecha teams looked at each other and joined the Federal Mecha team. Hades and Ares were still kneeling on the high ground, but Hades' eyes couldn't help but look at Ares. "Do you want to stop them?" Hades frowned and asked. "No, the most important person won't run away." Ares knew it in his heart, or knew the person's character. Hades raised his eyebrows, but didn't say anything else. Dingling. Dingling. "The queen is here." Ares heard the voice, and looked up coldly at the hazy figure walking out of the black hole. The unexpected person who came was a girl, about 13 or 14 years old, wearing a traditional costume unique to the Miao ethnic group. She wore silver ornaments on her head, neck, chest, and back. When she walked, the silver pendants jingled and sparkled. If Su Lily was present, she would probably say, "Fellow villager, where is the person I want?" The Miao girl looked at Ares, who was kneeling in front of her with cold eyes. Ares lowered his eyelashes and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, she will appear soon." The Miao girl frowned unhappily when she heard the words, and with an unfathomable mental power, she knocked Ares down directly. "If you destroy my plan, I want your entire Zerg to be buried with you." The Miao girl looked at the Zerg boy who fell to the ground and vomited blood, and said coldly without any mercy. Ares shuddered, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and knelt on one knee respectfully, saying, "Don't worry, Queen." The Miao girl withdrew her gaze indifferently, closed her eyes to gather her strength, and prepared to welcome her guests. Or pray. Chapter 342. After a fierce battle, the three mecha teams finally broke through a passage, just as everyone was fleeing in surprise. No one noticed that a small white dot jumped down from Shenlili's mecha. The small white dot squatted alone on the broken land, watching his mecha and teammates go away. Until they could no longer be seen, the small white dot, Shenlili withdrew her sight. Then she looked at the Zerg that suddenly stopped chasing around as if she had guessed it long ago. Sure enough, the Zerg's target was her. Shenlili had a bitter smile on her lips. Finally, she took another look at the direction everyone left, and then ran in the opposite direction. "Here it comes." The Miao girl suddenly opened her eyes, and stared at the small white dot not far away. Ares, who was standing behind the girl, also saw the white dot. He should have been happy, but a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Ollie, you are really a fool." Shenlili didn't care about Ares' mood. She was worried about her situation at the moment. Originally, Shenlili wanted to find an opposite direction to escape, but these Zergs drove her here like sheep. Shenlili sighed, and could only change back to human form, then looked up at the three people above the Zerg. 3 people? Shenlili couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. There were only 2 people just now. Before she could observe carefully, the 3 people actually jumped down and took the initiative to walk toward Shenlili. When the 3 people approached, Shenlili looked at the girl in the middle with some surprise. Although she didn't know this person, she was familiar with this dress. In a sense, this girl can actually be considered her fellow countryman. "Are you from Earth?" Shenlili couldn't help asking in a friendly way. The Miao girl was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Shenlili with a complicated expression. But she didn't say anything, just suddenly raised her hand to cast a huge mental barrier, covering the 2 of them together. Ares and Hades, who were bounced away, looked at each other with some doubts, but didn't dare to say anything, so they could only wait patiently outside the mental barrier together. "In the mental barrier, yes, I am from Earth, and also the saint of the Miao people, Qi Ming." The Miao girl Qi Ming suddenly spoke. "Then how come you are with the Zerg?" And Shenlili was a little hesitant to speak. The setting that the villain boss is her fellow countryman is really sour and embarrassing. As if she saw Shenlili's doubts, Qi Ming didn't hide it. "Because I want to go home." "Go home?" Shenlili couldn't help but repeat it blankly, and then she seemed to react. Yes, not everyone is as lucky as her. She went back to her own home instead of wandering to another world. "Yes, go home. Earth is my real home. My parents and my brother are there. To go home, I will do anything, even if it means destroying this interstellar era." Qi Ming's eyes became colder as he spoke. It was like a 1,000-year-old cold pond. Just one glance could make people shudder. Shenlili was speechless for a moment. She knew that Qi Ming's words were not a threat or madness. But she could really do it. although Shenlili could not empathize with Qi Ming's idea of destroying the world in order to go home. But there is no way to blame Qi Ming's madness without any pain in the waist. What did you think of? Shenlili's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Qi Ming, have you found the high priest of the Tianling Empire? He may have a way to send you back to Earth. After all, she is a living example, so Shenlili is still very confident about this. But Qi Ming shook his head with a bitter smile and said, it's useless. I have tried all the methods in the world. Shenlili, So you can't go home, so you plan to destroy the world, right? But yesterday I finally found a way for me to go home. Qi Ming suddenly continued. What method? Shenlili intuitively felt that this method might not be a good thing for her, but she still couldn't help asking curiously. Qi Ming's eyes flashed with emotion, and then turned into firmness. A nobleman said that as long as I kill you, he can send me home. Shenlili, shock. Shenlili, who was almost scared, swallowed her saliva in fear, and stood up straight. Then she raised a bright smile at the corner of her mouth, and tried to save herself. Qi Ming, maybe he is lying to you? Qi Ming shook her head, and said with a trusting face that had been deceived into the pyramid scheme organization, although it is not convenient for me to reveal his identity, I can say that if even he can't send me home, then I really have no hope of going back. Speaking of this, Qi Ming looked up and looked at Shenlili apologetically. So Shenlili, I'm sorry, I can only kill you so that I can have a chance to go home. Shenlili almost couldn't help swearing when she heard it, although it is understandable that you want to go home. But I dug up your ancestral grave. Do you have to kill me? Chapter 343. Shenlili wanted to argue with Qi Ming, but after she finished speaking, she attacked Shenlili directly. Shenlili dodged quickly, and the attack hit the ground. Bang! The horrible roar continued, accompanied by the flying dust. Shenlili couldn't help but look back. She found that the ground that was hit had cracked into a canyon in front of her. Is this still human power? Shenlili's pupils flashed with disbelief. The sense of danger that was fatal made the four little ones in the spiritual space unable to sit still. The four little ones flew around Shenlili at the same time, and all looked at Qi Ming with a serious face. How can this person have the power of God? A trace of doubt flashed in Ahua's clear pupils. Indeed, there are only demigods in this small world at most, and even Ali's grandfather is just a pseudo-demigod. Amu was also puzzled. This power is not normal. Xiao Baizhe narrowed his eyes, and suddenly said seriously. Shenlili and the three children could not help but look at Xiao Baizhe together, waiting for her to explain. It should be a god who temporarily lent her the power. Xiao Baizhe said with an ugly face. The expressions of the three children suddenly became ugly. Which god wanted to kill Ali again and again? Is it a crazy god? What should we do? Our combined power is only a pseudo-demigod at most. We can't beat her at all, Ahua said anxiously. Before Xiao Baizhe could say anything, Qi Ming on the opposite side had slowly walked over. Shenlili, stop struggling, you can't beat me. Qi Ming spoke indifferently, without any emotion. If possible, she would not want to kill this fellow villager. But she has been waiting for 1,000 years, and this is her last hope. She just wants to go home. Why can't she be fulfilled? Thinking of the end, Qi Ming's originally clear eyes were gradually controlled by obsession. After that, there was no mercy at all, and she attacked Shenlili with all her strength. Shenlili wanted to hide, but Qi Ming's speed was too fast. When she reacted again, she was knocked to the ground. Puff! Shenlili spit out a mouthful of blood, and the protection of the beast god around her neck was instantly broken. Ali! The four little ones were shocked. They flew to Shenlili's side. Not dead? Qi Ming looked at her palm with some doubts. The previous blow could obviously kill a demigod. But soon she stopped struggling, and gathered a light blade in her hand, going straight for Shenlili's heart. Before the four little ones could care about it, Shenlili, who was lying on the ground, was frightened by this power. But they still stood in front of Shenlili without hesitation. No! Shenlili struggled to get up and wanted to stop them. But how could mortals compare with the power of gods? In the blink of an eye, the light blade passed through the mental barrier held up by the four little ones, and also passed through the bodies of the four of them. Because of Ahua and the others' obstruction, the terrifying power of the light blade disappeared before it reached Shenlili. But the four little furry bodies fell from the air at the same time. Shenlili rushed over to take over the four little ones, and when she saw their bodies gradually becoming transparent, her eyes instantly turned red. Awo! Amu! Ashui! Sister Baizhe! How are you? Shenlili had never been so scared before, and her voice couldn't help but tremble slightly. Especially when the fingers passed through them, Shinlili's tears of fear finally couldn't be controlled and fell from her eyes. Amu and Ashui were not fighting types, and they had already fainted. Although Ahwa still had some breath, he was already very weak. Ollie, run! Run! Ahwa, who was already half unconscious, murmured worriedly. Just when Ahwa also fainted, Xiao Baizhe suddenly shouted, Ollie. Shinlili didn't care about the severe pain in her heart, and quickly wiped her tears, and looked at Xiao Baizhe. Sister Baizhe. Shinlili shouted hoarsely. Even though his body was seriously injured, the expression on Xiao Baizhe's face was still gentle. She looked at the three little ones carefully one by one, then looked up at Shinlili and said, Ollie, there is actually a way for you to awaken Baizhe's power in advance. But you have to be strong and don't be sad for me. Maybe we can meet again in the future. No, I don't want it. Shinlili vaguely guessed something, and her heart was suddenly filled with panic. Ollie, be good. Little Baizhe whispered this sentence at the end, and then turned into a golden light, and forcibly merged into Shinlili's heart. The moment the golden light entered the body, a powerful force also burst out from Shinlili's heart. This terrifying power caused the surrounding space to fluctuate visibly. Feeling that she was about to lose something, Shinlili screamed in pain. No! Sister Baizhe. Shinlili collapsed and fell to her knees on the ground, screaming with a crazy and desperate expression. Chapter 344. Qi Ming, who was not far away, witnessed the scene of Xiao Baizhe's sacrifice from beginning to end. But her numb heart was not moved at all. In the past 1,000 years, in order to go home, her hands have been stained with the blood of countless innocent people. If the person in front of her was not her fellow villager, she would not have said a word before. It's good now. They can fight fairly. Why did you kill Sister Baizhe? Shinlili, who was in grief, suddenly looked at Qi Ming with bloodshot eyes, and the murderous aura in her eyes seemed to burn her to death. Qi Ming was speechless for a while, but in the end, she still said firmly, because I want to go home. After listening to this, Shinlili suddenly sneered like crazy and self-deprecating. Haha, I'm too stupid and naive. You can indulge the Zerg to do so many bad things and harm so many people, but I still sympathize with you. I'm such a big idiot. Shinlili said at the end, suddenly raised her head, and looked at Qi Ming coldly. Since you want to go home, I will send you back, but in a different way. How about reincarnation? Shinlili said, as she slowly stood up. The humiliated Qi Ming did not refute, still indifferent. Okay, if you can defeat me, you can reincarnate back, which is also good. Heh. Shinlili laughed coldly, and then took the initiative to attack. Her fists brought bursts of breaking air sounds, and hit Qi Ming's face viciously. Puff! Qi Ming was beaten and spit out a mouthful of blood, but she just wiped the corner of her mouth casually and went up. For a moment, the golden light and the purple light collided fiercely in the air, and this space in the mental barrier became the most dangerous place in the world. Even a touch of the wind turned into a life-threatening steel knife, and it would kill anyone who touched it. Borrowed power is not as good as the owner's own power after all. In just half an hour, Qi Ming was beaten to the point of only having her last breath. Shinlili rode on her and was about to throw the last punch, but stopped in the end, raised her fist and asked her, Do you regret it? Qi Ming's face was bruised and swollen and her facial features could no longer be seen, but the corners of her mouth pulled out a slight arc and said, I never regretted it. Shinlili said nothing more, just closed her eyes, and threw the last punch. At the moment when the fist pierced her heart, Qi Ming lay on her back on the snow, and a lot of blood kept pouring out of her mouth. But there was no pain in her eyes. Instead, she stared at the sky infatuatedly, as if there was someone waiting for her there. Dad, Mom, and brother. Qi Ming whispered softly, and left this world with a smile, accompanied by the first snow of this year. Looking at Qi Ming, who was no longer breathing, Shinlili's heart did not have the slightest joy of revenge. She did not have the energy to think too much. Shinlili turned over and lay flat on the snow. Her eyes looked at the sky still snowing. Finally, they slowly closed. When the adult version of Baizhou came, he saw this scene. His favorite girl was lying on the snow with blood dripping. The white snow slightly covered her, as if she was a dead body. The adult version of Baizhou's expression was out of control for a moment, and then he hurried over and half-hugged her in his arms. Baizhou breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that the person in his arms was still alive. He looked around and saw everything that had happened here in just a blink of an eye. When he saw the divine power used by Qi Ming, his eyes became even colder, and he could turn people into ice sculptures. He took a last look at Shinlili, and then left his reincarnated body. Baizhou, whose body had returned to normal age, was confused for a while. But when he saw the wounded Ollie in his arms, He was so scared that he lost all his confusion. He hurriedly took out the medicine and carefully cleaned the wound. As soon as Bai Zhou, the adult version of the God Realm, entered the gate of the God Realm, the immortal servants around him bowed respectfully. "Welcome to the Son of God." Bai Zhou ignored the people around him and flew in one direction with a gloomy look. Only the immortals at the gate of the God Realm were left, looking at each other in confusion. But soon, their doubts were solved. I heard the sound of fierce fighting again from the old place. The newly arrived immortal servants were still a little confused, but the old immortal servants around seemed to have expected it and did not react at all. "Master, I just arrived. I wonder what happened?" the young immortal servant asked respectfully. The old immortal servant stroked his beard and smiled, and gossiped happily. "This has to start from 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, the Bai Zhe beast sacrificed half of its soul to save the people, and the other half of its soul was reincarnated because of a fairy beast. This was nothing strange, but the heavenly Tao took pity on Bai Zhe and merged the half of her soul she sacrificed with its own Tao fruit, becoming the next heavenly Tao destined to be." The little immortal servant became more and more confused as he listened. It seemed that this had nothing to do with what he wanted to ask. The old immortal servant seemed to see what the little immortal servant was thinking, but he didn't care. Instead, he continued, "The bad thing is that our next little heavenly Tao is truly impartial, because the Bai Zhe beast has not returned to its position, and the Bai Zhe mountain has not been guarded by a beast, resulting in the world under her jurisdiction no longer having gods. If people no longer believe in gods, the God Realm will be at risk of collapse, which will make this little heavenly Tao anxious." The little immortal servant vaguely understood, but didn't quite understand. He thought about it seriously for a while, but these were still irrelevant to what he asked. The old fairy servant looked at the young fairy servant with a look of hopelessness, and finally lost interest in chatting. He said perfunctorily, "In general, the little Tian Dao is anxious to let the supreme god Bai Zhe return to his position, but our Son of God is reluctant to let the supreme god Bai Zhe be forced to return to his position, so the two great gods are arguing with each other. However, looking at the Son of God's posture today, the little Tian Dao may succeed." The old fairy servant looked at the movement in the distance, touched his beard and guessed with gloating. The little fairy servant finally understood the reason. The gods are really good at playing. Chapter 345. Star Calendar Year 3098, the end of the year. After the Zerg sneak attack on the new mecha competition, the borders of various countries were also invaded by the Zerg army. Just when all countries sounded the alarm and decided to fight the Zerg to the death, Zerg Crown Prince Ares suddenly announced a ceasefire, and formally established the Zerg Empire, and began to establish diplomatic relations with various countries. Just when everyone suspected that the Zerg had some conspiracy, Zerg Crown Prince Ares suddenly announced a marriage with the Federation. Although the object of the marriage was just a special soldier of the Federation, the Zerg very sincerely gave the Federation an entire star field and 66 planets as a betrothal gift. This luxurious and sky-high betrothal gift made all the countries in the entire galaxy sour. With the precedent of the Federation, the rest of the countries no longer rejected the Zerg, and were willing to extend olive branches under the temptation of money. After that, the Zerg was no longer a race that people were afraid of, but became a representative of Dog Rich. Sirius Central Hospital. Shenlili, who was in a coma, didn't know that the world outside had turned upside down. When she finally regained consciousness, she heard familiar shouts. "Ollie, Ollie." Shenlili's eyelids moved, and she finally opened her eyes slowly amid the voice of the owner of the voice. "Ollie, you finally woke up," and Mom was almost worried to death. Guan Yu held her daughter's hand tightly, and cried with joy. "Mom!" Shenlili shouted hoarsely, and a little weakly. "Hey, it's good that you woke up. It's good that you woke up," Guan Yu said happily. "What time is it now? How is the game going?" Shenlili remembered that she was participating in the competition. After she fainted, she didn't know what happened to her. "Why are you still worried about the competition at this time? Don't worry, the last game is about to start, but your second brother has already won 3 games, so the winner must be our Federation," Guan Yu scolded. "The last game? Already won 3 games?" Shenlili's brain was a little insufficient after waking up, and she asked again, as if to verify. "Mom, you mean the freshman mecha competition? 4 games have been played, and now it's the last game?" "Yes, that's right." Guan Yu nodded affirmatively. Shenlili, I just took a nap. Why do I feel like I slept for a year?" "You, don't worry about the competition. This time I really want to thank Shoujo. If he hadn't found you in the first time, Mom would have almost lost you." Guan Yu thought of her precious daughter, who was seriously injured, and tears fell. It was all her fault. She shouldn't have agreed to let her daughter participate in this competition. If she didn't participate, her daughter wouldn't be lying in bed now. The more Guan Yu thought about it, the sadder she felt. Her usually strong character was as fragile as a child at this moment. Seeing her mother crying, Shenlili was frightened and stood up. She rushed into Guan Yu's arms and comforted her for a while, which made her stop crying. After Guan Yu vented her emotions, she finally felt a little embarrassed. She blushed and choked. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. You have a good rest. I bring you my favorite abalone stewed chicken soup in the evening. Well, thank you, Mom. Goodbye. Shenlili waved goodbye obediently. After seeing Guan Yu off, Shenlili's upturned mouth corners slowly disappeared. She closed her eyes and entered the spiritual space. The spiritual space that was always mixed with awe was laughter on weekdays was now as quiet as a real universe. Dark, cold, lonely, desolate. Shenlili pursed her lips, stopped the desire to cry, and came to the side of the three little ones. The three little white tigers were still sleeping, but the little Baizhe who was like a big sister was missing. Sister Baizhe. Shenlili put her palm on her heart, and tears fell uncontrollably. It's all her fault if she wasn't too weak. This thing would never have happened. Ollie, don't be sad. Some strange and familiar voices suddenly sounded in the spiritual space. Shenlili was startled. She wiped away her tears, and hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound vigilantly. But when she saw the person coming, Shenlili's eyes flashed with surprise. This person's appearance is quite special. Shenlili knew that she should be alert to strangers, but looking at the pig-headed face in front of her that was beaten up, she really couldn't raise a trace of vigilance. The adult version of Bai Zhou obviously knew his current state, and immediately turned his head away shyly, not daring to look directly at Shenlili. Puff! Seeing his actions, Shenlili didn't know why, but couldn't help laughing. Hearing Shenlili's laughter, Bai Zhou waited for a while, and then scratched the back of his head with silly laughter. Forget it, it's embarrassing, as long as Ollie is happy. After realizing that the person in front of her didn't seem to have any ill intentions, Shenlili began to ask in confusion, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Although the man in front of her gave her a familiar feeling, his facial features were bruised and swollen, so Shenlili could not recognize him. Bai Zhou shook his head and did not introduce himself. Instead, he continued with what he had just said. Ollie, don't be sad. Xiao Baizhe is not dead. When you return to the God Realm in the future, you can meet him. God Realm? Shenlili narrowed her eyes dangerously. If she remembered correctly, it seemed that the one chasing her was a god? Looking at his wife's eyes gradually filled with murderous intent, Bai Zhou knew that she had misunderstood, and he was so scared that he waved his hands quickly. Ollie, I am not the one chasing you. Not only did I not chase you, I am still protecting you, Bai Zhou said, and in order to prove himself, he quickly restored the beast god protection on her chest with a light spot. Looking at the restored beast god protection, Shenlili blinked her eyes, and finally believed that she had misunderstood. Thank you, I did misunderstand. Shenlili touched her nose embarrassedly. Bai Zhou was reluctant to blame Shenlili, and quickly waved his hand and said, It's okay, I can't stay any longer, so I have to leave. Ahua and the others will wake up soon, don't worry. Yes, thank you. Shenlili thanked sincerely. It's okay, this is what I should do, I really have to leave. Bai Zhou looked at Shenlili reluctantly before turning around and preparing to leave. Shenlili smiled and waved goodbye, but when she saw his back, she couldn't help but blurt out, Zhou? Bai Zhou paused, and then left in a panic. Shenlili, who stayed where she was, seemed to understand something, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhou, who grew up, is still as cute as ever. Chapter 346. Knowing that Sister Baizhe was fine, Shenlili also put down the burden in her heart. Thinking of her second brother, who was still in the game, she didn't know what the situation was over there. Thinking of this, Shenlili observed the bodies of the three little ones and confirmed that they were fine, and then she left the spiritual space with peace of mind. As soon as she came out, Shenlili couldn't wait to open the live broadcast and clicked into the live broadcast channel of the freshman mecha competition. Shenlili watched at the right time, and the fifth game had just started. 6 mecha teams were at the entrance of the hotel, waiting to enter the warship to the competition point. Wait. 6? Shenlili's CPU almost burned out. She carefully observed the 6 teams in the video, and finally found out to her shock that the extra team was led by Hades. Are the Zerg so bold now? Do they treat everyone as blind? Shenlili frowned and immediately sent a barrage. Late night mech maniac. Report. There are Zergs in the third team. Lily knew that there were official people in the live broadcast room, so she sent a bullet comment, hoping to attract the attention of the administrator. But after waiting for a long time, this bullet comment was like a stone sinking into the sea, without any movement. Lily's eyes were deep, and she couldn't help but wonder if there was a Zerg spy among the administrators of the live broadcast room. Otherwise, as usual, once everyone found out that there were Zergs, they would have exploded like water falling into a frying pan. Lily thought about it, and sent another bullet comment. Late night mech maniac. There are Zergs in the third team. Really? Who knew she dared to send this bullet comment? The audience in the live broadcast room finally became impatient and started to argue one by one. A straightforward person doesn't talk behind people's backs. Are you annoying the above person? Who doesn't know there is a Zerg? Do you think we are blind? Gender, male, hobby. That's right, this idiot wouldn't think that the Zerg is the same as before. Suehua from the village. I guess the fellow villager has just entered the society, and his mobile phone is not connected to the internet, so he doesn't know that the Zerg and the human race have been living in peace for a long time. Lily felt that she knew all the words on the barrage, but why couldn't she understand them together? What does it mean that the Zerg and the human race have been living in peace for a long time? What does it mean that the Zerg is not the Zerg of the past? Have they evolved into the Nuhua Zerg? Before Lily had time to think clearly about the current situation, she was kicked out by the administrator of the live broadcast room. She clicked on the reason for the kick-out angrily, and ended up seeing a warning letter that ruined her worldview. Administrator, you are suspected of destroying the peaceful relationship between the human race and the Zerg. You have been kicked out of the live broadcast room. If you do this again, the administrator will call the police. Lily, good boy. She woke up from a nap and felt like she had traveled through time. Is this a parallel world where the Zerg and the human race live in peace? Otherwise, how can we explain all this? Lily's mouth twitched for a while, and she clicked on the Star Network headlines with her fingers and began to search for the latest news about the Zerg. But after searching, Lily's face instantly changed to the expression of an old man in the subway looking at his phone. Breaking news. 2 or 3 things that must be said about the Zerg Crown Prince and his wife. After the Zerg Crown Prince's sky-high bride price, Second Prince Hades has become the national son-in-law in everyone's mind. The Zerg birth rate has dropped drastically. In order to encourage childbirth, the Zerg royal family has issued various reward policies. Heartbroken. Recently, a black-hearted businessman deceived Zerg people into donating their bodies, and then made nearly $8 billion by selling rare materials from Zerg people. Zerg people are full of treasures, and kidnapping and selling are inevitable. Please pay attention to your personal safety when traveling abroad. Lily patiently read all the headlines, and finally sighed, with a complicated mood. It turns out that this world is peaceful. Then it's time for her story to end. Chapter 347 Extra. The day when the Empire and the Federation officially married was the busiest moment in the interstellar world in the past 100 years. But at the moment when Lily and Bai Zhou exchanged engagement rings, there was a figure quietly leaving the crowd. It's time to leave. Guan Jing murmured softly, and then closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the God Realm. Welcome, Your Highness. The immortal guarding the gate of the God Realm saluted respectfully. Yes. Guan Jing nodded lightly, and left the gate of the God Realm. No, it should be said that it was Di Jing, the Di Jing God's son, who was second only to Di Zhou God's son. After Emperor Jing left, the little fairy dared to ask in confusion, why does the eldest prince call him His Highness, instead of the Son of God? Looking at the little fairy's clear and stupid eyes, the old fairy stroked his beard proudly and said, because only the son of God of Emperor Zhou is born by the God Emperor and the God Queen, and His Highness Emperor Jing, I heard that his mother is just a little fairy maiden. Don't ask more. The affairs of the princes are not something we can ask casually. I understand. Thank you for clearing up the confusion. The little fairy saluted respectfully, but couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. It seems that the circle of gods is also quite chaotic. On the other side, Emperor Jing slowly approached a small wooden house, and when he saw the figure on the fishing platform, he couldn't help but stare deeply. Oh, you're back. The person who was fishing turned around, and a face exactly like Lily was wearing a nonchalant smile at this moment. Di Jing did not speak, but came to the girl's side and sat with her on the bluestone. The girl seemed to have been used to it for a long time, and was not angry, but jokingly said, how does it feel to go to the mortal world this time? Does my other half of the soul look exactly like me? Di Jing's mind flashed with the image of Lily. He nodded gently, and then shook his head. What do you mean? If they are the same, they are the same. If they are different, they are different. Are you trying to make me anxious? The girl rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was really annoyed by the dog personality of the man next to her. Di Jing saw the girl's angry look, and a smile finally appeared on his face. You are so curious. Why don't you go down and take a look? Di Jing said with a faint smile. I would like to, but will the old man Tiandao let me go down? Speaking of this, I envy my other half of the soul, at least it is free. The girl said sourly, and her mouth pouted so much that it could be used to hang soy sauce. Di Jing felt a little distressed, touched the girl's head comfortingly, and finally stopped keeping her in suspense and said, You are different from her. What's the difference? Tell me. The girl blinked excitedly. She was almost dying of curiosity. Since she could remember, she had never seen her other half of the soul, but she would hear the old heaven mention her all day long. Although they were not good words. Basically, they scolded her for being in love, or neglecting her duties, or complained that she didn't return to the god realm. Because it was her other half of the soul, the girl always felt that she was being blamed. She is very cute and kind, Di Jing said with a smile. Well then? The girl raised her chin modestly. Are you going to praise me next? Looking forward to it. Looking at the girl's sparkling eyes, Di Jing couldn't help but touch her hair and said, You are very lively and cute. What you said is the same as not saying anything. The girl curled her lips, as if she had heard nothing. Facing the girl's temper, Di Jing just smiled gently. But this smile stunned the girl. Looking at such a beautiful face, the girl felt her face flushed and hot for no reason. She turned her head away in a panic, and after a long time she stammered, So do you like her or me? Don't lie. You? Di Jing smiled and doted. Then don't regret it, make a pinky promise, and don't change it for 10,000 years. The girl's little finger was slightly bent, and she looked up at Di Jing nervously. Di Jing lowered his eyes to look at the girl's little finger, and finally chuckled, and raised his hand to make a pinky promise. Make a pinky promise, and hang yourself. For 10,000 years, no change.